retain key personnel. At SCORE, our highly trained counselors are here to offer their assistance. In Jacksonville, SCORE provides services to almost 6,000 individuals annually. In addition to ongoing mentoring, we are conducting webinars on topics that can provide timely advice. Visit jacksonville.score.org today for links with more information.
Are you having difficulty paying your IRS personal or business taxes due to COVID-19? Under the IRS's People First COVID-19 Tax Relief Program, there has never been a better time than now to settle your tax debt. Call J. David Tax Law today for a no-cost consultation at 904-507-4777. That's 904-507-4777. Or go to jdavidtaxlaw.com. Peace of mind is only a click or phone call away.
The human voice. It can be sweet as music, powerful as thunder,
and so, my fellow Americans,
cheerful as laughter. But for millions of people, it can also be a sign of COPD. This serious lung disease can make it so hard to breathe, you often can't catch a breath or finish a sentence, let alone carry a tune. And many who have COPD don't even know it. That's where your voice comes in. If you think you or a loved one have symptoms, talk with a healthcare provider. Early diagnosis can mean better treatments and quality of life. Join us in raising our voices for the millions with COPD who can't. Learn more, breathe better at NIH.gov.
Juice, Mom. Juice, juice, juice.
Mommy, why are we going to the store?
Mom, I want juice.
Mom,
Juice, juice, juice.
Mommy,
Juice, juice, juice.
Mom.
Juice, juice.
Your child will have different needs at different stages of life, and that includes the car seat. That's right, the car seat. A car seat isn't one size fits all. You have to have the right seat based on your child's age, weight, and height. See, car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. But there's a website that gives you all the information you need, safercar.gov/the-right-seat. You'll find out about types of seats, when to have a seat rear-facing, when to switch it to forward-facing, when it's time for a booster seat, and when it's time for your child to ride in the back seat with a seatbelt. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. Go to safercar.gov/the-right-seat. That's safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Our nation's sea services protect our waterways, eliminate threats around the world, and safeguard Americans at sea. They have been a vital part of our nation's defense since 1775. Help keep our sea services strong. Support our Navy, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and U.S. Flag Merchant Marine by enrolling as a member of the Navy League of the United States, the #1 advocate for our sea services. Learn more at NavyLeague.org. The Navy League is a CFC participant.
If a fire breaks out in your home while you're asleep, how will you know? Smoke and heat build quickly, making every second count. A working smoke alarm can alert you to the danger and make the difference between life and death. Install and maintain a smoke alarm on every level of your home. Replace the battery every year. This message is brought to you by the United States Fire Administration, your local fire department, and this radio station.
It only takes a minute to find out if you may have prediabetes, and you can do it at doihaveprediabetes.org. But you're probably not going to. Nope. I'm sure you've got a perfectly good excuse. Kids, work. I get it. You're busy. So what better time than now? Let's begin. Raise one finger if you're a man. Ladies, none yet. Oh, count in your head if you're driving. Now, 3 more fingers for everyone over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40. 1 more if you're not physically active. Another finger if anyone in your family has type 2 diabetes. Another if you've got high blood pressure. If you're overweight, raise another finger. 2 if you're very overweight. And 3 if you're really overweight. You've just taken the world's first audio prediabetes test. And if you're holding up 5 or more fingers, visit doihaveprediabetes.org or talk to your doctor. There's no excuse because prediabetes can be reversed.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
This is 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
The scab has been ripped off. I'm Pam Puso, Fox News. That from House Democrat Tim Ryan following yesterday's death of Capitol Police Officer William Evans. The tragedy follows January's riot at the Capitol.
Police say a suspect who Fox has identified as 25-year-old Noah Green, originally from Indiana, rammed his blue Nissan into two Capitol police officers guarding the main Senate entrance to the Capitol. The car then crashed into a barricade. Police say Green jumped out and lunged at the officers with what was described as a cross between a machete and a kitchen knife. Police fired on Green, killing him.
Fox's Chad Pergram. Fencing that was erected after the riot had started to come down, but the latest breach has officials again reassessing security. Boycott Major League Baseball. That's what former President Trump is calling for after the league decided to move its All-Star game out of Georgia following passage of new voting laws. Opponents argue the laws are too restrictive and disenfranchise people of color. Georgia's Republican Governor Brian Kemp spoke last night to Fox's Tucker Carlson.
Major League Baseball has folded up and caved to the cancel culture and a bunch of liberal lies.
In a statement, Major League Baseball said it supports voting rights for all Americans. More damaging testimony against the former police officer charged with murdering George Floyd.
The most senior officer of the Minneapolis Police Force, Lieutenant Richard Zimmerman, on the stand speaking very critically of former officer Derek Chauvin using his knee on George Floyd's neck as Floyd was handcuffed on the ground. Zimmerman telling the court that Chauvin escalated his use of force on a handcuffed Floyd to the top tier, deadly force.
Fox's Matt Finn, the defense says Zimmerman no longer patrols the streets. America's listening to Fox News.
We are Jacksonville's Morning News. Live, local, in-depth. That's right, I said live. Weekday mornings from 5 till 9 a.m. Rich Jones and First Alert Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish with your 5-day forecast every 15 minutes so you know what to expect on 104.5 FM, WOKV.com, or in the WOKV app.
Hi, Darcy the cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. Most good gardeners know how to get great results. Sun, water, and fertilizer, along with the right soil. Cow manure is the best way to condition the soil. Black Cow is all natural, and it's the best fertilizer, with 10 times more manure and 10 times more nutrients than the other guys. Pick up the bright yellow bag today.
Black Cow, the mature manure. Black Cow.
Men, do you feel embarrassed in the bedroom because of ED or PE? Prime Men's Medical Center has the solution.
I'm Dr. Brown. 98% of patients experience a positive result from the treatment in just 10 minutes after just one office visit. Men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, and it's affordable.
Call Prime Men's Medical Center at 904-664-8220. See results on your first visit guaranteed or pay nothing. Call 904-664-8220.
Easter is coming, and don't get me wrong, I love jelly beans as much as the next guy, but there is nothing you could put in my Easter basket that compares to the keys to a new car. Yep, and that's why I'm so glad Arlington Toyota is open on Easter Sunday. They're opening the doors from 2 till 8 p.m. You can shop in their lot, packed with over 750 new and used vehicles, plus enjoy special Easter savings. Arlington Toyota open Easter Sunday from 2 until 8 p.m. and always online at arlingtontoyota.com. Happy Easter from the team at Arlington Toyota.
I've been asked, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What if I told you there was a way to step into another gear for your brain and be much sharper, more focused, and improve your memory to a level that you could only dream about and notice these results in 30 minutes? Hard to believe? Neuroscientists are calling this new brain discovery the biggest advancement in brain science to date. It's called Limitless, the brain pill of the future. Take it, and within 30 minutes, you'll transport your mind to a new level of focus and clarity you would have never thought possible.
I took Limitless, and it started working in minutes.
All of a sudden, it felt like a dark cloud had been lifted up right before my eyes. I have a mental clarity I've never felt before.
Biz execs, athletes, teachers, and students are calling Limitless a secret weapon for the brain. You have nothing to lose, so call now and find out how to get a free bottle today.
To find out how to get a free bottle of Limitless, call 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936. Free bottles for a limited time. Call now, 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but really pretty nice today. Highs reach the mid-60s, still breezy and brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight, all the way down into the lower 40s. It's a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Sunshine and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday afternoon high reaches the low 70s inland, stays in the mid to upper 60s at the beaches. Monday will be sunny and mild, the start of a warming trend up to 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, pleasantly warm high near 80 degrees. And Wednesday, partly sunny and warm, highs 80 to 85. From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm Action News Jack's Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
This is the WOKV Ask the Experts Weekend, discussing things that matter most to you. Local experts answering your questions. Call 855-765-1045. That's 855-765-1045. Now, the Home and Garden Show with Wally Conway and Larry O'Neill.
Good morning. Welcome to the Home and Garden Show. It is 6:06 on a beautiful Saturday morning in Jacksonville, Florida, the intergalactic headquarters of the Home and Garden Show. To our friends, to our fans, to our families, welcome back to the show. We have missed you. To those of you new to the show, here is who we are and what we do. Each and every Saturday from 6 until 8 a.m. right here on 104.5 WOKV. I'm joined by the big guy, Sasquatch, the Yeti. 6'6", 232 pounds of twisted steel and sex appeal, Mr. Larry O'Neill. You know Larry from his duties on TV as the host of Larry's Garden. You've seen him about town landscaping. He's the tall, tall man in the small straw hat. Me, Wally Conway, Mr. Home Inspection, certified master inspector from Home Pro Inspections. You've seen me on Home and Garden TV and possibly about town if you spend time in attics and crawl spaces. Larry's job here on the show is to be sure your grass is green, your fruit is sweet, and your flowers forever in bloom. Me, Wally Conway, Mr. Home Inspection, my job is to be sure your home is safe, secure, efficient, and forever a source of pleasure and pride. From time to time, Larry gets a house idea, I get a garden idea, we mix it up in the middle. But what makes the show fun for us is you. Your thoughts, your calls, your commentary. To give us a call, here comes the number, 855-765-1045. Sasquatch Large Man, good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'll tell you, it's going to be warming up a little bit today. You know, I can't believe this weather.
Promises, man. I think I got frost on the pumpkin, to be truthful.
Right. I was checking out my new platinum lawn, platinum seashore palm. I mean, there's like crowds of people gathering around it and, hovering over it and wondering what it is, you know what I mean? Because it looks so much better than St. Augustine. I mean, if you got to work on your lawn, if you got to do the time on it, plant something that looks good, you know what I mean? Now, there's the St. Augustine lovers out there, and I can appreciate that, but the platinum is good. So I decided, I've grown so many types of grasses. I don't know if it's 100 types, but, I'm going to do, you remember the Doug score on Car Aficionado? Have you ever heard? I'm going to he gives cars a Doug score. I'm going to start giving grass the barefoot, Larry's Garden barefoot rating, how it feels to walk across barefoot. So I'm going to give the Platinum Zoysia a 9 on the Larry's Garden barefoot rating. That means how great it feels to walk across.
And where would St. Augustine fall on that? Maybe a 3?
About a 3 or a 2. You know what I mean? I guess it's better than walking across.
Sandspurs is probably a 1. So give Sandspurs a 1. Give Best Palm on a 10. So best case 3, huh?
We have that, and that's a great grass. It's turned out good. We have 3 or 4 weeks and we haven't even mowed it yet. It's filling in pretty good, looking beautiful. But, some of the great advantages is low nitrogen, tinge bug resistant, can tolerate the humidity and can take some roads. A multitude of things. If you want to make a green out of it, a little miniature green in your backyard, pressure putty, no problem. But we're taking orders for it. We're getting some new pattern grass out
Let
there.
me ask you a question on the Seashore Paspalmum. If a homeowners association or architectural review board has specified St. Augustine, can you work around that?
They don't really have any power over that anymore because, state of Florida passed laws as you can plant, Florida-friendly grass, and what that means by that, low amount of irrigation, which Paspalmum qualifies for, lower amount of irrigation. St. Augustine and would be the number one water-loving grass, so they don't really.
So the way to defeat the homeowners association is playing that card that says, hey, it's Florida friendly, uses less water, and then they're essentially powerless to stop you?
Right. I mean, I've involved a guy, they said you can't plant zoysia. And, well, he ended up planting zoysia, so they don't really have any way to defend it. You know what I mean? There's just the state of Florida said, listen, we're superseding all these rules, and we're from compost pits to not having any grass in certain areas and all these other things. They say we're going to go with a water restrictive landscape. So if you're planting waterless landscapes, which I've planted before, it can be done. You can plant. Can you imagine? I planted a guy's landscape, and he was worked for the Army Corps of Engineers, and he said he didn't want any irrigation at all. And we planted the landscape. The only thing is that I told the guys that your grass is not going to look perfect when we're going through a dry spell, but it's going to look a little tired. But once it rains again, it's going to look good. Okay, and it's worked for years with no irrigation, knowing the right things. And that was Larry's Garden. We're plant experts. You know what I mean? I'm personally myself, but we understand what each plant does, and and what the water requirements are, and placing them in your landscape. And understand each individual zone. There's small little zones in your landscape where this gets more water, this is a more dry. Understanding the soil type. So, but back to Paspalmum, it is a lower water requirement, and it has a Larry's Garden 9 fair foot rating. Another zoysia. You could do zoysia. I was just thinking about grasses this morning. And zoysia is kind of a cool grass you use actually as a landscape plant, as a ground cover. Not using it as a lawn, but using it more as a ground cover. What I mean, the difference between the two, how would you define the difference between a ground cover and a lawn? One, you have to mow and trim and edge. Well, a ground cover like jasmine, you plant it, and then, you occasionally trim it. And so zoysia, one of the unique things about zoysia is that when you leave it unmowed, especially a dwarf, it kind of mounds up. It creates these little tiny mounds in the grass, and it's very interesting. Look, you can look at it online. Just put zoysia unmowed, and you'll see these little mounds.
How tall does it get when you do that? How much vertical?
Well, I had geozoysia, and I did it with that. It get around maybe 3 to 4 inches tall. That's it. You want to use a dwarf, and a dwarf is. So I only had to mow my geozoysia. I only think I mowed it twice a year. So I just let it get that moundy look, and that was part of the landscape. It was interesting. They're real soft to walk on, and you can walk on it, it bounces right back. So if you have an area, let's say around a pool, and it's you wanted to have, something more, not so many flowers, more simplistic. You could put a couple boulders and zoysia grass and let it just mound, maybe a small tree, some structural elements, maybe an agave, or if you like that simplistic look. That's another way to use the zoysia grass because it does create a very unusual structure unmowed. Now you can't do the same with Paspalmum because it doesn't. It's just going to be more uniform. But you can cut down on your mowing by getting a dwarf. And the advantage of having Paspalmum as a dwarf is Paspalmum recovers quickly from any damage versus the zoysia as a dwarf. That would be the downside of zoysia dwarf is it doesn't recover as quickly. But there's many ways you could use the grass in your landscape. But I'm loving this Paspalmum. Wally, we have brought a lot of great things to our area. But, you brought the sewer scope, how to avoid, buying places with, crazy sewer problems. You're talking about your apartment complex or your condominium, which, got a gazillion dollars of damage. And you definitely want to avoid buying a place like that and, find out later on that you got to put a new sewer pipe in. And there's so many areas, so many houses in our area have that cast iron system. And then one of the great things that we brought is the Chinese fringe tree. The fringe tree is everywhere. I must have counted, we started talking about the Chinese fringe tree years ago, and I must have counted 50 of them. And then people are going to really enjoy that tree in their landscape. Nice, reliable color, beautiful spring flowers. I was just looking at one that we planted maybe 10 or 15 years ago. It was just spectacular in white. So if you love white, you're going to love the Chinese fringe tree. We brought bamboo, the use of bamboo. I mean, everywhere I go, I see bamboos at Textilis as a border.
Just feels like we're trendsetters, man. We are setting the stage for Home and Garden across North Florida. Hey, I got a couple more questions for you on the zoysia. If I get the zoysia and let it go natural to its natural length, and it begins to get that vertical variegation in it, kind of a moundy look to it.
Right.
I have two questions for you. Does it make it more or less weed resistant? And back to homeowners associations, would they consider that unkept and give you grief, or can we use that Florida-friendly defense to hold associations and architectural review boards at bay?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. Is it weed? It reduces the amount of weeds? Yes, because it's blocking more light at the soil level. So without weeds are only going to be present if you got water and you got sunlight. Because you got to have germination. So it gets so dense at the soil level. So dark at the soil level, excluding certain weeds. Like I've had a problem with torpedo grass. I didn't have any problem with Bermuda. The torpedo grass is, such a aggressive weed and can take all kinds of, arduous environments.
Right.
So it's a
keep the sun out, keep you in out.
Answering the question about whether or not it would be considered unkept, according to city ordinances, if you got something like 36 inches or 40, it depends on it has to be considered unkept. So now the individual architectural review boards may have another standard, so that would be a question that would be individual. And whether it's mowed or not mowed frequently, I think that could be an issue. But if it creates a beautiful structure, most people say if it's beautiful, looks nice, it's practical.
Compromise and put an edge on it. Let's bring Ray into the conversation, who's got some different grass options he wants to share with us. Welcome to the Home and Garden Show, Ray.
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
Hey,
what's your thoughts, sir?
All right, I'm doing good. So I wanted to ask you, my 2-year-old daughter, when she goes out in the yard and plays with no shoes on, she kind of gets like hives on her feet and on the bottom of her ankle, stuff like that. So I'm thinking she might be allergic to the grass in the yard. So I'm wondering, is there a different type of grass that I might be able to lay down? That
have you checked for fire ants, Ray?
Yeah, I have. She's not getting in the ant piles. So it's just like when she gets in the grass, Any other time she doesn't get it. So.
That's not uncommon. I've known people who lay in the grass will get the grass irritates them. Zoysia, I never had that experience with zoysia or past pollen, but I have had people complain about St. Augustine. When they've laid in the grass, they've gotten a little bit of rash on it. Especially, I think, when it's cut, freshly cut, it can cause a little irritation. So maybe you could try, you could get a couple pieces of zoysia or a couple pieces of past palmum and try that out before you can go to any local sod distributor and they have pieces, or you can order some and then, try it out, put a couple on there, let it walk over it a couple times and do that before you invest in putting a whole new lawn on. That's what I would do that first.
All right. I appreciate your help. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, good luck with it. Larry, let me ask you one more thing before we break on the Owners Association. Not anti-homeowners association, but after 20+ thousand home inspection clients and people buying new houses, there's always issues that come up that people don't understand. So if you use a Florida-friendly group of, living vegetation, plants and grass and whatnot, and you're not in need of irrigation, yet the association requires irrigation. You ever had that battle?
No, I never had that battle, but I think that I don't think that I've never read it. I've read some of those landscape guidelines, many different associations landscape guidelines, and there was not ever any mention of irrigation on any of them that I recall. So, good. But if you put in a zero irrigation landscape, let's say if you're putting during the summer, your water bill may be $50-$60. Depends on how the size. Up to $100 depending on. So you would save around $1,200 a year. 10-year period, you save around $11,000. And then you're going to save some money. Definitely if you have zero irrigation. But you're just going to have to make sure proper siting, proper types of plants, and if you have moisture retentive soil, you're going to be in a great position to go zero irrigation. That means a high amount of clay, a poor drainage, all those things that you don't want.
I'm all about saving money and doing less work.
I know
outside.
that.
That's a good thing. It's 6:21 here at News 104.5 on the Home and Garden Show. Brief break, jumping right on the phones to your calls. Love hearing your voice at 855-765-1045. Stay with us. Right back.
It takes one wreck, one disabled vehicle, or construction project to throw a monkey wrench in your commute. Get traffic reports every 6 minutes in the morning from 5 till 9 a.m. on Jacksonville's Morning News. Weekdays on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Hi, I'm Tom Lee, President and CEO of Lee & Kate's Glass. Our customers have been asking for Lee & Kate's Glass for over 90 years because they know that in order to get the highest quality glass and mirrors for a home remodel, you have to ask for Lee & Kate's Glass. To ensure you get the most experienced local company with fast and friendly service, ask for Lee & Kate's. Visit leeandkatesglass.com today for all your glass and mirror needs. Lee & Kate's Glass. All you have to do is ask.
How do you measure the depth of your sadness? What number of arguments is too many? How do you count your sleepless nights? Don't. Count on DuPont Counseling Group at Jewish Family and Community Services instead. Our professional counselors can assist with everything from depression to relationships to children's issues. Trust DuPont Counseling Group to help you navigate life's challenges better. Jewish Family and Community Services. Here for mental health. Here for Jax. Learn more at hereforjax.com.
HBI, a national leader for career training in the building industry, is providing training, certification, and placement in the construction industry for veterans, their spouses, and children that are over the age of 18 at no cost. The following 2021 class dates are being offered: January 11th, February 16th, March 15th, April 12th, May 10th, June 7th. For more program and class details, please call Joe Jones at 407-717-7609 or visit the website at hbi.org.
As the coronavirus pandemic continues to rise, overlapping with flu season, the American Heart Association says get a flu shot. It's more important than ever, especially for seniors, children, pregnant women, and people with heart disease, stroke, and diabetes. If you get the flu, you may need to be hospitalized in an already overwhelmed hospital. The flu shot is safe, effective, and you can get it at places like your doctor's office or pharmacy. For more, visit heart.org/flu prevention.
Sponsored locally by Florida Blue. At Movember, we're best known for the mustache. Well, here's the thing. Men's health deserves support year-round, which is why we're more than a month, more than mustaches. All year round, we're doing more. We're delivering more research, more treatments, doing more to help men live happier, healthier, longer lives. But we need your support, because the more we can do, the more fathers, brothers, partners, sons we can protect. Movember, more than a month. Give monthly at Movember.com.
Wally Conway here, Mr. Home Inspection from Home Pro Inspections with important information about home warranties. At Home Pro Inspections, we have always recommended that every home buyer had a home inspection and a home warranty. It's much like having a physical exam and health insurance. They work together to protect you. Until now, I have never referred or endorsed a home warranty company because, truthfully, They were all about the same. They were only good for 12 months, they had long list of coverage exclusions, and they denied pre-existing conditions. The most comprehensive home warranty in America is now available in Jacksonville, covering items denied by others, including water softeners, well pumps, alarm systems, and there's no extra charge for multiple heat pumps or water heaters. When Home Pro inspects your home, the warranty is extended to 18 months of coverage at no extra charge. There's no better inspection and warranty package in America. For details and to order your home warranty, visit GoHomePro.com, GoHomePro.com, or call me at 268-8211.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Cool but nice today with lots of sun. Highs reach the mid-60s this afternoon. Still a little bit brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight in the lower 40s, but sunny and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday high temperature in the low 70s, stays in the 60s at the beaches. And then a warming trend through the early and middle part of next week, Monday through Wednesday. Lots of sun. Mid to upper 70s on Monday, near 80 for Tuesday, and low to mid-80s on Wednesday. With the First Alert Forecast, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
Welcome back to the Home and Garden Show, 626. Here at 104.5 WOKV on the Home and Garden Show with Larry O'Neill and me, Wally Conway, enjoying the day together, taking your calls at 855-765-1045. Larry, I have a prediction for you. This is our last weekend of 2021 that it will be cool enough to have a fireplace. No more fires. I think we're done with that. Put the tongs away, start cleaning out the fireplace, and get ready for summer to come in our direction. And one of the things that becomes important once you're done with your fireplace for the year is clean it out now. Get it properly and professionally cleaned. The Chimney Safety Institute of America recommends once per year at a minimum you clean and inspect your fireplace. Certainly you want, if you put it away clean, it's clean when the season starts, 99.99% of the time. It's a lot like when you put your yard equipment away, for those people that do that for the year. You want to clean it, put it away clean, so it's ready to go and optimally performing, safe and fresh and clean. So you'll get that all done right now. The advantage of now is things don't have as much time to kind of continue to hold moisture and cake on. When you get that smoke and soot and creosote and debris and other funk up in the chimney, it retains moisture. And particularly for our friends with the metal-lined fireplaces, the moisture is the deadly thing. It's not the dirt, it's the moisture. So we get that all out of there. Then they'll run the chimney scope up there, make sure you're all clean and safe and ready to go, and button it up so you're ready for the year. Also, if you get a big crazy storm, it will minimize that soot rolling back down during a hurricane or other crazy wind and water event. Easy way to do it. You want to be sure that your chimney technician is a certified chimney sweep, not chucking a truck with a shop vac. That leads to improper work, often damaging. And the damage that you'll most often see isn't necessarily they did something that harmed the inside of the firebox or the chimney lining, but soot. Is it very specialized equipment and vacuum systems. It's even more HEPA than HEPA to ensure the filtration is correct in that vacuum, or all that soot and other stuff, some of it even worse than soot, blows through your home. You want to do that. People who we've referred for several years now have done quite well are their friends over at Chimney Champions. That website is chimneychampions.com. You also, while you're out in the yard, you can do this while you're mowing your lawn or weeding your garden. Look up at the top of that chimney and take a look at the chimney cap. That's probably the most important part of the chimney, is that cap. That's what keeps the rain from coming down. The screen that surrounds it is what keeps the birds and squirrels and rats and monkeys and whatever else from getting in your chimney. Having that changed out is very inexpensive, very straightforward, and it does prevent further damage. That's the most important thing. Sometimes, depending on how fancy your chimney top is, some of those need to be custom done. You'll have a little lead time with that. Just want to get these things out of the way so you can forget about it and be safe. While you're having that regular servicing, they'll be looking at your cap too. But even if you make the decision, I'm not going to service, I haven't used my chimney, or I don't even routinely use my chimney, I don't ever use my fireplace, take a peek at that cap because you want it to protect that system from damage, even if you're not using it, and even more so if you're not using it. And for our friends who have their home for sale and you think there's something wrong with your fireplace, it's really prudent to be able to have it inspected so you can document that it's safe for that next buyer not to give you any stink. It's 6:30 here at News 104.5 on Home and Garden Show. We've got Fox News traffic, weather, and more of the Home and Garden Show featuring you at 855-765-1045. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Fox News, I'm Karen McHugh. One Capitol Hill police officer is dead following another attack in Washington.
With a very, very heavy heart that I announce one of our officers has succumbed to his injuries.
U.S. Capitol Acting Police Chief Yogananda Pittman later identified that officer as William Evans, an 18-year veteran of the force. He died after a 25-year-old man, identified as Noah Green, rammed a vehicle into a Capitol checkpoint, emerging with a knife. The suspect was killed.
Fox's Jared Halpern, another Capitol Hill cop, died during the January 6th assault. An executive order from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis bans businesses from requiring that customers show proof, so-called vaccination passports, to prove they've been vaccinated against COVID-19. America is listening to Fox News.
What do you want?
I want it all.
When do you want it?
I want it now.
Get up to speed quick with the 3 big things you need to know every 15 minutes. Powered by Safe Touch Security. This is 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
Don't be a victim of the door-knocking and storm-chasing roofers' fine print contracts. Jack C. Wilson Roofing is Northeast Florida's oldest and most trusted roofer with no hidden fees. Visit jackcwilsonroofing.com. Jack C. Wilson Roofing, the first name in Jacksonville roofing.
It's a way to support local businesses and to support local golf courses. And you get free stuff and discounted golf. It's the Dream 18 card, available now at actionsportsjacksdream18.com. Discounted golf at some of the best courses in the area, like Southampton, Osprey Cove, and Eagle Landing. And you heard free. How about a free smoothie from Smoothie King, a free shirt from Baker Sports, and a free hat from Dome Hats, plus other local business discounts. Support local while saving hundreds of dollars of golf for yourself. It's the Dream 18 card, available now only at actionsportsjacksdream18.com.
Hey folks, this is Dave Benyon with Zerez. If you're like me, you're getting the itch to de-junk and do some major spring cleaning. The problem is, I just can't throw anything away. I just have to close my eyes and let my wife do it. Once the junk is gone, next comes the Zerez truck to clean the carpets, the sofa, the tile, the area rugs, everything. Remember, Zerez uses patented technology that cleans without using any soaps, detergents, or harmful chemicals. This leaves your living surfaces free from any dirt-attracting residue. See what others are saying about Zerez. Just Google Zerez. You will read over 3,500 5-star Google reviews. At Zerez, we don't throw away your old stuff, but we will do your deep cleaning. Right now, have 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $129, or have 2 rooms of tile clean for only $129. Or why not do both? Give us a call today. Zerez, spelled forward or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
Zerorez. Hi, Darcy the cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. It's time to start getting your flower and vegetable gardens off to a great start.
Black cow, the mature manure, black cow.
You've been lied to. Lied to by corrupt Washington politicians and the Wall Street propaganda machine. Hi, I'm Inc. magazine best-selling author Brett Kitchen, and I want to give you a free copy of my brand new book, Wealth Beyond Wall Street, because we all know another market crash could be right around the corner. After losing 35% in my IRA in the crash years ago, I said enough, and since then I discovered a way to grow money potentially double digits, reduce taxes dramatically, and also have my money protected when the next stock market crash hits. When the next market crash hits, you lose nothing. Call Wealth Beyond Wall Street now to get your free copy and talk with a specialist to discover this little-known strategy to get potential double-digit growth during good years and never lose when the next stock market crash hits, all while building a tax-advantaged retirement. Call 800-908-1616 to discover this asset that people like Walt Disney and JCPenney use to grow wealthy. Plus, get one of just 97 free books left. We even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. Call 800-908-1616. That's 800-908-1616, 1-800-908-1616.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but really pretty nice today. Highs reach the mid-60s, still breezy and brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight, all the way down into the lower 40s. It's a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Sunshine and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday afternoon high reaches the low 70s inland, stays in the mid to upper 60s at the beaches. Monday will be sunny and mild, the start of a warming trend up to 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, pleasantly warm, high near 80 degrees. And Wednesday, partly sunny and warm, highs 80 to 85. From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm Action News Jack's Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
6:35 here, 104.5 WOKV on the Home and Garden Show with Larry O'Neill and me, Wally Conway. Love to hear your voice. To check in with us, here is the number, 855-765-1045. You know, Larry, the legislature is still in session. They have not yet come up with approval of their idea on how to solve the homeowners insurance crisis in Florida. And it is truly a crisis. We've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of our past customers receive notifications of their homeowners insurance going some places doubling, tripling, quadrupling, and more. The projections are at the present rate of insurance escalation. That is the cost to the homeowner, and quite frankly, the risk to the Florida-based insurance companies is there will not exist in 3 years. That is, there will be no privately based homeowners insurance available in Florida. There may be a national player or two, and then Citizens Insurance, which is essentially owned by the state of Florida, will go from being the insurer of last choice to the only choice. So the legislature knows they've got to stop that. The reason they've got to stop that is if the state of Florida self-insures the homeowners in Florida in the event of a hurricane or two too close together and too much damage, it actually break the bank and we look like New York where we're basically insolvent. So they've got to solve it. It's looking like what they're going to do is dramatically limit the position that the trial lawyers presently have. And about 90% of the money that's been spent on homeowners insurance as it relates to roof claims and flood claims, flood specifically for mold remediation, about 90% of all dollars spent by the insurance companies ends up with the trial lawyers. And, it was well intended when the legislature built out this assignment of benefit idea, and they've lost their way between the trial lawyers, some greed from roofers, and truthfully, some homeowners expecting something for nothing. It's just gotten out of hand. So what they'll likely end up doing is put limits, reasonable limits on the recoveries or the expenditures by the attorneys when there's a dispute between the homeowner and the insurance company. Not a limit on how much money you can receive from the insurance company. That's already stated in your policy. But how much money can be consumed arguing over it. Presently, it's, as I say, 9 to 1 or 90. Yeah, 9 to 1. 9 times as much money spent arguing as money spent fixing houses. The other thing they're looking at doing is prorating roofs after they're 10 years old. What does that mean? One of the ways this thing has gotten out of control is a person has a roof that's 15 years old or 20 years old, and along comes maybe a unscrupulous roofer says, hey, I can get you a roof for free. They're working with attorneys and other processes. Now you took a 20-year-old roof that may legitimately have some small amount of damage, but all of a sudden you've got an entirely brand new roof. What's probably going to happen from the legislature is the first 10 years, you'll be made 100% whole. The next 10 years, it will be prorated. So if your roof is 10 years old, you'll be paid at 100%. If your roof is 20 years old, you'll be paid at 50%, and it will be incremental between those. The goal is to get the crisis under control so that the state does not become the insurer, and so the Florida-based companies do not leave, shut down, become insolvent, and we can attract national companies. As we've seen in many other industries, when we create a favorable environment for business, it ends up being a favorable environment for the consumer, and it is not presently good for business or the consumer at this point. Do you remember when you're old like me, Larry, or old as me, when there was only one company that was a telephone company, the Bell system? Remember how expensive it was for long distance? And it was so amazingly expensive. And then when it became competitive, really with the advent of mobile phones, it got cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And then when we first got mobile phones, remember how expensive it was? You ended up with a $500 or $600 mobile phone bill if you were running your business off it at the time. Yeah, it was crazy. But they allowed it to be competitive. And you can only have a competitive business environment when the legislature supports regulation that is beneficial to business. And there's always that fear if we're beneficial to business, business is going to be unfavorable to the consumer, not when the businesses need to be competitive. So ideally, we'll get it solved, not we the people, I guess, our elected officials. They have about a 30-year history of working on it. And about once a decade, they come out with something earth-shattering that they think is going to fix it. And historically, it's gotten worse. So there's some good people out there trying to do good things. I hope they're there. But you need to let your legislatures know that these things are vitally important to you. And even if you don't understand all the nuances, just say, hey, I am really worried about the expense of my homeowner's insurance. And one of the things that will happen, Larry, if you can't get insurance, you can't get a mortgage. And as the insurance costs continue to skyrocket, if it was $100 a month and it goes to $400 or $500 a month, that affects your ability to qualify for the mortgage. And so what happens is you end up with a smaller and smaller house as you end up with a larger and larger insurance bill. Not that your existing home shrinks, but for those who are shopping and entering the market. Is the legislature doing anything exciting this session that's going to impact landscapers? I hope not.
Do nothing. That's the best thing, you know what I mean? That's the best thing. But we're doing something special with this. We're calling to cut things down. What I mean by that, I've looked at so many different landscapes that become overgrown, and people are always tenuous about cutting things back. And I was just looking at what brought this on as I went to a client's house in Crescent Beach, and I was looking at their landscape and how beautiful the fire bushes look. And it's just from that repetitive cutting down that you'll really get taking a stringy-looking fire bush and to make it into a spectacular plant by just making sure you prune back hard every spring. A purple leaf plum is a great plant here, and then they have some other purple leaf plants here, trees. I think one of them is, I can't remember the name of it, but when you have a purple leaf plum, they benefit by a lot of hard pruning. Coppicing is cutting things down like a tree to the ground, so you make it into shrubbery. And coppicing has been around since the Bronze Age. The reason it motivated people to coppice, things is that they cut a tree down to get those long, straight, the crepe myrtles, when they cut them down, you look at them, you got those long, straight limbs. Well, they make great arrows, they use it for building materials. So they've been coppicing since the Bronze Age. And also they recognize after coppicing, cutting things down, that they create a beautiful shrub. So you can take crepe myrtles.
How is coppicing related to bonsai? Is that a similar thing that's happening internal to the plant?
No, I think they had two different developments. Coppicing came about because of the practical need to produce long, straight pieces of wood, and that's really produced that on oaks and other trees that could be coppiced, and cut to the ground, and you get that long, straight growth. And then they realized, hey, listen, that's a great looking look for a tree. I can make a crepe myrtle into a shrub by coppicing it. I could make, and then the Japanese, basically, I won't go into the details how the Japanese garden develops, but, they try to miniaturize everything so it can be viewed, and it goes along with their religious and historic ideas of, of life. But the cutting things down, things that benefit, but that will make them look so much better, is the purple leaf plum, the fire bush. Viburnum that gets out of whack, even azaleas. If they get that, the lawn guy always what the lawn guy does? Always trims the top. He never considers the sides. You can see azaleas, lower petalum, sort of different shrubbery, which they have all the leaves on the top, and there's none down below. So what is the best thing to remedy that? Cut the thing down. Cut it down, start all over again. This whole book's written on how to rejuvenate hedges in England because they have a lot of property lines or hedges. So cutting things down is a natural progression to get a better looking shrub. And of course, when you cut it down, this is an opportunity with a little cooler weather. You want to put some fertilizer on it. And if you're having high anxiety, get your lawnmower guy to cut it down. Cut it down. You know what? How much is cutting it down? Like a firebush, I'd cut it. If it's 8 feet tall, cut it down to 3 feet. If a viburnum's 20 feet, you can cut a viburnum down to 3 feet. Azaleas that are gone weight, they're at the eaves of your house. Cut it down to 1 foot. You know, so cutting things down is not bad. Don't get nervous about it. They benefit. You're creating a better looking shrub. You know, I wanted to also, we want to talk about this new tree that I really love. You know, people love cherry trees, and so many times, you know, cherry trees are, excluding a couple different varieties that can grow down here, or in that group of prunus, you know, stone fruit group. But the Casa javanica is a cassia tree. They can take it down around 25 mature, but it is called the apple blossom tree. So if you're really another tree unused but capable of growing on its own, you know, we brought the golden crumpet tree, you know, we brought that into knowledge. A lot of people are really starting to plant that. I'm seeing more and more planting. But if you love that great looking spring look with that pink apple blossom, that pink cherry blossom, but, you know, unfortunately, cherries don't get enough chill hours, except for the Taiwanese flowering cherry. They have to have the chill hours in order for them to produce that brilliant bloom. You know, Casa javanica, or sometimes it's referred to as Blakeiana, is a great tree, getting around 25 to 30 feet. You know, creating that nice canopy of shade. It can be dual-purpose shade tree, and beautiful flowers, and interesting seed heads, and it's deciduous. So, you know, it's amazing how many tropical trees are deciduous, too. People always want evergreen, but tropical trees are, pardon me?
Nothing, go ahead. Background noise.
Okay. Tropical trees are deciduous, so consider maybe you want to put one of those in the garden. An interesting question couple people asked me when we were doing a landscape. You know, we do so much landscaping and landscape design what is the difference? When should I use cypress mulch versus pine straw? That's you know, the continual question. People ask me, what's the difference? And what I do is try to, you know, there's several ways to approach it. You know, categorizing as either a, you know, subject of color, longevity.
I'm a pine straw guy. I like the look. I like the color. I like the way it mats. I'm a pine straw guy. How about you?
Yeah. In more color, you know, cypress mulch with colored cypress mulch going to probably last a little longer. But as far as if you have an area that you live with the soil's more moisture retentive, and you want it, you know, when we have those rainfalls, you know, that for a week, you know, you want the soil to dry out and not create a lot of fungus, a lot of sogginess, and you want your, you know, to have some evaporation, but you don't want to, you know, make a soggy mess, because cypress mulch is going to hold that water in for a long time. It's going to be a little on the soggy side for a long time. You want to use pine straw. Also, pine straw, one of the benefits of pine straw is that it helps the soil dry out a little bit faster. It will not run out. You know, cypress mulch, pine bark, all these other types of mulches besides gravel is going to run down the street, because it creates a kind of a web, kind of like intertwined with each other. They do not run out, and
it's like a flat bird's nest. It's like a flat bird's nest.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. A flat bird's nest. And then the other benefit of pine straw is that, hey, we're getting a little older. We don't want to be lugging around 30-pound, 40-pound bags of cypress mulch, it's going to be much easier to apply. And you can, pick up a bale of pine straw, 3 or 4 pounds, maybe 5 pounds when it's wet. And if you're distributing it, if you're laying it out, when you're opening the bag of cypress mulch, you got to be careful that you don't drop any on your smaller plants because it will crush them. But when you're spreading it, it's much more easier on your plants. You can easily move back the mulch from the plants. You should not mulch all the way up to the plants. You should leave a little margin around the plants, and then that way it's easier to apply. I see so many times people going around putting fertilizer on top of the mulch. I mean, that's the way I saw a guy work for a pest control company. I won't say, but the name. But just walking around spreading mulch, fertilizer on mulch. How much of that fertilizer is actually going to go to your plant? Maybe 1% if you're lucky, because all that's going to be absorbed by the cypress mulch, or evaporate. Fertilizer evaporates in the atmosphere, or leaches off, or runs off. So you want to leave a little area around your plant so you can easily apply fertilizer. You don't want to put it on top of the plant, but you want to put a little bit of the side on the root zone. Okay, so those are some of the things that pine straw is going to easily facilitate, easily moving back the mulch, and packing it down. And, people who love the environmental concept, of course, pine straw is going to be more environmentally friendly. Cypress mulch comes from, just cypress remains. So that answers the question on mulch. Would I use cypress mulch in a container? I think I would use it more prone in a container, because there in a container, I'm thinking about conserving as much moisture as I can, because oftentimes containers are porous. The water's going to be moving through the container. It's going to be moving upwards. So you want to contain as much moisture as you can in a container.
Well, I just love that pine straw won. That was my winner, and now you validated for others the why. My why was not as deep or as intense as yours, but I'm 100% with you on the pine straw. It's 6:52 here at News 104.5 on Home and Garden Show. Taking a break, jumping back to hear from you at 855-765-1045. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Mark A. from the Mark A. Show. If you didn't hear the news, we've moved. Beep, beep, beep. Those are the trucks. Catch me now every weekday from noon until 3. That's right, 3 hours of the Mark K. Show on WOKV. And if you can't listen live, make sure you're subscribed to the Mark K. Show podcast, wherever podcasts are subscribed to.
Here in the Sunshine State, more than 3 million men are over age 45, and over half suffer from ED or PE. Here's a message from Prime Men's Medical Center.
I'm Dr. Brown. If you're having problems in the bedroom and pills like Viagra have let you down, you'll see results at Prime Men's Medical Center, guaranteed, or your exam is free. And it's affordable.
Call 904-664-8220. Guaranteed results on your first visit, or your exam is free. Call 904-664-8220.
If you, someone you love, your clients, or your customers are golfers, then you must get the Dream 18 golf card. It's the best golf card in Jacksonville. Play at 8 premier courses in Jacksonville, plus get a free smoothie from Smoothie King, a free hat from Dome Hats. It's only $95, but quantities are limited. So get a discount card that will save you money on your golf now and allow you to play more golf in 2021. Go to actionsportsjacksdream18.com now and get your cards while they last. The Dream 18 golf card, available only at actionsportsjacksdream18.com.
Water treatment systems are being advertised, sold, and installed, claiming to produce soft water. Some companies just filter out chemicals, taste, and odor, claiming to provide soft water. Well, true soft water is produced through a process called ion exchange, which uses low levels of salt during regeneration. Affordable Water is licensed to provide the highest quality water. Affordable Water will test your water at no charge and provide a quote at no obligation. Call Affordable Water at 904-262-0197. License number W32.
Hi, I'm Larry of Larry's Garden. One of my favorite things about the South is great weather, which means more time for outside. And at Larry's Garden, we design, install, and maintain every outdoor project. Need to replace a cracked driveway? We do it. Need a patio, pergola, deck, or pavers? We do it. Let one company, Larry's Garden, complete your entire project. No subcontractors. All work is done by Larry's Garden employees. low water landscapes, sod replacement, landscape designs that are unbelievable, a complete landscape makeover, we do it. Let one company, Larry's Garden, complete your entire project. Weekly maintenance for communities and commercial locations is also available. For more information, visit larrysgarden.com or call 346-1970. Design, install, maintain. One company, complete project, Larry's Garden.
What if I told you there was a way to step into another gear for your brain and be much sharper, more focused, and improve your memory to a level that you could only dream about and notice these results in 30 minutes? Hard to believe? Neuroscientists are calling this new brain discovery the biggest advancement in brain science to date. It's called Limitless, the brain pill of the future. Take it, and within 30 minutes, you'll transport your mind to a new level of focus and clarity you would have never thought possible.
I took Limitless, and it started working in minutes. All of a sudden, it felt like a dark cloud had been lifted up right before my eyes. I have a mental clarity I've never felt before.
Biz execs, athletes, teachers, and students are calling Limitless a secret weapon for the brain. You have nothing to lose, so call now and find out how to get a free bottle today.
To find out how to get a free bottle of Limitless, call 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936. Free bottles for a limited time. Call now, 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936.
What if I told you there was a way to step into another gear for your brain and be much sharper, more focused, and improve your memory to a level that you could only dream about and notice these results in 30 minutes? Hard to believe? Neuroscientists are calling this new brain discovery the biggest advancement in brain science to date. It's called Limitless, the brain pill of the future. Take it, and within 30 minutes, you'll transport your mind to a new level of focus and clarity you would have never thought possible.
I took Limitless, and it started working in minutes. All of a sudden, it felt like a dark cloud had been lifted up right before my eyes. I have a mental clarity I've never felt before.
Biz execs, athletes, teachers, and students are calling Limitless a secret weapon for the brain. You have nothing to lose, so call now and find out how to get a free bottle today.
To find out how to get a free bottle of Limitless, call 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936. Free bottles for a limited time. Call now, 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Cool but nice today with lots of sun. Highs reach the mid-60s this afternoon. Still a little bit brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight into the lower 40s, but sunny and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday high temperature in the low 70s, stays in the 60s at the beaches. And then a warming trend through the early and middle part of next week, Monday through Wednesday. Lots of sun. Mid to upper 70s on Monday, near 80 for Tuesday, and low to mid-80s on Wednesday. With the First Alert Forecast, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
WOKV FM Atlantic Beach, broadcasting from the Talon Wealth Management Studio. Listen everywhere in the WOKV app. 104.5 WOKV, a Cox Media Group station.
6:57 here at News 104.5 on Home and Garden Show. Grateful that you're with us, Larry. I got a quick question for you. You ready?
Sure.
If you were going car shopping today, what car would you like to have?
A Bentley convertible.
Bentley convertible. That sounds nice. A Bentley convertible. A few years old. What year would you like?
Well, why not have a brand new one?
A brand new one or a used one. Here's what I want you to imagine. You had a choice of going to, and I'm not picking on any dealership. You just happen to mention Bentley. Bentley in Jacksonville or Bentley in Orange Park. There's not really one in Orange Park.
Yeah.
You went into one Bentley dealer to buy your Bentley convertible, and they said the car is $100,000 or $250,000. That car's probably $250,000 new. It's $250,000 for the car. And then you went to the other dealer, and they said it's $250,000 for the car. And you said, hey, the cars look the same. What's the difference? At the one dealership, they said this Bentley convertible comes with a 100,000-mile warranty. You said, oh, that sounds really good, 100,000-mile warranty. You went to the other Bentley dealer and said, well, there's no warranty. It's in great shape. You don't need a warranty. Which Bentley dealership would you shop at?
Oh, the one with the warranty?
The one with the 100,000-mile warranty. Exactly correct. It's the same in the home inspection universe, that there are a very limited number of companies who offer a $100,000 after inspection warranty protection, including with the purchase of the warranty. then 8 out of 10 offer 0 warranty. Would you find it absurd to choose the Bentley with no warranty when you could get one with 100,000 miles?
Absolutely.
Would you consider it absurd to purchase a $250,000, $500,000, $2 million home where the person who inspected it did not put a $100,000 warranty on it? It's absurd. It's
He must not think much of his inspection.
That's exactly right. So when you're choosing home inspectors, the first question to ask is, do you back your inspection with $100,000 in after inspection warranty protection that's underwritten, not bogus, underwritten by Residential Warranty Services? If they say no, just politely tell them no, thank you. Give us a call at Home Pro and we'll take care of you. But you got to be protected with a warranty position. It's 7 o'clock here at News 104.5 on the Home and Garden Show. We've got Fox News, traffic, weather, and more of the Home and Garden Show featuring you at 855-765-1045. We'll be right back.
He's a martyr for our democracy. I'm Pam Puso, Fox News. That's how House Speaker Nancy Pelosi describes the Capitol police officer who died yesterday while guarding the complex.
For the second time this year, a U.S. Capitol police officer has died in the line of duty.
With a very, very heavy heart that I announce one of our officers has succumbed to his injuries.
U.S. Capitol Acting Police Chief Yogananda Pittman later identified that officer as William Evans, an 18-year veteran of the force. He died after a 25-year-old man, identified as Noah Green, rammed a vehicle into a Capitol checkpoint, emerging with a knife. The suspect was killed.
Fox's Jared Halpern. In January, Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick died of injuries suffered during the insurrection. No motive and no suspects in North Carolina, where police say at least 7 people were shot and 3 were killed at a house party in Wilmington overnight. Backlash over Georgia's new voting laws has spilled over into Major League Baseball. The league is pulling the All-Star game from Atlanta.
We are not backing down. The members of the legislature that voted on this bill that were duly elected in November are not backing down.
Georgia's Republican Governor Brian Kemp speaking to Fox's Tucker Carlson. Former President Trump is now calling for a boycott of baseball. Iran appears to be playing hardball as the regime prepares to hold indirect talks with the U.S. next week. A spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry tells State TV the government is not interested in a step-by-step easing of U.S. economic sanctions. President Joe Biden wants to revive the nuclear deal that his predecessor walked away from, but the White House maintains Iran first needs to take steps to return to compliance. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey, it's Mark A from the Mark A Show. If you didn't hear the news, we've moved. Beep, beep, beep. Those are the trucks. Catch me now every weekday from noon until 3. That's right, 3 hours of the Mark K Show on WOKV. And if you can't listen live, make sure you're subscribed to the Mark K Show podcast, wherever podcasts are subscribed to.
Avoid the door knockers and storm-chasing roofers. Jaxie Wilson Roofing Company will walk you through the entire repair and replacement process with no hidden fees or fine print. Visit JaxieWilsonRoofing.com. Jaxie Wilson Roofing, the first name in Jacksonville roofing. It's a way to support local businesses and to support local golf courses. And you get free stuff and discounted golf. It's the Dream 18 card. Available now at ActionSportsJaxDream18.com. Discounted golf at some of the best courses in the area, like Southampton, Osprey Cove, and Eagle Landing. And you heard free. How about a free smoothie from Smoothie King, a free shirt from Baker Sports, and a free hat from Dome Hats, plus other local business discounts. Support local while saving hundreds of dollars of golf for yourself. It's the Dream 18 card, available now only at ActionSportsJaxDream18.com.
You know that tinge of nervousness you get as soon as you sign that agreement with that home contractor? Will they even show up? Will they do what they promised to do? Are they going to be surprises that cost you more money? Hey, it's Brian Kilmeade here. Don't worry. I usually get those same feelings, except with Waycoffs. I know you agree because I read your reviews for myself. I've been telling you all about Waycoffs for a while now. Over the last 20 years, Rick Waycoff has built Waycoffs Heating and Air Conditioning into Jacksonville's premier heating and air conditioning company. I'm telling you, Waycoffs will not compromise. He knows his name is on the business. Rick's team works the late nights and weekends, demands perfection, and is proud to be the most clean, smart, and professional AC company out there. Waycoff specializes in residential AC service and installation. It's what they do each and every day. today. They focus on the things that matter most, like great customer service that's always pleasant and professional. Check out some of Wakehoff's over 1,800 Google reviews for yourself. Then call Rick and his team today, 880-5525, or visit wakehoffsac.com.
Beards Diamonds has been busy this spring,
getting their showcases ready for the largest inventory of wedding bands in North Florida.
So if you're getting married soon or want to upgrade your bands, don't miss Beards Diamonds' incredible buy one, get one wedding band sale.
April 10th through the 25th, and only at Beards Diamonds. All wedding bands are buy one, get one free.
Save thousands.
Plus, all stackables.
All right-hand rings.
All eternity bands and more are buy one, get one free.
See hundreds of the latest styles from famous designers at beardsdiamonds.com.
It's the largest selection of wedding bands in North Florida at the guaranteed lowest price.
Couples wait for this sale all year.
Buy any wedding band and get the other band free.
Now you can go bigger and better with the setting she's always dreamed of during Beard's Buy One, Get One sale.
April 10th through the 25th.
Get the lowest prices in Jacksonville, guaranteed at Beard's Diamonds.
At the St. John's Town Center or at beardsdiamonds.com.
You pay your premiums, but the first time you try to file a claim with your homeowner's insurance, they won't pay. Don't give up. That's what they want. Instead, call for a free policy review. Farah and Farah, here for you, here for good. Jacksonville.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but really pretty nice today. Highs reach the mid-60s, still breezy and brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight, all the way down into the lower 40s. It's a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Sunshine and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday afternoon high reaches the low 70s inland, stays in the mid to upper 60s at the beaches. Monday will be sunny and mild, the start of a warming trend up to 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, pleasantly warm, high near 80 degrees. And Wednesday, partly sunny and warm, highs 80 to 85. From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm Action News Jax, Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
This is the WOKV Ask the Experts Weekend, discussing things that matter most to you. Local experts answering your questions. Call 855-765-1045. That's 855-765-1045. Now, the Home and Garden Show with Wally Conway and Larry O'Neill.
Good morning. Welcome to the Home and Garden Show. For those of you just joining us, you're listening to the Home and Garden Show. The Home and Garden Show is heard every single Saturday from 6 until 8 a.m. right here at 104.5 WOKV. The Home and Garden Show features Larry O'Neill, bringing you 25 plus years toiling in the soil with all things landscape, hardscape, ponds, and pergola. And me, Wally Conway from Home Pro Inspections, bringing you 25 plus years and over 40,000 inspections at Home Pro, crawling about in attics and crawl spaces. What we do together is share with you those things that we've discovered during the week through our research and through interaction with our clients for the week and our past clients of how things were going in their home and garden, so that ideally things just go a little bit better for you in your garden. What makes the show really fun for us is when you check in with your thoughts, your ideas, your questions. The call number is 855-765-1045. Let's check in with Bill and see if we can help him with his bathroom renovations. Welcome to the Home and Garden Show, Bill.
Hey, how you doing?
Great, sir. How could we help?
So we're renovating a bathroom, and my wife is all excited about getting a vent fan installed in there, which we've never had one before.
She's a keeper. She's a keeper. A woman that loves a good bathroom fan. That's a beautiful thing.
Well, my concern is venting it into the attic.
Well, don't do that.
I don't want that. Okay, so what do you think they'll do? What options do you think they'll have? I don't want to penetrate the roof.
Oh, that's okay. Here's the ideal. You want to position the bath fan above the shower, so that when you're taking that steamy shower, all of that steam goes right into that bath fan rather than accumulate on your mirrors and on your walls. It leads to mold and steam and whatnot. So positioning is a number one. Then, if you prefer not to discharge it through the roof, and I wouldn't want to discharge it through the roof either, you discharge it through the soffit. So you just lead it in a straightest line you can, that exhaust fan duct. There's a little fixture you can buy for about $5. If you drill a hole right into the soffit, it connects right onto that, and out it goes, and it will work perfectly, and your bathroom will be fresh. You'll have less mold, less steam, and your wife can continue to love you.
Let's hope. So the hole you're talking about, it's just going to go into the soffit area. I don't actually have it doesn't actually have to vent over one of the soffits itself. It just goes out into that soffit area.
No, that little fixture connects the exhaust duct, and it makes, it's like an elbow. It makes the turn down into, so it'll be blowing downward, vertically downward, that last inch or two out the bottom of the soffit.
Okay. So if I'm looking up at the soffit in one of the areas where there's a grid, I'll see that little vent fan.
Exactly correct. And they come in different materials and different colors. They're very innocuous. The reason you want that nice that little fixture on there is that it'll have a baffle or a screen on it, so that you don't end up with bugs and birds and bees flying into your bathroom. Because if you get a bee in the shower with you, that could go bad quickly.
Yeah, I know. I told her many times she's going to kill herself going 100 miles an hour down the highway trying to get away from a bee that's in the car.
There you go. I'm watching out for you, Bill.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, man. Listen to you all the time.
I appreciate it. Good luck with it. And that wife, her focus is on a bathroom exhaust fan. That is a good thing. My wife's actually sitting here with me. We're out on the studio C, and she's that way too. She's keeping me because we have a good exhaust fan. It's good.
Okay, thanks for the marriage advice too. Appreciate it. Double voted.
You're welcome. Larry, you've been coaching me along on. I am broadcasting from Studio C. Larry's broadcasting from the Home and Garden World headquarters. We're actually moored up at Metropolitan Park for today. Actually, a few days. But anyway, you had been giving me some plant suggestions as I stare here out at the plants. I'll tell you what we chose, and they're inside the cabin area. They're not outside.
Okay.
I have a spear point ivy that's really looking good. It's hanging in the galley. Looks really good.
I think it's very dry. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been, well, I'm on every day, doing a little something out here. So I'm able to water about weekly. I've been watering. And the other is called gold dust. It's been doing real well also.
Acuba japonica.
Acuba japonica? What is that? Is that a body part?
That's the gold dust. That's gold dust. That's a scientific name.
Acuba japonica. That sounds like I go to the doctor. Say, hey, doc, man, my Acuba japonica, it's been itching.
Well, no. Hey, it's the spring. How to doctor up your front yard. How to make your entrance way. And if you're selling a house, or you're just had your house inspected and you want to sell it by Go Home Pro, or you wanted to spruce it up for your own pleasure. And then you want to, some of the things that really improve the overall appearance that you can isolate into one small area and do it on a fairly, small budget is paint your front door. Paint your front door.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Paint your front door in a standout color. Make sure it's glossy, and add new hardware, maybe a kick plate. Some of those things that really make it nice.
And a nice knocker too.
A nice knocker always does good. Oh, it's a window box. A window box is a little bit more, somewhat more difficult to manage because we have the high heat and they evaporate and it becomes a water issue. But a properly installed window box, a properly designed window box can be effective, especially if you put succulents in there. Succulents, so you can take it, when it's bone dry. They're used to going on 10 inches of water a year. And then your geraniums, a typical plant that can take it very dry. There's a group of herbaceous or plants that can grow in the dry area. So adding a window box. I kind of wrote down the things is expand the walkway. So many times I go to a new construction or even an older construction where the walkway is barely 3 feet wide. A walkway should be maybe 5 feet wide, really make it more inviting. 2 people could walk down side by side. If you go to the classic areas, classic design areas, classic architectural work in Jacksonville or any other city in the United States, you can see that the walkway is nice and wide. And that can be fairly done very cheaply. If you have a very short walkway to the street, that means you're talking about a few dollars. Just pull up the concrete, put a paver walkway in. I recommend clay. That would be easy to do. Next thing is in the walkway, you want to create that symmetry. Maybe a shrub on the right and left, or line the walkway. Symmetry is really attractive. It's going to attract the eye. It's going to, set the landscape, especially if you have asymmetrical landscape. That means where not everything's balanced. But if you have a symmetrical point in a random-looking a landscape, which you try to make random-looking landscape as natural, that's going to really attract attention. It's going to be inviting. It's going to be a positive way. People are going to be looking at it. You can always, if you have a nice porch or a place where you landing, put in a chair and the container is there. You may not ever sit in it, but it makes it inviting. People use chairs as landscape art. You have a lawn. I'm sure you've seen it in some of your travels.
Adirondack chair, that's my favorite as a landscape piece.
Yeah,
I love
just
those.
Put one out there and by the lawn, it's going to look great, or on the porch. Then good containers in the front yard. In the yard is going to, or the walkway is going to be. You can line the walkway. You can have a couple by the porch. And what is the best thing for a container? You can have the structural element that would be more, a sparse. You would be more, just the basics, in that you're emphasizing the overall geometry of the plant. Or you need that. Or the next best thing, what I think is the best thing is to have robust color, robust texture. And how is that accomplished? A lot of times people, when they get nervous when they're trying to plant these plants in the container, I don't get nervous at all. I just make sure I got a good potting soil, and I cut that root mass down to the minimum. And I stuff that container with as many plants as I can get in per cubic inch. And I'm talking about, I'm taking a 1 gallon plant and stuffing it in a 4-inch area. So I really shed a lot of that dirt, stuff it in there, put some fertilizer on. So I may have 25, 30 plants, and depending on the size of the container, in one container. So when that thing, you fertilize it, you're going to have to pay a little bit more attention on the watering it, and you put some fertilizer in the actual soil. So when that thing hits its stride, that thing is going to explode with color, explode with texture. You use a great variety. So you want to use broadleafs, you want to use grassy foliage, you want to use flowers, you're going to use things that have great texture, maybe like a calancho. You want to just go all out and mix it up. And that is going to pretty much last you, if you manage it, through the whole season. Let's say 1 or 2 flowers, like a petunia fades out or a miracle fades out. You have plenty of things going on in that container. So I planted a container last year, and they were, oh golly, you got to replace it. You got to replace it. You got. I don't want to really try it. I said, oh well, try 2. Just see how you like it. So we did 2 containers last year. We planted with hibiscus, calancho, some petunias, croton, with some of the other things, lamandrin, and that container still looks good over a year later. We've had to plug in. We plugged in some petunias and violas during the winter, but having a great looking container. And one of the things that people do or commit when they're planting containers, they make them way too small. So whatever size you think you need to double it. So you want to make that, if you have a landscape and you don't want to do a lot of maintenance, but how do I make it look nice? Adding a large container full of robust color is one of the solutions. And those containers, you're going to have to put a little
I
bit
think
more.
bigger is always better. I'm with you on that one. And friends don't let friends grow monocultures. Man, that diversity in the pot, it looks great.
Right.
I think it gives you a little more bug resistance. And if one of them, as you say, croaks, it's still looking good. Let's check in with Dan and see if we can help him with his tomatoes. Welcome to the Home and Garden Show, Dan.
Hey, Wally and Larry, good show. Always enjoy listening to you guys. How's it going out there on the boat?
It's great on the boat.
Yeah.
No tomatoes.
Hey, my question is, I listened to you a few weeks ago. You talked about some Heat Wave 2 tomatoes.
Yes.
And I bought some of the seeds and I planted them. I want to put them in a pot. to grow them to full size. What guidance have you got on that pot? Make it a 5-gallon size. What do you put inside of it?
You can use the bucket brigade. You can just get a 5-gallon Home Depot or Lowe's pot and put them in there, cut out the bottom, put little drainage holes in. I'm so amazed every time I go to a business or home, they got the bucket brigade, I call it. They've got their tomatoes, they got their potatoes, they got their pumpkin growing in 5-gallon containers. But if you want to make it more ornamental, I do love terracotta pots because, they're the classic element, and there is some breathing available, where you get moving water in it, they don't get too soggy. So, but as far as the size is concerned, I see something you get maybe 2 foot tall, about the same height as the 5-gallon bucket, maybe a little broad on the top, and something you can anchor. Depends on what kind you have. For all the other folks, you want to have something to a bamboo stick or a piece of rebar to tie it off to the support. You will not go wrong with rebar. You pay all these dollars for this plastic-coated metal or bamboo stick. A piece of, small rebar will last you way past your a point of expiration.
You'll be growing heirloom tomatoes with heirloom rebar. It'll be passed on to the next generation.
You can leave your rebar in your will.
Put a little cement in it later and mix it, make a cement anchor, right?
Right, exactly. So put a little bit of rebar in there, and you can tie it up, and just you make sure you use. What I like is for the economics is important to me and Wally. Well, you don't want to spend $150 on a $2 tomato. So just cut some plastic bags. People spend all this money on ties. Cut them in small strips. They're flexible. They're not going to do any damage to the branching. And just little strips. And then you're, everybody has garbage bags. Instead of spending $2.95 on bread ties, which you buy, the long strip of bread ties or plastic things that are used for tying up tomatoes. Just a little plastic bag. You can get a clear plastic bag and won't even be visible. So those are some great ideas for growing tomatoes. Make sure you put a little bit of a Miracle Grow tomato fertilizer, or you can use a Spoma, tomato fertilizer. All those are good in the soil that you're planting. And then get some good water on it in time to harvest, about 60 days.
Okay, but the soil, I can just use like an organic soil, that kind of thing, potting soil?
Yeah, just use some potting soil. Okay. And if you can use some used stuff, but I mean, if you use used stuff, you got to get some Espoma, mix it in there, recycle it, and then if you're using, just a tip for people using used soil. If you want to use your used potting soil, you want to make sure you've had disease. You put it in a black plastic bag, solarize it for about a week because that gets about 150 degrees in there, and then you can reuse it, mix it in with some organics, and you're ready to go again. So that keeps your costs down. Keep your costs down. All right?
All right. Very good. Yeah, I want to try it because our tomatoes never make it through the summer because of the heat down here. So let's see what happens with these.
All right.
Good luck with it, Dan. Appreciate you.
Okay, and we're going to be at the Made in America show on October 1 through 3 in Louisville this year.
Perfect.
So
perfect.
Look for us there.
All right.
Take care.
It's 7:23 here at News 104.5 on Home and Garden Show. Brief break, jumping right back to your calls at 855-765-1045. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Get news, weather, and traffic every 6 minutes in the morning on Jacksonville's Morning News with Rich Jones from 5 until 9 a.m. every weekday. Stream it live, anytime, anywhere, on any device. Your PC, smart speaker, or your cell phone. Listen on radio.com or the free WOKV app.
Don't paint, don't vinyl, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey folks, living in Florida, we don't really worry about the seasons except for one, hurricane season. And since your home is your most important asset, protecting your home with Rhino Shield against harsh Florida weather is good for your house and it's good for your budget. As the saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And when it comes to your house, those cracks in the walls will cost you thousands if not repaired. Rhino Shield waterproofs your home with a coating that's 13 times thicker than box store paint. It reflects 97% of harmful UV rays, has a Class A fire rating, is salt air corrosive resistant, contains the highest quality ceramics, and of course it comes in any color. Plus, with our 25-year warranty, you get a non-prorated 100% transferable warranty that guarantees against chipping, cracking, and peeling. So call 904-519-5055 or visit rhinoshieldjacks.com and protect your house and your budget.
So you'll never have to paint again. Call Rhino Shield today.
Hi, Darcy the cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. Most good gardeners know how to get great results. Sun, water, and fertilizer, along with the right soil. Cow manure is the best way to condition the soil. Black Cow is all natural, and it's the best fertilizer, with 10 times more manure and 10 times more nutrients than the other guys. Pick up the bright yellow bag today.
Black Cow, the mature manure. Black Cow.
Watch Tanika Hughes and John Bachman on Action News Jacks at 5, 6, and 11.
We make it a point to cover important local news you need to know about.
Perspective is important. It's not just what happened, it's the reason why it happened and how that impacts you.
Plus, it's where you'll find the Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
Weather is always changing, and my forecast will help you plan your day and week ahead.
Watch and you'll see why CBS 47 and Fox 30 is local coverage you can count on.
Hi, I'm Larry of Larry's Garden. One of my favorite things about the South is great weather, which means more time for outside. And at Larry's Garden, we design, install, and maintain every outdoor project. Need to replace a cracked driveway? We do it. Need a patio, pergola, deck, or pavers? We do it. Let one company, Larry's Garden, complete your entire project. No subcontractors. All work is done by Larry's Garden employees. Low water landscapes, sod replacement, landscape designs that are unbelievable, a complete landscape makeover, we do it. Let one company, Larry's Garden, complete your entire project. Weekly maintenance for communities and commercial locations is also available. For more information, visit larrysgarden.com or call 346-1970. Design, install, maintain. One company, complete project, Larry's Garden.
Hi, it's Brian Kilmeade. Storm season is just around the corner, and you will need your roof to be in top condition in order to protect your home against strong winds and heavy rain. Well, if you're unsure, schedule a free roof inspection today with Storm Force Roofing of Jacksonville. Having an inspection before storm season can save you from a lot of headaches and frustrations. My friends at Storm Force Roofing of Jacksonville will come out and do a complete roof inspection for free. If your roof is ready for the storm season, they'll simply give your roof a seal of approval. But if your roof does need repairs or replacement, they'll help you decide the best plan of action to get your roof back in tip-top shape. So, if you do end up needing a roof replacement, Storm Force offers 12 months of interest-free financing with no payments or plans with fixed interest for up to 140 months. Storm Force is a premier certified roofing contractor for Northeast Florida and your local GAF Master Elite contractor. So, visit stormforce.com today to schedule your free, no-obligation roof inspection. Again, go to stormforce.com.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Cool but nice today with lots of sun. Highs reach the mid-60s this afternoon. Still a little bit brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight in the lower 40s, but sunny and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday high temperature in the low 70s, stays in the 60s at the beaches. And then a warming trend through the early and middle part of next week, Monday through Wednesday. Lots of sun. Mid to upper 70s on Monday, near 80 for Tuesday, and low to mid-80s on Wednesday. With the First Alert Forecast, I'm Action News Jack's Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
728 here at 104.5 WOKV, and the sun has risen. As you look at it, your lawn, your garden, your landscape, and you go, that's looking a little bit gnarly. Really don't want to waste my time on it. Consider this. Larry'sGarden.com. Got the blog, video, frequently asked questions, everything you need to know to get excited about your landscape. You can give Larry a call, have that discussion at 346-1970. Larry's Garden can design for you, and you can execute yourself. They can design, install, and then you can maintain yourself, or they can design, maintain, install, and all you'll need to do is beverage selection each time you want to go sit outside. Make it real easy. As you're out home shopping this particular weekend, one name to know for all your home inspection needs is Home Pro. The website is gohomepro.com. And remember this, friends don't let friends or refer friends to home inspection companies that do not stand behind their work with a $100,000 after inspection warranty protection included in the fee. Doesn't cost any more, and it's underwritten by Residential Warranty Services. You certainly would not buy a car that did not include a 100,000-mile warranty. Why buy a home that doesn't have a $100,000 warranty protection? It doesn't matter whether it's a brand new home or whether the home is 200 years old. It is warrantable with an inspection at Home Pro Inspections. Friends don't let friends go otherwise. The phone number for Home Pro, 904-268-8211. It's 7:30 here at News 104.5 on Home and Garden Show. Fox News, traffic, weather, and more of the show featuring you. Love hearing your voice and your questions at 855-765-1045. We'll be right back.
Gone are the days when you have to sit by a radio to hear WOKV. Listen whenever and wherever you want. Get the WOKV app for your Apple or Android device so you can take us on the go. 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
Fox News, I'm Karen McHugh. The suspect who crashed his car into a Capitol Hill barricade, killing a cop Friday, has been identified. His name was Noah Green, a follower of Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan.
Green said he's never met Farrakhan, but believes he's the man who can carry him through his dark hour. Quoting again here, the minister is here to save me and the rest of humanity, even if it means facing death.
Fox's Trace Gallagher. Green was killed by police. Major League Baseball announcing Friday that this year's All-Star Game will not be played in Atlanta after all, and that's in protest to the state's new voting law. Critics say it'll make it harder for people of color to vote. Georgia's governor reacts.
Major League Baseball has folded up and caved to the cancel culture and a bunch of liberal lies, quite honestly. And
Republican Brian Kemp on Fox. America is listening to Fox News.
Brannon Roofing serves Northeast Florida homeowners year-round and specializes in helping homeowners navigate the insurance claim process. From metal roofs to shingle roofs, Brannon Roofing has you covered. 813-4967 or visit BrannonRoofing.com.
If you, someone you love, your clients, or your customers are golfers, then you must get the Dream 18 golf card. It's the best golf card in Jacksonville. Play at 8 premier courses in Jacksonville, plus get a free smoothie from Smoothie King, a free hat from Dome Hats. It's only $95, but quantities are limited. So get a discount card that will save you money on your golf now and allow you to play more golf in 2021. Go to ActionSportsJacksDream18.com now and get your cards while they last. The Dream 18 golf card, available only at ActionSportsJacksDream18.com.
Sometimes in business, the unexpected comes calling. From rent increases to increased orders to, I'm gonna say it, unprecedented times. But don't bounce back. Bounce forward with Comcast Business. Bounce forward with fast, reliable internet on the network that can deliver gig speeds to the most businesses and gives you the flexibility to update your bandwidth in just a few clicks. Be fast, be flexible, be ready for what's next, and bounce forward with Comcast Business. Help your business bounce forward with this amazing offer. Get started with a powerful and reliable internet and voice solution from Comcast Business, starting at just $35 each a month for 24 months for 2 years when you buy both. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com today to find out more. Restrictions apply. Limited to new Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice mobility customers. Early termination fee applies. Enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay required. Call for details.
Men, do you feel embarrassed in the bedroom because of ED or PE? Prime Men's Medical Center has the solution.
I'm Dr. Brown. 98% of patients experience a positive result from the treatment in just 10 minutes after just one office visit. Men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, and it's affordable.
Call Prime Men's Medical Center at 904-664-8220. See results on your first visit guaranteed or pay nothing. Call 904-664-8220.
Need 'em? We got 'em. This is Stephen Braun, owner of Metal Supermarkets Jacksonville. Any metal, any size, cut ready fast. While you wait or call for delivery. Metal Supermarkets, near the airport. Call 904-660-0733.
Brought to you by Wakeoff's Air Conditioning. When your AC breaks, we get there fast.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but really pretty nice today. Highs reach the mid-60s, still breezy and brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight, all the way down into the lower 40s. It's a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Sunshine and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday afternoon high reaches the low 70s inland, stays in the mid to upper 60s at the beaches. Monday will be sunny and mild, the start of a warming trend up to 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, pleasantly warm, high near 80 degrees. And Wednesday, partly sunny and warm, highs 80 to 85. From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm Action News Jax, Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
Welcome back to the Home and Garden Show. 7:35 here on 104.5 WOKV. We're here with Larry O'Neill from Larry's Garden. I'm Wally Conway from Home Pro Inspections. Love to hear from you at 855-765-1045. Okay, Larry, you ready for the business quiz?
Yes.
All right. This is the first Saturday of the month. What exciting thing in the Home and Garden universe happens every single month on the first Saturday of the month?
First Saturday of the month. I'm lost.
I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
Probably there's thousands of people screaming at their radios going, it's affordable water salt sale. It's the first Saturday of the month.
Okay. Mental block. Okay.
Yeah, the first Saturday of every month, our friends at Affordable Water have their salt sale. A 40-pound bag of Morton salt, $5.99. You pick it up. Actually, you don't need to pick it up. You just need to drive over, and they'll put it right in the car for you. No limit on the number of bags. You can have as many as you like. It is this Saturday. The address, for those unfamiliar, is 3760 Quarry Road. That's in Mandarin, kind of in that same place where the Big Lots is by Bubbles Car Wash. It's right in that particular area. The website, if you want to Google it first or whatever, so you can map it, affordablewaterjacks.com. And for our friends who say, I like that particular salt substitute that has potassium. It's called K-Life. K is the Mendeleev periodic table of the elements symbol for potassium. You can have salt water with no sodium using the potassium-based salt, K-Life. Same price, they'll load it up for you, easy to go. One of the cool things they do this all the time, and that is test water for free. They'll certainly come out and visit your home and evaluate your water needs. But you can bring the sample to them at Affordable Water there, 3760 Quarry Road, and they'll test it. It doesn't cost you anything while you're picking up the salt. If you want to do something really interesting and you're sitting at home going, I have a water treatment system, I installed it myself, I've got a filter, or I've got an aerator, I got this, I got that. Get yourself a nice tumbler with a lid on it. Fill it with some tap water and put some of your ice in it, some ice cubes out of your ice maker, and drive yourself over to Affordable Water at 3760 Quarry Road. By the time you get there, ideally some of your ice will have melted into your drink, and you may be surprised at the bugs, goo, funk, and chemicals that you're actually consuming from your ice maker. People forget about it.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
And in restaurants, it's one of the nastiest things. Not all restaurants, I'm not picking on them, but if you go into a convenience store and you see nasty around the ice maker, you're drinking some nasty ice. It's crazy. People, they're like, I'm drinking bottled water, or I have this particular device treating my water in my home. But if it doesn't go through your ice maker, you're just sticking all the same funk in your drink. Anyway, so it's today and the first Saturday of every single month, 9 until noon. One more time on the address, 3760 Quarry Road. The website is affordablewaterjacks.com. The phone number, if you'd like to call ahead or just have them say, I don't want to come over, just deliver the salt to me and test my water at my house. The phone number would be 262-0197. I know them, I like them, I trust them, and you can too. Good stuff.
And they'll get it in the trunk or in the back of your SUV without breaking the bag. How about that?
Oh, yeah. Well, those Morton bags, that's some pretty hefty bags, by the way. They're very stout. Unlike mulch bags that you drop it and the mulch goes all over the place. This is pretty decent sized bag. So.
You know, I put a picture. I just want to say I posted a picture of the Chinese fringe tree as our logo picture on Larry's Garden. So if you want to look at it, that's a picture taken in Jacksonville. It's not one taken in the copy from Southern Living. You know, a lot of times you look at these plants and, oh, that's Southern Living, you know, a plant. How does it actually look in our area? So you can take a picture of it, take a look at it, and see what you think of it. But, you know, we were working around the, you know, landscape, looking at native trees, you know, because it's a great time to plant trees. One of the nicest trees, the native trees, that really gets overlooked is the sourwood tree. You know, it has a summer kind of a lily of the Nile flower. It's not and great fall color. Some of them have great fall color. You know, some of the best honey in the world is made out of sourwood honey. Sourwood honey is the top honey in especially from North Carolina. And one unique thing that makes it when it's made out of sourwood, it has a very buttery, smooth kind of taste, you know. So if you enjoy beekeeping and you're looking for summer flowers, you know, that can you know, produce great honey, because a lot of times in the summer the bees are, you know, living off of other things that it doesn't produce as tasty as honey. But the sourwood honey is a great one. But this tree gets around 20 to 30 feet. You know, the long flower, they're called racemes, and then also the fall color is one of the things. You know, you got the fringe tree, which makes the nicest fall color on any tree. I mean, it makes that buttery yellow, looks just like a hickory buttery yellow, reliable. And this is going to get a good fall color. And not overtaking the landscape. It's a small tree, so you're not going to spend over the lifetime of a tree. People don't realize that trees, I mean, albeit they are low maintenance, but a large tree is going to take some general maintenance, a couple $1,000s here for pruning, $1,000. You know, you're going to take some general maintenance on that. But this is not going to take much. So if you're selecting one, you wanted to try a lily of the Nile is the common name, and the chameleon is one of the better ones because it has reds, purples, orangey tint to the fall color. A really fantastic looking fall color. Native, and then another one is going to be nutshare is another one known for its great looking flowers. So thinking about trees, because you know, think about trees now because it's going to be getting hot. You need some place to shade out during the summer. You know, sit outside in the morning or in the evening. And for those people who really love to sit outside, I guess you could take it in the afternoon. But small trees, think about small trees, you know, in your landscape, reduce the overall maintenance on the long term. But, you know, if you got a big landscape, you don't have to worry about it, you know, no problem. Hey, you know, they brought down champion this a couple months ago, the largest sugar maple in the country. You know,
how big and where was it?
It was in Maine. It was, you know, sugar maple does grow down here, but it was 200. They estimated it was planted in 1780. 1780.
Wow. Why did they bring it down?
Just got old, disease. You know, it had to come down because it was going to fall down on the guy's house. You know, so it had overall height. It was the largest one in the country. Overall height of 101 feet. And a circumference of 203 inches. And so that one bit the dust. And, you know, if you think you have a champion, a Florida champion or national champion, you always can call the Florida, the Department of Forestry in the state of Florida. And you can have them come out and take a look at your tree, and they'll declare it a champion of Florida or champion of the country. There's a couple different parameters that they have for that. So, you know, if you want to enter your tree, or you suspect it could be the largest tree in the state of Florida in that type, you know, give them a call.
If you do that, Larry, if you call the state and they decide that your tree is a champion, it's the largest one in the state, does that become protected? Do you have some special restrictions on that tree now, or do they help you make it live longer?
it's not protected. It just noted that it was one of the largest, not protected but noted because trees are private property, but just like anything else. But endangered trees, there's a few endangered trees in the state of Florida, mostly in the Panhandle. But no protection. You just get your tree listed in the records. So that's it. You're interested in doing that. So, but another thing about this time of the year, azaleas are doing. They're finally hit their peak bloom, and they're coming down a little. But to continue your azalea flower, if you want to just march on, you're an azalea lover, you want to add Satsuki azalea. Believe it or not, you could probably pick, if you're careful, you could probably pick a azalea that's blooming, all summer long, a type of azalea. But Satsuki azalea is the next group of azaleas that are going to be blooming. They bloom in the 5th month. Now, the Satsuki means the 5th month, and they're going to start blooming in May. The one great thing about Satsuki is they're very disease resistant. They have nice compact growth. In fact, many Satsuki azaleas are going to be used for bonsais. So you want to add and extend that azalea season, think of Satsuki when you're, unfortunately, due to our, area or people don't know much about azaleas, I hate to say it, or don't understand much about azaleas, is they're not readily available. I try to always talk to growers, why aren't you growing Satsuki? Or what is a Satsuki? Well, that's always a conversation, but, you can go online and get them. And one of the things that you need to be careful when you're buying plants online. I had someone buy some plants online. They said they were 2 foot, which would think, that's a pretty good sized plant to buy online, free shipping. Oh, when the plant got there, the plant was 12 inches. It was 2 foot counting the container. Of course, they guaranteed your money back, guaranteed satisfaction after you pay $100 to reship it back there. So, look at make sure you're buying from a reputable dealer, and then, call them and ask them the simple questions. Is it 2 foot? Trees are, buying trees online can be a little confusing too. How do you sort out what a tree is if you're going to buy it online? They said 6 foot, 8 foot, that has some impact on it. But also you want to look at the caliper. What is the caliper of the tree? The caliper is really going to tell the true age of the tree, And then when you have more aged tree, you're going to have more horizontal lateral branching. I used to buy a lot of Japanese maples as whips from Oregon. They send me maybe 25, 30 different types, and I was seeing which types would grow in our area. And, always the first thing I ask them, what's the caliper? Because I want to know exactly how many lateral branching is. It's not bad to buy trees online. This is an opportunity for you to buy things that normally, like the Casa, Bakerana, and Javanica, but you're not going to find it here. People just don't even know it exists. Before we started talking about the fringe tree 10 or 15 years ago, there wasn't a single fringe tree planted in our area. Not one. I've never seen one anywhere. So now I'm driving down the street, and I see them everywhere. But if you wanted to, be on the frontier of tree plants, if you like to have something a little different, you have to go online and, look at the overall height, look at the caliper of the tree. That's going to help you determine what you're actually getting. So be online. And then you also can look at some of the other things here, if they have a guarantee plus with the shipping. So online planting in the spring, online plant acquiring is pretty good in the spring because of the low temperature when you're shipping them. What is the number one thing reaching great popularity nowadays in the garden world? Do you know what the number one thing is?
Do you mean as an activity or a particular plant?
Activity in your outside, in your garden, putting in your garden. The number one thing this is
I'll guess
really
raised beds.
No, outdoor kitchens. Everybody wants an outdoor kitchen. Outdoor kitchens are done. gone through the Richter scale. So, if you want an outdoor kitchen, give us a call. They're nice. They're nice. And they can range in it, from do-it-yourself kits. You can buy a do-it-yourself kit and, or just, use your regular, but outdoor kitchens are going through the roof. People are really working hard at living outside more since the COVID thing, staying at home. And then the next, I believe, is fireplaces are doing unbelievable. Because we don't need one in Florida in the middle of summer, but, it's a great way to extend your outdoor season. But, we install outdoor fire pits ourselves. And one of the things you want to make sure when you're installing an outdoor fire pit is you got some type of drainage system on it, especially in-ground drainage. You want to make sure you put in a Schedule 40 so you can be cleaned out and avoid it turning an outdoor fire pit into a lake, in a mosquito bed during the high summer area. It's the high summer temperatures and you got that great rainfall going on there. But those are the great ideas for improving outdoor living.
There's a good ideas. There's a great ideas. Are you a green egg kind of guy? Have you got a green egg?
No, I'm the regular Weber barbecue. I just can't. I've always been, me and you grew up when Weber was the king of the barbecue thing, so just, I've never tried a green egg. I hear fantastic things about them. Weber is probably, the thing I'll probably use to the end of the day.
It's the frugal man's barbecue. That's not a bad choice.
You can char up some nice looking steaks on that thing. And use briquettes, and make it the old style way. From the West Coast, we use a lot more, I think, a sweeter barbecue sauce. We use a little more sweet, and we base it up quite a bit, versus the East Coast. I thought when I came from the West Coast and eating barbecue here, I thought, wow, that's so much different than out West. A lot more tomato-based, I think. Of course, it may have changed by that now. It's been a while since I've lived there. Another great container farm we were talking in the that we planted out in my own garden and in my own containers is lavender. If you want a low water plant and you don't want it to and have that beautiful fragrance, and you say you want to water once a week, lavender is a great plant. It actually does in many ways. Many lavenders will do better in containers because they want it low water. They don't want to. Once you plant lavender, they don't need to be irrigated. So in our area. So, and if you have a sandy landscape where you're having trouble, growing things, look to the herb side of gardening. And some of the herbs have beautiful flowers like rosemary. If you leave it untrimmed, you can make topiary out of it. And there's a lot of areas in, little areas, micro environments especially like out in where Palencia is, it's very dry and sandy, where these things would thrive. And another native plant that it's kind of called like a false rosemary is Conrandina, which is a beautiful emerald green, kind of needle-like shrub that, with no irrigation, it looks great, produces nice-looking flowers, but it's a native plant. Some Australian plants are starting to gain some notoriety. You look at as great low water plants. Going to a zero landscape, if you've got zero water landscape, the grass that you want to plant if you want a zero water landscape is going to be Bermuda. Bermuda is your best candidate for that. It's going to be the lowest amount of water, and you consider the Bermuda's roots on the common Bermuda go down 4 feet.
Saving water is saving money, so that's an outstanding thing to do. It's 7:53 here at News 104.5 on the Home and Garden Show. Brief break, and then jumping back to the final segment featuring you at 855-765-1045. We'll be right back.
I wish it was easy to get WOKV breaking news on my phone.
It is easy. Just search WOKV in your app store and enable alerts. This is 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
You can do this. you can set a course for that light at the end of the tunnel. And you can keep your foot on the gas, because that light is green. And Direct Auto has you covered. With a down payment as low as $35 to get you started, and flexible payments to help pave the way. You can do this. Get a quote today at directauto.com and keep driving. Rates, pay plans, and availability vary. Lower down payment is not savings. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston, North Carolina.
The company your neighbors recommend, Ocean State Air. Since 1975, Ocean State Air is by your side. #1 in quality, Ocean State Air. With energy savings, on time, no waiting. We've got a plan for you at Ocean State Air.
Hi, this is Glenn, owner of Ocean State Air. Ocean State Air has been serving the Jacksonville area with trusted and reliable service for the past 46 years. Our family-owned and operated company thanks you for our success. Visit OceanStateAC.com to see our exclusive offers to keep you and your family comfortable all year long. That's OceanStateAC.com, the company your neighbors recommend since 1975.
Ocean State Air, no worries, no care. The company your neighbors recommend, Ocean State Air.
License number CAC0493110.
Hi, Darcy the Cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. Most good gardeners know how to get great results. Sun, water, and fertilizer, along with the right soil. Cow manure is the best way to condition the soil. Black Cow is all natural, and it's the best fertilizer, with 10 times more manure and 10 times more nutrients than the other guys. Pick up the bright yellow bag today.
Black Cow, the mature manure, Black Cow.
This important message is for Medicare recipients prescribed medical oxygen who need a consistent supply. Inogen's lightweight portable oxygen concentrators safely and efficiently convert the air around you into medical-grade oxygen 24/7. If you're over 65, call Inogen now for your free Medicare eligibility check. A portable oxygen concentrator may be available to you at little or no cost. Stop worrying about getting cumbersome tanks refilled or dragging them around everywhere you go. Inogen carries a full line of affordable portable systems to fit almost every budget and lifestyle. Rediscover doing things you love, gardening, home improvements, or even dancing. Join almost 1 million people worldwide who have taken their lives back with an Inogen portable oxygen concentrator. Call Inogen now. Get a free information guide and a free no-obligation consultation. Remember to ask about our free Medicare eligibility check. Call now, 800-553-6973. That's 800-553-6973.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Cool but nice today with lots of sun. Highs reach the mid-60s this afternoon. Still a little bit brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight in the lower 40s, but sunny and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday high temperature in the low 70s, stays in the 60s at the beaches. And then a warming trend through the early and middle part of next week, Monday through Wednesday. Lots of sun. Mid to upper 70s on Monday, near 80 for Tuesday, and low to mid-80s on Wednesday. With the First Alert Forecast, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
WOKV-FM Atlantic Beach, broadcasting from the Talon Wealth Management Studio. Listen everywhere in the TuneIn Radio app. 104.5 WOKV, a Cox Media Group station.
7:57 here at 104.5 on the Home and Garden Show. For this, the final segment, and our final guest will be David. Let's see if we can help David with his mulch question. Welcome to the Home and Garden Show, David.
Thank you very much. I just cut down a huge camphor tree last year. I waited for it to dry out a little bit, but I have like 100 pounds of this camphor mulch, and I keep reading that it's dangerous. You're not supposed to touch it. What do you guys think? What do I need to do?
What you're reading is true. You know, there's a camphor tree does have some toxins in it, and it's going to be toxic to the plants. You know, you notice that plants are kind of like junipers, and certain plants, there's a battle going on between plants, who's going to get the water and the nutrients. And plants, you know, they have these chemicals they release to kill other plants. And camphor is one of those top plants that, you know, will produce those chemicals. And, you know, you notice there's not many things growing underneath camphor trees. So the best thing to do for that is pack it up and send it to the, you know, to the place where they dump mulch at, dump debris, put in your yard debris. I don't know if composting it is the answer because I don't really know what the result it would be on that. I'll have to look that up. That's a good question. But, I would just use it, pack it up and send it out to the lawn debris. And, any other tree like cypress or oak or any trees that you grind up or you cut down would be fine for that. But camphor would be one of the ones that I wouldn't. Or eastern cedar. Okay?
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, David. All righty, so that about wraps it up. If you're driving over to Affordable Water, which is at 3760 Corey Road, there's and it's easy to find there in Mandarin. It's Corey Road. It's that little short road kind of behind Big Lots over by Bubbles Car Wash where San Jose and Old St. Augustine meet. As you're driving over, there's something critical you need to do as you're approaching each transition where you're about to make a turn. What's that one thing to do, Larry?
Use that turn signal.
Use your turn signal. Have a beautiful week. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Cancel culture is coming for every aspect of your life. I'm Pam Puso, Fox News. That warning from Georgia's Republican Governor Brian Kemp after Major League Baseball pulls the All-Star game out of Atlanta, citing the state's new voting laws.
The Summer Classic's supposed to be right here in Atlanta in July. It's not going to happen now. It's going to be moved to another city. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred saying he's going to move it because, quote, there were restrictions placed on voting in Georgia. That's something MLB does not stand for.
Fox's Steve Harrigan, a baseball boycott is being urged by former President Trump, who suggested that MLB's leadership is afraid of the radical left Democrats. Flags at the nation's capital are flying at half-staff in honor of an 18-year veteran of the Capitol Police Force. William Evans died yesterday after being struck by a car that careened through a barricade. The suspect, who authorities say jumped out of the car with a knife, was shot and killed.
The alleged killer, now identified as 24-year-old Noah Ricardo Green, who in a series of recent social media posts talks about being unemployed, facing trying times, and leaning on his faith as a devoted follower of the Nation of Islam. Green referred to himself as Brother Noah X.
Fox's Trace Gallagher, Washington remains on edge following the deadly riot at the Capitol on January 6th. A measure that loosens gun restrictions has been signed into law by Iowa's Republican governor.
As of January 1st, Iowans will be able to buy handguns from private, non-licensed sources such as websites, gun shows, and individuals without a permit or background check. People will also be able to carry guns into public places such as grocery stores and malls.
Fox's Tom Graham, many Democrats call the legislation dangerous. America's listening to Fox News.
The WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but really pretty nice today. Highs reach the mid-60s, still breezy and brisk at the beaches, clear and chilly tonight, all the way down into the lower 40s. It's a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Sunshine and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday afternoon high reaches the low 70s inland, stays in the mid to upper 60s at the beaches. Monday will be sunny and mild, the start of a warming trend up to 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, pleasantly warm high near 80 degrees. And Wednesday, partly sunny and warm, highs 80 to 85. From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
Sometimes the news can be confusing. We don't just tell you the news, we help you understand the news. Every morning with more depth and detail on Jacksonville's Morning News with Rich Jones on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk. The following hour was paid for by the host and does not reflect the opinion of 104.5 WOKV or Cox Media Group.
Mike Lester is a registered representative of and offers securities through World Equity Group, Inc., member FINRA and SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors. Talon Wealth Management and Retirement Wealth Advisors are separate entities and are not owned or controlled by World Equity Group, Inc. Mike Lester is an investment advisor representative of Retirement Wealth Advisors, Incorporated, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Talon Wealth Management, Retirement Wealth Advisors, and this radio station are not affiliated. Exposure to ideas and financial vehicles discussed should not be considered investment advice or recommendation recommendation to buy or sell any financial vehicle. This information should not be considered tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with professionals specializing in the fields of tax, legal, accounting, or investments regarding the applicability of this information for their situation. Past performance is not a guarantee of future results. Investments will fluctuate and when redeemed may be worth more or less than when originally invested. Any comments regarding safe and secure investments and guaranteed income streams refer to only fixed insurance products. They do not refer in any way to securities or investment advisory products. Fixed insurance and annuity product guarantees are subject to the claims paying ability of the issuing company and are not offered by Retirement Wealth Advisors. Florida license number D056341. California license number 0N00828.
Welcome to Guarding Your Nest Egg with Mike Lester.
Happy weekend. Thanks for joining us on the radio. Maybe you are getting some things done around the house, driving along in the car, running some errands. We appreciate you joining us. I'm Kristen Charles alongside Mike for 7 years or so on the radio, talking about things that affect your bottom line when you're near retirement or already there. For instance, today, Bitcoin, could it be a safe haven in a risky market? We'll get one market strategist take on that and Mike's take on that too. Plus, the father of the 401k explains how today's retirement plans are basically out of control. This is very interesting, and the real-life lessons that we're getting about inflation at the gas pump. That and more coming up. Any questions about anything Mike talks about today or something he doesn't get to, you can call, speak to a team member off the air. It's about a 3-minute conversation or so, figuring out how they can possibly help you in person, over the phone, or through a meeting online. 904-515-5000. 904-515-5000. Anytime at guardingyournestegg.com. If you listening are looking for a reason to get your vaccination, good news. And Mike, I know you're excited to hear this. Krispy Kreme is giving free donuts to anyone with proof of a vaccination all year long. And I say you're excited because you're finally scheduled.
I am scheduled. I am getting the vaccination, and I happen to love Krispy Kreme.
I mean, who doesn't? Come on.
Well, I don't know, but I do need to know the details on this.
I'm told it's one a day you could get.
Oh, my goodness.
That's not advised, but...
Yeah, that's a potential problem, but I can see myself, listen, on the way into work, grab myself a Krispy Kreme and a cup of coffee. Although summer's coming up, so
yeah,
it's not really a good bathing suit strategy. See what happens.
But willpower with Krispy Kremes, that does not exist, in my opinion.
No, my willpower in general with donuts does not exist, but that's why I don't keep them around.
And talk about some great marketing that these folks are doing. A free donut every day for the rest of the year if you get vaccinated. Basically, they're just wanting you to come in and buy something else with the donut. It's very smart. Go Krispy Kreme.
Exactly. They make money. I mean, what does a donut cost them? A nickel, maybe, to make?
Maybe.
Right. And then they're selling coffee all day long. So it's pretty awesome.
It is pretty awesome.
How do we turn that into free financial plans for people who have... Oh, wait, we already do that. We already do.
Yeah, you don't even have... It's not like that.
I don't have any... We've got no leverage, Kristen. How am I going to get people in the office because they had a... we'll see what happens.
Well, something else that's interesting during this time, I mean, the vaccinations, they're rolling out, and we'll talk about how that's affecting people in terms of travel and vacations. But for the first time since the pandemic began spreading, alcohol sales in retail, brick and mortar stores have fallen in the U.S. for the first time. So maybe we're coming out of this pandemic depression, but we're going to get really fat with the free donuts, though. That's my concern.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on ourselves.
Well, we've got more cash in our pocket. Well, some people do, because the IRS sent roughly 90 million stimulus checks to Americans in March. The Wall Street Journal's chief economics commentator, Greg Ip, explains the impact that those checks may or may not have on inflation.
First of all, not all of the checks are going to be spent. Some people who didn't lose their jobs and are doing pretty well will save the money instead, or they'll use the money to pay off their credit card bills or other debts. So if that money doesn't get spent, then it won't generate economic activity and therefore will not cause any inflation. However, some people will spend the checks, perhaps on new furniture or a car or on a trip, or they could use it to pay more for their rent or groceries. And remember, this isn't the only spending going on. There's also billions of dollars being sent out by the federal government as additional unemployment insurance. They're also sending out money for state and local governments. Money being sent out to help small businesses hold on to or hire workers.
Now, some of us are ready to go and spend as businesses get back to normal, which would likely increase employment overall, I would think. But, Mike, I guess the main question that me and a lot of folks listening are wondering is, are all of these things combined together going to overheat the economy? That's a big concern.
Well, I think right now it's a bit of a kind of a flash in the pan, immediate deal. I have a young family. I get out there, we do things, and I can tell you that people are cashing the checks and spending them. We were talking before the show. We went out to the lake last weekend, and this is not a lake that's, even 4th of July, it's not that crazy.
Yeah, it's more of a residential area.
More of a residential area. Everybody, they were putting fuel in the tanks of those boats and getting out there. So, and I think it was the cash from the stimulus checks. I mean, I couldn't find a specific reason why other than that. Or I went to the bank the other day, and again, this is just data if you're out there, but I went to the bank the other day. I wanted to cash a check. And the teller asked me, how did I want the money back? And I said, well, large bills, if I could get that. And she's like, well, because of the stimulus, we don't have, it was like, 5s and 10s and 20s, because people are, not everybody, like you said, but I do think we need to be aware that a lot of that money is getting spent, and it is going to make its way into the economy. And it's a bit of a, kind of a flash.
Yes. And
interesting.
I wanted to let you know a little feedback that I know as fact. My cousin back in South Carolina, he runs a food bank, and he is one of my favorite liberals. I will get ahead of that message right now. But he's retired, and this is what he does in retirement, which I think is really cool. But he has noticed in the last month or so that instead of helping 60 families a week with the food bank, it's down to 20. And so I don't know if it's the stimulus checks, maybe so. Either way,
well, the issue is the problem is it's temporary. When the check's gone, then what happens?
Exactly.
And I think that's where we get to this inflation question. And so it's pretty easy for the 24-hour news cycle to try to scare us into saying, oh my gosh, we're going to have inflation, and that's going to be a huge problem with markets, and you should go buy gold or something like that. It's not that couldn't happen, but for it to become a big issue, it can't be sort of a flash in the pan. It can't get burnt up real quick, and then we're back to people not getting back to work, not getting jobs. And so we have to take a couple steps back and say, well, how are things going 3 months from now, 6 months from now? Because there are some things on the front end that are a little bit concerning. Certainly fuel prices, we'll get into later in the show, are higher, but why are they higher? Home prices are higher. Why are they higher? Is inflation going to be an issue? And if inflation is an issue, what should I be doing about that in my portfolio? It's going to take a little bit of time to know, and we got to walk it through. But what I'd say is, the big thing with inflation is it affects your buying power moving forward. But the economy has to continue to do well for that to be an issue. It can't do well just over a short period of time. What would you want to do if we had big inflation issues? Well, you'd look at things like, potentially gold. I mean, we can see some 80s actor, trying to sell us gold on TV all day long. And
It always is some 80s.
It always is some 80s. Yeah, and it was fine, but you got to ask yourself, why is that 80s actor trying to sell me gold on TV? Well, there's a reason, we can get into it. But then also, how else could I do this without calling the 80s actor, and then where am I going to put that gold anyway if I get it? Well, there are ways to offset inflation. The worst thing you can do, though, is cash, right? So cash is not your friend in an inflationary environment. So when we're helping people with their investments and when we're helping people prepare for retirement, or again, maintaining their standard of living throughout retirement, adjusted for things like taxes and inflation, what we have to do is find great investments for individuals that would not be affected. And cash, by the way, is not king in that scenario. It becomes a big problem. So, we could look at even what are called TIPS, Treasury Inflation Protected Securities. Those are very specifically designed to help with things like inflation. And you can do quite well in a high inflationary environment. And so somebody asked me, Mike, what about gold? What about gold? I was like, well, listen, why are you buying the gold? Well, because things could just get really, really terrible and we could have all this inflation. And I heard gold was the way to go. I said, well, you know what? It would be a lot easier to just buy Treasury, inflation protected securities, and you might even do better in that scenario. So I think information is the key, Kristen, and we can all get pretty concerned about everything that's going on. I think we're all hoping things are going to turn out well for all of us, but I think that's really where we provide value to our clients is they have a sounding board for questions and concerns. We have actively managed portfolios, and certainly things like inflation and spending and all this is on our radar, but we're taking care of that for our clients.
If you would like insight from Mike and the team about what is possible with inflation and where the economy is headed. With the new numbers that come out every single day, you can speak to a team member off the air and they can schedule a complete financial plan. It's a $1,500 value. We also call it a CFP. It involves Mike and the team looking at your risk versus reward, finding out if you're tax efficient now and moving forward. And yes, being prepared for inflation is a huge part of that. And make sure that whatever you're paying in fees is reasonable for what you're receiving. Speak to a team member off the air. Setting up that CFP takes about 3 minutes, and you can do that in person, over the phone, or through a virtual meeting. 904-515-5000. 904-515-5000. Link up anytime at guardingyournestegg.com. Watching our retirement accounts grow is obviously exciting when the market is doing well. But if it's a 401k or an individual retirement account holding pre-tax contributions, some people forget that the government owns a portion of that balance. A lot of us forget.
Yeah,
Mike,
it looks pretty great. You're saying like, geez, I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, particularly with markets as high as they are now. Yeah.
But here's the thing. Can we get any of that back, or is it just part of Uncle Sam's, budget? He just takes it and we have no choice.
Well, I mean, let's break it down just a little bit. When they say, hey, Uncle Sam owns a percentage of your 401k or your IRA, we're talking about taxes that you haven't paid yet. And I mean, that potentially could be as high as about 40%. So if you had $1 million in your 401k and you're thinking that, hey, that money's mine, well, about 600 of it is yours, not necessarily the entire million. So we want to take a look at different ways to make sure that Uncle Sam doesn't get more than Uncle Sam's fair share. And certainly currently with potential changes in the tax laws and not knowing exactly what those are going to be, we're getting a lot of questions about how President Biden's new tax laws may affect people. And there's a few ways. I mean, but one thing that we could look at, and one of the main questions is, should I be making more contributions to a Roth 401k or a Roth IRA? Should I do a Roth conversion? People hear Roth quite a bit, but the mechanics of how Roths work aren't always as clear as they could be. So I'd say, well, number one, if you're considering making contributions to a Roth, the contributions are limited by how much income that you have. So, for example, and we're getting right up to the end of your ability to make contributions for 2020, but if you're single and you want to make a Roth contribution, as long as you didn't make over $139,000, you can do that. In 2021, it's going to be $140,000. But we also talk to a lot of individuals that are married. So if you're married filing jointly, that contribution limit, your modified adjusted gross income, that what they call MAGI, for 2020 can't be over $206,000, because if it is, you can't make that Roth contribution. So there's other ways, Kristen. If you can't make a Roth contribution, a lot of times you can do a conversion, convert IRA monies or 401k monies to a Roth. The benefit would be you wouldn't pay taxes on gains moving forward, but you have to pay tax to get in there. Or you could do what's called a backdoor Roth, which, again, there's even if you make too much money and you can't make a Roth contribution, I'm oversimplifying this, but you can make a contribution to an IRA and then just convert it to a Roth IRA later. All of these things are important, and it's important to your overall financial plan. But unless you've taken the time to actually map that out for yourself and actually understand how that benefits you moving forward, or whether it doesn't benefit you moving forward, it doesn't help very much. And so what we're doing is inviting individuals, if you have questions about these conversions, if you have questions about contributions, Roth, financial planning, give us a call. We'll do that for you complimentary.
904-515-5000. 904-515-5000. You can also go to guardingyournestegg.com to link up to Mike and the team and set up a time to do that complete financial plan. It's a $1,500 value. There's no charge because Mike and the team want to empower you with information. 904-515-5000. Or go to guardingyournestegg.com. The father of the 401k explains how today's retirement plans are out of control. And we'll get some retirement lessons from Gronk. Even if you don't like football, we'll explain how the NFL star is approaching income and spending and what you may actually have in common with him. Next on Guarding Your Nest Egg.
If I could turn the page in time, then I'd rearrange just a day or two. Close my eyes.
Technology is a beautiful thing. Take WOKV with you wherever you go. You'll get the latest breaking news, weather, and traffic, or your favorite talk shows everywhere. Download the WOKV app now. 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
If you remember when Saturday night was good,
Live from New York, it's Saturday night!
you're in good company. Back to Guarding Your Nest Egg with Mike Lester.
Well, Prince Harry is living the California dream, along with Meghan, of course. But the Duke of Sussex specifically landed a new job on the leadership team at the mental health and coaching firm called Better Up. Apparently, it's a startup. But he's the Chief Impact Officer. I have no idea what that means, but he got a job.
That's an interesting title. I'm with you. I haven't heard that. I don't know what that means either. That's interesting.
Did you watch the whole Meghan Prince Harry interview that Oprah did a while back?
I'll be honest, Kristen. I'm just not your thing. Not my thing. Yeah. I'll leave it at that. There you go.
Well, as a woman who enjoyed watching Diana and liked that Diana got out of there, I watched it. But I also think there is just so much overblown here. However, it's interesting to watch a royal family. Maybe that's a girl thing. I don't know.
And anytime you put if you're a prince, suddenly somehow, yeah.
And the fact that an American woman became princess.
Thank you, Walt Disney, for putting that.
Yes, it's all his fault.
It's all his fault. All these young girls want to marry princes, and then they wind up on Oprah interviews.
So maybe Walt Disney is the father of the prince mindset. Mm-hmm. That seems likely. The so-called father of the 401k admits that today's retirement plans are much different than the one he helped create more than 40 years ago. Ted Benna tells Yahoo Finance.
These plans evolved from being very simple. The first plans, you only had two choices, and you decided in multiples of 25%. So it took less than a minute for me to explain investment options, to participants probably. They evolved over a period of time into something with many choices, making it extremely complex, for employees to make decisions. And, the cost of investing just got totally out of control.
In true dad fashion, if he's the father of 401k, I tuned out about half of what he said just then.
Okay.
But yeah. I did hear.
It got a little bit dry.
I mean, he's the creator of the 401k, and he thinks that the plans are complex. If that guy thinks it, I know that the listeners are with me on this, that it is confusing at times. So what kinds of 401k questions do you get the most often? Are they pretty common?
Well, they're very common. So most people who work for corporations have the ability to participate in the company 401k plan. And it's an interesting perspective because when you listen to the father of the 401k talk about it, he goes, hey, there were two choices. And that would make it very easy. You had, this choice or that choice, and you went in on a percentage basis. And I think you're right, Kristen, for most people out there who are, at the time they open the 401k, they're just, hey, okay, I'm not going to get a pension probably, so I'm going to make contributions over time. You're telling me I need to do this. It'll grow. Okay, fine. But they go on with their ordinary, day-to-day life. And, there's two choices. That was pretty simple. We, on the other hand, I look at it like, because we manage money for a living, and we're always looking for as many options as possible because we want to be as efficient as we possibly can in management of portfolios. I look at 401ks and I go, gee whiz, if I only had two options, that's a struggle for us because we manage money for people. But these days, they're more complicated because there's sometimes 20, 30 options. But I look at it a little bit differently because I want more options than 20 or 30. Because most people with their 401k, yes, it's confusing, but they're also extremely limited in the amount of options that they have. They typically have to choose something like, well, here's a large cap stock fund, here's a mid cap stock fund, here's a small cap stock fund, here's a bond fund, here's a target date fund, here's your handful of things to choose from. And it's confusing. And like you said, as they've added more options, they're expensive. And so people don't necessarily realize how expensive these 401k plans are. And many, many times the fees are higher than it would be if you hired somebody to privately manage your portfolio. Certainly the investment options are fewer than if you hired somebody to privately manage your portfolio. And I do think that 401ks are extremely useful, particularly if you're getting a match, because that's free money, But there are problems that are inherent. Lack of active management means when you have a 401k, you probably have what we refer to as a hang in there approach. If the market's doing well, you're doing well. If the market's doing poorly, you're doing poorly. We work with individuals that are typically retired or very close to it. They may have been less concerned about a hang in there approach 10, 20, 30 years ago when they had other things on their mind. But as they're nearing retirement, we'd say within, 5 years of retirement or less, that portfolio bouncing around becomes an issue, particularly now. I mean, markets are doing, it depends on the day, but for the most part, doing as well as they've ever done. Your balance in your retirement account at work is probably about as high as it's ever been. And what we would say is, listen, there are advantages, like I said, but also disadvantages. And if you're age 59 and a half or older, and you're continuing to work, or if you have an old 401k at a company somewhere that's just sitting there, that's a conversation you should have with a financial advisor about how that money needs to be invested moving forward. Because if you don't have somebody, and it could be yourself, but if that retirement account is not actively managed, and we're sitting here looking at all the craziness in the world today, and we're going, well, what happens when the bottom falls out of this market? Well, it's not going to be great if it's still, just stuck in a target date fund. Probably isn't too great for you. So we would invite you, if you're sitting in your car right now, driving along, listening to us, or maybe in the garage. I mean, whatever you're doing, listen to this radio program. If you want to have that conversation, we're a phone call away.
904-515-5000. 904-515-5000. Speak to a team member off the air. They can set up that complete financial plan really in about 3 minutes. It doesn't take very long because we realize you're busy, living life this weekend. Hello. And they can set that up to do that one-on-one in person, because if you can hear us on the radio, there is an office convenient to you. They can do that over the phone or online. Maybe it's through a Zoom meeting or something like that you're more comfortable with. Either way, reach out and set that up complimentary. It's a $1,500 value. Connect to at guardingyournestegg.com. NFL player Rob Gronkowski became famous in January of 2019 for more than just his skills on the field. He was retiring after 9 seasons without ever touching his NFL salary. Of course, he came out of retirement to help Tom Brady and Tampa Bay again last season. But what's really interesting is that during his entire career, he's only lived on endorsement money and saved up over $50 million. Now, he's making more money than most of us listening today, but he's never cared about what the world thought. He's wore the same shoes and clothes until they're worn out like a regular person. I'm sure some of your most successful clients over the years, Mike, probably have a little something in common with Gronk here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so it's interesting to see. And clearly we meet people that have been pretty conservative with their spending. Now, granted, I'm pretty sure his endorsements were pretty good money. So I don't think that he had. But it's nice to see a professional athlete do that. We hear so many stories where they don't, and it's kind of sad. But it's great that he was, as sort of conservative with his spending. He didn't have to do that. He did. And now he's wound up in a pretty great situation. And we do see that with clients when we're doing financial planning. We meet people that made sacrifices along the way, set money aside for retirement. They've gotten their expenses pretty low by the time they decide to make that transition into retirement. Their income's pretty high, sometimes from certainly pensions, but certainly Social Security. And we're taking a look at the portfolio that they put together. And I think that it shows us that there is value in there. I mean, one of my mentors in my life, just one of my favorite people years ago told me, hey, listen, it's not what you make, it's what you keep. And you can apply that a lot of ways. I think of a client that we have who, if you met him, regular guy, he's usually not wearing, the sweatshirt he's got, it's got holes in it. He's usually wearing, but, he just doesn't care. Right? But he, and he paints houses for a living. So he's usually covered in paint. And he's managed to save $8 million. I mean, how many
painting
times
houses.
is it? Painting houses,
Good
right?
for
So
him.
it's pretty interesting. And one of the favorite parts of my job and what we do, Kristen, is having conversations with people and just learning about their lives and how they got to where they are, and then helping them, piece it together for retirement, because they have to find a way to take the money that they've set aside for retirement And if they're not going to be working, make sure it's working for them for the rest of their life. So, I mean, that's an extreme example. Our client, the painter, he just doesn't like to spend money. And so we put together a financial plan for him where he just continues to not spend money. But Kristen, we also work with lots of people who, listen, I made this money. I set aside for retirement. I need to come up with a way to spend it. I'm not looking to leave a bunch on the table, but I got to make sure I don't run out over time. So Mike, how do we piece that together? And I'd say, well, it starts with financial planning, analysis of your portfolio. What is it likely to do for you moving forward? Follow that up with what is your spending? What are your expenses? What are your sources of income? And putting together a written plan that we continue to update over the years, working with a fiduciary that has a vested interest in you doing well. And that's where we come in. And if you'd like to know more about us or find out whether or not you feel like we could provide value, just give us a call.
904-515-5000. 904-515-5000. You can also go to guardingyournestegg.com to link up with Mike and the team. Set up that CFP, a $1,500 value, in person, over the phone, or through an online meeting, whatever's easiest for you. It takes about 3 minutes when you call to set that up complimentary. And stay with us because we're going to fact check some of the comments from President Biden recently on taxes in his first formal news conference of his presidency, and the real life lesson that we're getting about inflation every day at the gas pump. Next on Guarding Your Nest Egg.
The WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Cool but nice today with lots of sun. Highs reach the mid-60s this afternoon. Still a little bit brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight in the lower 40s, but sunny and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday high temperature in the low 70s, stays in the 60s at the beaches. And then a warming trend through the early and middle part of next week, Monday through Wednesday. Lots of sun. Mid to upper 70s on Monday, near 80 for Tuesday, and low to mid-80s on Wednesday. With the First Alert Forecast, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
Get news, weather, and traffic every 6 minutes in the morning on Jacksonville's Morning News with Rich Jones from 5 until 9 a.m. every weekday. Stream it live, anytime, anywhere, on any device. Your PC, smart speaker, or your cell phone. Listen on radio.com or the free WOKV app.
At highway speeds, the average text takes your eyes off the road for about 5 seconds. That's enough time to travel the length of a football field. Stop texts. StopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Karen McHugh. Authorities have identified the man who used a car to kill a Capitol Hill cop on Friday.
For the second time this year, a U.S. Capitol Police officer is dead after defending the United States Capitol. Police say William Billy Evans, an 18-year veteran of the force, died after a suspect plowed a blue Nissan over him and another officer guarding the Capitol. Fox identifies the suspect as 25-year-old Noah Green. Green then rammed the car into a security barricade and lunged at officers with a knife. Police then shot and killed Green.
Fox's Chad Pergram. Police believe that Green acted alone. A warning to students and staff from the University of California. A ransomware group may have stolen and published their personal data. Hundreds of other schools, companies, and government agencies nationwide may be affected as well. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey, it's Mark Hay from The Mark Hay Show. If you didn't hear the news, we've moved. Beep, beep, beep. Those are the trucks. Catch me now every weekday from noon until 3. That's right, 3 hours of The Mark Hay Show on WOKV. And if you can't listen live, make sure you're subscribed to The Mark Hay Show podcast, wherever podcasts are subscribed to.
The following hour was paid for by the host and does not reflect the opinion of 104.5 WOKV or Cox Media Group.
He's a fiduciary, a father.
I mean, we're home with the kids quite a bit. And now the 4-year-old wants the most attention because he's 4.
And the founder of Talon Wealth Management. This is Guarding Your Nest Egg with Mike Lester.
You can go your own way.
Released in 1977, Lindsey Buckingham wrote this song as a message to Stevie Nicks. For him, it describes their breakup, with the most obvious line being, quote, packing up, shacking up is all you want to do. Him saying that he's better off with her and she can go her own way as far as he's concerned. Stevie Nicks insisted that she never, quote, shacked up with anyone while they were together and wanted Lindsey to remove the line, but he refused. I mean, you talk about a band that has had some ups and downs.
Yeah.
Don't have a relationship with people in the band. This is what happens.
Yeah, fishing off the company dock.
Yeah, don't do that.
But I think it happens all the time, right? If you were that creative and your mind worked that way, whether you're doing a movie together or writing music together, almost give them a pass. It's a bad idea because the breakup's never going to be good. But I don't know if you're that creative, you kind of get it. Yeah,
there's a lot of passion and creativity, and so it happens in bands all the time. But just remember, they could write a song about you. I mean, heck, Taylor Swift has been making millions off of ex-boyfriends for a long time now. Good for her, I guess.
I don't know. Who do you side with, Stevie Nicks or him?
Well, I think if you're a guy, you side one way. If you're a girl, you side the other. Taylor's all this time. You don't think so?
I have no idea what's going on there. It just seems possible that she was shacking up a little bit.
See, to me, who cares? But at the same time, you should write music about your own life. You got to be genuine. So I get why
it's
he
one
wrote
of my favorites. It's an awesome song.
Yeah.
So his torture is our benefit, his pain.
That's right. Hey, speaking of torture, let's talk about President Biden a little bit. Did you catch his first official press conference not too long ago? In one of his exchanges with reporters, he took issue with Republicans who've criticized the cost of his pandemic relief package.
Do you hear them complain when they passed close to $2 trillion Trump tax cut? 83% going to the top 1%? Do you hear them talk about that at all?
But media fact checkers took issue with the statement, saying that the statement will only be true when the Trump tax cuts expire. Politics aside, Mike, you've been helping regular Americans take advantage of those tax cuts for quite a few years. What difference has it made in their retirement income? What have you seen?
Golly, Kristen, the tax cuts that Trump put in place were beneficial in a lot of ways. And I think that mostly for small businesses. So a lot of our clients run small businesses and they benefit from that. And small business is the backbone of our economy.
Mm-hmm.
So
and the backbone of this country. Hello.
And the backbone of the country altogether. And then I think there were individuals that were maybe employees of large corporations that, at least on the surface, they didn't go, well, hey, listen, those tax cuts didn't necessarily affect me on my tax return immediately. In some ways it did. I think the biggest one that comes to mind is the credit that people would get. So basically the standard deduction was increased under those, and that was the most obvious one for individuals doing tax returns. But there were also limitations on itemizing that created some issues for people that had lots and lots of expenses. And then Trump had, not to do too much history here, but he limited some of the deductions you could do for mortgage interest and state tax on your property and all that stuff. And that was a way to get back at people in high tax states, right, with huge property taxes and not being able to necessarily take advantage of that. Long term, I think what we're looking at is the issue there was his tax policy helped small business do well, and then overall that helped people even if they didn't work for a small business company because they were invested in their 401ks, they were invested in markets, and you can't argue how fast the economy grew, how well the stock market did over that period of time. And so if we take all of that and we look at the changes that, a lot of times I feel like these are just sort of talking points, I think, that sometimes sound good to a certain percentage of the population. But how is it going to work economically for our clients? It's potentially bad, not forever bad, but it's potentially bad when it comes to markets because the spending and the giveaway isn't the right word, but in some ways, these giveaways to special interest groups, and we're going to wind up bailing out state economies who never really managed their money that well to start with, which is why they need to bail out now. And it evolves into something that I'm afraid probably isn't very good. So my job with that, and we get questions about this at the office week after week, is to say, well, how is this going to affect your personal economy as somebody who's either retired or very close to it? To me, it means it's probably a rocky road. And when this bill comes due for all of the spending, it's going to get real uncomfortable. And I do think, markets will ultimately crash. I do think it's ultimately going to get really, really bad. I don't know exactly when. But here's the thing, Kristen, if you look at markets historically, it's natural. Economies get overheated, things go crazy, people go crazy, markets crash, we hit the reset button, start all over again. So markets crashing is only a huge problem for your personal economy if you're participating in that market crash.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, if you find a way to be on the sideline and sort of watch it happen, is creating a future opportunity for you. I think that's where most people struggle with things like 401ks or retirement plans through work, because they don't have any guidance there. And if you can find a relationship with an advisor who has a vested interest in you doing well and says, listen, I think the probability of the market doing well at this point in time is pretty bad, given everything's going on. So we want to pull your money out of the market, put it on the sideline.
Okay.
If that advisor winds up being correct and markets crash, they saved you a bunch of money.
Right.
If the advisor winds up being wrong and markets continue to go up, you missed out on a portion of gains. I'm oversimplifying here, but that's how we view our relationship with our clients. Our clients have hired us to manage their portfolios. They want an active manager. They want a fiduciary that has a vested interest in them doing well. And we're taking a look at probabilities and saying, hey, listen, if the probability of markets doing well is very poor, we're going to pull our clients' money out of the market. And if we're right, we saved them a bunch of money. If we're wrong, they missed out on a portion of gains. But our clients are more willing to give up a portion of gains than they are to capture big losses because of where they are. Markets are very high right now. People are looking at their portfolios going, hey, listen, I'm comfortable with where I'm at, but I can't afford to lose it. How do I manage this? And for us, Kristen, that starts with a conversation and an analysis of your current investments, so we can give you an idea of what's likely to happen moving forward with those investments, whether markets do well or markets do poorly, and then explain to you our process and our plan for helping you protect your money.
That's a complete financial plan, and it's a $1,500 value. Reach out to a team member off the air. It takes about 3 minutes to set that up complimentary. 904-515-5000. 904-515-5000. You can do that in person. You can do it over the phone, a virtual meeting, whatever is best for you. We know you're busy. You have things going on this weekend, and Monday through Friday, no different. Take 3 minutes, speak to a team member off the air. If you can hear us, there is a location near you, and they can set up a time for Mike and the team to learn more about you and put together that complete financial plan complimentary. Also, go to guardingyournestegg.com. We're all a little travel starved from the pandemic. Mike, I was just talking to you about planning my getaway in the next couple of weeks. According to CNN, we could be facing $3 a gallon gasoline on our next road trip. The national average price for gas has climbed to nearly $2.89 per gallon, according to AAA. Again, that's the national average. We haven't seen prices like that since, I think, 2014. And depending upon who you're friends with on Facebook, some say this is Biden's fault. Others say more of the overall economic recovery is impacting the oil market. Is this one of those inflation issues that you help people plan for, or what's going on here?
Well, for starters, that car that you just fired up there sounded like just such a guy thing. I'm like, all right,
bless its heart, little car.
That's probably a 4-cylinder.
It's somebody's college kid's car.
It's somebody, yeah. So that one's, pretty efficient, I'm guessing, except the muffler sounds like it's shot or something. Something's not quite right. However, aside from that, every time I see these numbers, I think of our clients in California who are going like, $2.89 a gallon. It's already $4. I wish it's $4 here right now.
That's why I said again nationally.
I know. So these national averages don't tell the whole story for everybody. But listen, there's a lot going on there, and it's not just politics with what's happening here. $3 gas, and then the whole thing with road trips. Obviously, we want it to be as low as possible. But it's a supply and demand argument. It's a supply and demand question, and we got OPEC and Russia cutting back. And so this was forecastable. We've been telling our listeners and clients for a year now, hey, listen, energy is probably a good idea because when this comes back online, this is just how things tend to happen. We've got way too much oil and gas, right? Which is where we were last March. And we actually went negative for the first time ever for the price of oil. I mean, it had never gone negative. Now that corrected itself, everybody cut back. So now we're sort of working our way up to, all right, well, they've cut supply, demand is getting higher, and they're trying to balance the price. So I do think it continues to go up. I do think clients can continue to benefit from that if they're invested. But you also have to have a plan for when you want to get out. So these things, just like anything else, there's more demand and there's not enough supply, and they've cut supply because they want to get the prices back up. Eventually, we'll get to a point where they've increased supply and there's too much. It's back and forth. And I realize that it's going to hit people in their pocketbook when it comes to travel. Another thing to look at here is things like we've been talking about inflation. and all of the stimulus, the price of fuel going up is actually going against something like inflation, right?
Oh, okay.
So it's more, but it works to keep the economy from going too crazy because people are having to spend so much money on fuel. So it's counterproductive when it comes to inflation if fuel prices are super high. So all of this goes into the planning process, and I think that you got to just take a look at how are things likely to affect you moving forward. If you're a young family and you had big travel plans, it's probably going to cost you an awful lot to get from point A to point B. If you, just being practical here, we talked to a lot of people that are retired or close to it. They tend to like things like campers and motorhomes and driving across the country. You know what? I don't think I'm going to go out and invest in a company that makes motorhomes right now. Right? This is probably not great for.
Would have been
industry.
great a year ago, but not now.
Great a year ago. It's not so good right now. Yeah, that's probably run its course. So again, taking a look at where you need to be now versus what's likely to happen moving forward and everything that's going on. I think this fuel prices issue was very, very predictable. It's not a surprise that it's going on. I believe that they will eventually increase supply to meet the demand and it'll sort of level off. But yeah, how does that affect your personal economy? We really won't know, Kristen, until we get the opportunity to take a look at where you are. Do the math on how successful you're likely to be in retirement, or if you're retired, how to keep you that way. And 6 months from now, Kristen, we're going to be having probably a very different conversation about where we are worldwide when it comes to certainly COVID, fuel prices, and stock markets. But that's the whole point. It's just evolving all the time. It's changing all the time. And I guess that's why we're so against having people just hang in there on a portfolio.
You shouldn't be hanging in there. You should at least have someone on your side that's paying attention to these things and can be active in that way, so that you are able to be more confident now and in the future of what's happening in your retirement. Find out about that active wealth management. Take advantage of a complete financial plan, a $1,500 value. It's a few moments on the phone. By moments, I mean 2 to 3 minutes, speaking to a Talon Wealth Management team member off the air and letting them know if you'd like to do this complete financial plan in person, over the phone, or through a virtual meeting, and then finding the office closest to you if that's in person. And by the way, if you can hear us on the radio, there is one convenient to you. 904-515-5000. 904-515-5000. Find out if you can retire soon or if it's a little further off, what that retirement looks like. Also, set up that complete financial plan by going to guardingyournestegg.com. Could Bitcoin be a safe haven in a risky market? We'll get one market strategist take on that. Also, do you know where your money's invested? A surprising number of Americans don't. We'll dive into the importance of that knowledge next on Guarding Your Nest Egg.
Whether your kids are standing at a bus stop or at the kitchen table, start your day the right way. Prepared. Get the First Alert forecast with Action News Jack's chief meteorologist Mike Burrish every 6 minutes on Jacksonville's Morning News on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
When you were a kid, if you had to change the TV station by walking up to the set and using the knobs, this show is for you.
Main event of the evening.
Guarding Your Nest Egg with Mike Lester.
Why do we scream at each other? This is what it sounds like when doves cry.
Hardcore Prince fans will soon have a chance to pay their respects to him when Paisley Park opens its doors to the public and awkwardly displays his ashes in the museum's atrium. Paisley
awkward.
officials have announced that they're going to allow 1,400 people by reservation inside the Minnesota compound for a 30-minute visit on April 21st. That's the 5th anniversary of Prince's death. I mean, I guess it's good news for those lucky enough to get a reservation. I have a friend, Mike, when I saw this, I sent her the article, legit was looking at flights. She was that into Prince. She was at the last show Prince performed in Atlanta.
Prince reminds, I hear that song, it reminds me of good times. There was no social media, there were no, cell phone. It just seems simple, and it is. You tend to romanticize, but it just reminds me of Ronald Reagan and just things were pretty good, But
Prince
also
reminds you of Ronald Reagan. That's ironic.
Well, the '80s remind me of Ronald Reagan, and the whole but it's Also, life was pretty good. You know, I had 2 great parents that made sure I didn't have to worry about a whole lot at the time. And now suddenly, you know, you grow up and it's not like that. And maybe that's the real reason, Kristen. But
no, I get that.
Yeah.
Music is just nostalgia. It makes you mentally go to a different place and time. But with stocks feeling a bit risky right now, some investors may be thinking of taking a chance on things like, everybody's talking about it, Bitcoin. Bad idea, says market strategist Harry Dent.
People are saying Bitcoin is an inflation hedge, which is not, gold is. And secondly, that it's a safe haven. It is not a safe haven.
Is there any such thing as a safe haven, though?
First of all, context. Harry Dent thinks pretty much everything's a bad idea most of the time. That's how, and that's fine. I mean, but I happen to agree with him on this particular issue. It's clearly not a safe haven. I mean, just pull up a chart. It's all over the place. And this is a question that we get quite a bit. People are concerned, not so much about whether or not they should be invested in Bitcoin, but really what is the future of money as we see it today? You know, what is the future of cash? Is there going to be cash in the future? How are we going to do this? Where does Bitcoin come in, and is it going to be safe? And there are some sort of scary articles or papers out there with regards to it. But what I would say is, you know, I can imagine a situation where currency is digital. It makes sense for a lot of reasons. Cash isn't very convenient. People don't really use much of it now anyway. I mean, just think about, what was it like when credit cards first came out? You know, how did people trust that? Oh, wait, you mean it's a piece of plastic? So new things tend to be a little bit scary. I think the biggest problem with digital currency is it's very, very confusing because there's a lot of different companies participating in it. And, you know, Bitcoin we hear about all the time, but there's lots of other digital currency players. And then it becomes, well, if I bought Bitcoin, but when one of these other companies winds up being the currency, does Bitcoin just wind up being zero one day, or how do you invest? So yeah, there's really no stability there, and you have to be careful. But also, I think that governments aren't going to allow these digital currency, I don't want to say companies, you know, these digital currency options, I should say. I don't think they will allow them to continue to exist unregulated. That just doesn't make sense worldwide.
There's no way.
There's just no way. And so, you know, my standpoint is we're hands off. Our clients are retired or pretty close to it. There's no reason to have that much volatility in portfolios. And we can look out at sort of the horizon on investment options that are likely to do well for fundamental reasons, as opposed to just people trading them and say, well, listen, here's an opportunity. This is why I think we can make some money. We believe our upside is much larger than our potential downside because, again, stock markets don't just go straight up all the time. And if you can look at it through those glasses and understand who your clients are, individuals that are either retired or close to it, and like I say all the time, certainly want the highest rate of return they can get. They're just not willing to take a lot of risk to get there. As long as you stay focused on that and help your clients be successful in retirement, meaning just a high enough rate of return to help me maintain my standard of living, adjusted for inflation and taxes moving forward. And our clients are saying, Mike, please just, you know, set up a plan for me where I don't run out of money over time and the kids can have what's left, or the beneficiaries can have what's left. That's probably the most common thing that we do. And you got to be careful. So, you know, safe haven right now, Kristen, you know, somebody might say cash. Well, cash isn't very safe because we're worried about inflation. So probably one of the worst places you could be when it comes to that. And by the way, you're not earning anything. And then also, I just say people are getting nervous. They are worried about the politics. They are worried about the markets. They are worried about the future. Just be careful with things that sound too good to be true, right? I ran into this with a couple weeks ago, and an advisor had put them into an annuity product and told them they were guaranteed to make 7% on their money. And I wish this is the first time I've ever had that conversation with someone, but it's not. I mean, time and time again, advisors are saying, well, hey, just put your money in here. You're guaranteed 7%. You don't have to worry about what the stock market does. You can never lose any money. Well, they're not guaranteed to make 7% on their principal. It doesn't work that way. They are guaranteed an income stream from the annuity for the rest of their life because that's what annuities do. But if you look at most, not all, but most of these annuity products, they're just paying you out of your own pocket. So if somebody presented that to you a different way and they said, well, listen, I've got this investment. It guarantees you income for life. We're essentially just paying you out of your own money, hoping that you pass away before the account value hits zero. you would look at it a lot differently. You go, well, wait a minute, I'm going to give you my money and then you're going to give it back to me over my lifetime. And you took a look at my age and you did the math on my life expectancy and you basically worked the numbers in your favor so that I'll pass away before the account hits zero. Listen, it works for some people, but it doesn't work for everybody. And the problem is the way it's explained. So anytime somebody uses the word guarantee or safe or any of that, or this is going to solve all your problems, just proceed with caution and get the facts and details. Kristen, that's how we run Talon Wealth Management. That's what we talk about here on the radio program. My job is not to try to push something on someone. It's to be a fiduciary and help people make informed decisions.
904-515-5000. 904-515-5000. Set up a time to have a conversation about that and make sure that you get the answers that you are seeking. Do you listening know how your money is invested? A new survey by Schroders says that half of people in their mid-40s to late 50s who are saving for retirement have no idea how their money is divided up between stocks, bonds, and cash. That's a little scary. I mean, I know people are busy, but what should we be understanding about how our money's invested?
Well, I think this goes back to what we've been talking about on things like 401ks with limited investment options. And you just pick a percentage and you plop it in there and you go on with your, daily life of mortgages and kids and college and car payments and everything else. And it's easy to just not be aware. I mean, somebody tells you, well, it's moderate. And you think of yourself as a moderate investor. You don't necessarily break it down for what's in there. But what winds up being in there, like we're talking about, is stocks. Well, how do stocks do well? Typically, not all stocks, but if the economy's doing well and the stock market's going up, whether that's the Dow or the S&P 500, that portion of the portfolio is probably doing pretty well. If there's some bonds in there, the bonds are typically in there to sort of balance things out. Stocks and bonds a lot of times will move in opposite directions. If stocks are doing very, very well, sometimes bonds are going the other way. Or if bonds are doing very well, stocks are going the other way. It's designed to create balance. You have to understand what's likely to happen moving forward on your portfolio based on things that we may be able to predict in the economy or in markets. It's really just taking the time to do a sit down, which I guess, Kristen, is, as we wrap up today's show, the reason we talk all the time about taking 3 minutes to set up an appointment, whether it's personal or virtual, to do an analysis of your current portfolio and be able to show you what it's likely to do moving forward is because, again, most people understand they have stocks and bonds, but that relationship of stocks and bonds to their personal finances moving forward isn't always so clear, and that's what we do for a living.
904-515-5000. 904-515-5000. A complete financial plan. It's a $1,500 value so that you understand those things for yourself. If you think there's a value in having a team of advisors like Mike and everyone at Talon Wealth Management implement that for you and help you with this planning, they can do that because complete financial plan, it's a $1,500 value. On the other side, you can just take that information and implement it on your own. It takes 3 minutes to call and set that up complimentary. 904-515-5000. Find out more at guardingyournestegg.com. I'm Kristen Charles. On behalf of Mike Lester and the entire team at Talon Wealth Management, thank you so much for making Guarding Your Nest Egg a part of your weekend.
I can make your hands clap.
I know the weekends are busy. Maybe you don't have time to listen to all of today's show, or you'd like to know more about a specific topic. Don't worry, we've got you covered. Catch up with Mike on his podcast on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Podcast, or whatever platform you listen on. Search for Guarding Your Nest Egg. Subscribe and listen anytime.
Mike Lester is a registered representative of and offers securities through World Equity Group, Inc., member FINRA and SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors. Talon Wealth Management and Retirement Wealth Advisors are separate entities and are not owned or controlled by World Equity Group, Inc. Mike Lester is an investment advisor representative of Retirement Wealth Advisors, Incorporated, an SEC registered investment advisor. Talon Wealth Management, Retirement Wealth Advisors, and this radio station are not affiliated. Exposure to ideas and financial vehicles discussed should not be considered investment advice or recommendation to buy or sell any financial vehicle. This information should not be considered tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with professionals specializing in the fields of tax, legal, accounting, or investments regarding the applicability of this information for their situation. Past performance is not a guarantee of future results. Investments will fluctuate, and when redeemed may be worth more or less than when originally invested. Any comments regarding safe and secure investments and guaranteed income streams refer to only fixed insurance products. They do not refer in any way to securities or investment advisory products. Fixed insurance and annuity product guarantees are subject to the claims-paying ability of the issuing company and are not offered by Retirement Wealth Advisors. Florida license number D056341. California license number 0N00828.
WOKV-FM Atlantic Beach, broadcasting from the Talon Wealth Management Studio. Listen everywhere in the WOKV app. 104.5 WOKV, a Cox Media Group station.
It only takes a minute to find out if you may have prediabetes, and you can do it at doihaveprediabetes.org. But you're probably not going to. Nope. I'm sure you've got a perfectly good excuse. Kids, work. I get it. You're busy. So what better time than now? Let's begin. Raise one finger if you're a man. Ladies, none yet. Oh, count in your head if you're driving. Now, 3 more fingers for everyone over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40, 1 more if you're not physically active, another finger if anyone in your family has type 2 diabetes, another if you've got high blood pressure. If you're overweight, raise another finger, 2 if you're very overweight, and 3 if you're really overweight. You've just taken the world's first audio prediabetes test. And if you're holding up 5 or more fingers, visit doihaveprediabetes.org or talk to your doctor. There's no excuse because prediabetes can be reversed.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him opening his own clothing store at the age of 18? 1 in 138,000. Excited to be a part of pop culture, he packed for the big city. The odds of finding someone to invest in his vision? 1 in 4.5 million. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 88. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. I encourage you to learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
He lost his job and was struggling. I'm Pam Puso, Fox News. That's what authorities have been able to glean from the social media pages of the man who barreled into a barricade at the U.S. Capitol yesterday, killing one officer and injuring another. He's been identified as Noah Green.
Law enforcement sources tell Fox Green then got out of his car and slashed one of the officers before being shot and killed by responding officers. Green was not on law enforcement's radar. He appears to be a lone wolf with no known ties to terrorist or extremist groups. Green since deleted a Facebook page indicated he was a follower of the Nation of Islam.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. The deadly breach renews questions about security at the Capitol. A couple of weeks ago, some of the fencing put in place after the January riot was taken down. Police in the South are investigating a pair of overnight shootings. Authorities in Wilmington, North Carolina say 3 people were killed and at least 4 others hurt when gunfire erupted at a house party. In Tuscaloosa, Alabama, multiple people are said to be hurt after shots were fired outside a bar. Politics and America's pastime have collided in Georgia. Major League Baseball has decided to move the All-Star game out of Atlanta because of new state voting laws that Democrats argue disenfranchise people of color. Georgia's Republican Governor Brian Kemp is defending the laws, specifically the early voting portion.
We now have 2 more optional days if counties opt into that on Sundays that was in this bill that's actually expanding access for voting opportunities early.
Former President Trump is calling for a baseball boycott. Evacuations near Tampa, Florida, in the area of a wastewater holding reservoir. According to reports, an uncontrolled release of wastewater is imminent following the discovery of a leak. America's listening to Fox News.
We are Jacksonville's news and talk.
Vaccine infrastructure.
Pandemic.
COVID relief bill. GameStop. Breaking news. Weather and traffic every morning.
This is Rich Jones.
Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 104.5 WOKV.
You'll never paint your house again. Call the coating man.
The only company who offers the world's best paint and the most advanced protective coatings on the market, guaranteed never to fade, chip, crack, or peel for as long as you own your home. Call for a free estimate by the end of the month and receive up to 40% off. Call 888-COAT-USA. That's 888-COAT-USA. Or visit their showroom, 2000 Wells Road.
Call the coating man.
Life is complicated. We all know it, and all can use the proper support system. You know what else can be complicated? Owning a home. And that's why Rex was built to go beyond the simple real estate transaction. Full-service agents for buying and selling, mortgage services, insurance quotes, escrow and title, even home repair. All one call away. I guess you could call Rex your home support system and not a typical brokerage. Call 833-REX-HOME. That's 833-739-4663. Want more? Of course you do. With all that convenience comes reduced fees, too. In fact, the average Rex homeowner saves over $10,000 when buying and selling a home. Want to get started? It's never too soon. Call 833-REX-HOME. That's 833-739-4663. 833-739-4663. Florida license number CQ1057788. For further licensing disclosures, please visit rexhomes.com.
Need 'em? We got 'em. This is Stephen Braun, owner of Metal Supermarkets Jacksonville. Any metal, any size, cut ready fast. While you wait or call for delivery. Metal Supermarkets, near the airport. Call 904-660-0733.
Selfies, little things that say, hey, it's me. Adding a banking account at Community First might seem like a little thing too, but if you want a smart way to move your money around, you know what works for you. Community First. Add an account at justbeyourself.com.
Federally insured by NCUA.
Roofing sales reps are going door to door saying you may be entitled to a free replacement. What they won't tell you up front is the state of Florida now has new insurance language that can significantly impact your deductible. That's why you should call Brannon Roofing for your roofing needs. Brannon Roofing works directly with insurance professionals, so your roof claim gets filed properly, and Brannon Roofing will get the job done the way it's supposed to be done. Schedule an assessment at BrannonRoofing.com or call 813-4967.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but really pretty nice today. Highs reach the mid-60s, still breezy and brisk at the beaches, clear and chilly tonight, all the way down into the lower 40s. It's a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Sunshine and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday afternoon high reaches the low 70s inland, stays in the mid to upper 60s at the beaches. Monday will be sunny and mild, the start of a warming trend up to 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, pleasantly warm high near 80 degrees. And Wednesday, partly sunny and warm, highs 80 to 85. From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm Action News Jack's Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
The following hour was paid for by the host and does not reflect the opinion of 104.5 WOKV or Cox Media Group.
The following hour is sponsored by Universal Roof and Contracting.
You are listening to a special encore presentation of In the House with Jared on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
This is the WOKV Ask the Experts Weekend, discussing things that matter most to you. Local experts answering your questions. Call 855-765-1045. That's 855-765-1045. Now, In the House with Jared.
Hey, everyone. This is Ken, not Jared. Jared is my son. My name is Ken Mellick. I am the CEO of Universal Roof and Contracting, and so grateful to have you turning in this morning to WOKV. We are live here on the radio. This is the In the House radio show. My name is Ken Mellick. I am the CEO of Universal Roof, and today with me is Josh Smith, as always.
Good morning.
And fortunately today, we've been talking about Owens Corning shingles for months with you, and we were fortunate enough today to get the Owens Corning area sales manager in Florida region is Frank Campagnone.
Campagnone, yes.
Campagnone, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Hey, Frank, welcome to the show. We really appreciate you taking your time to be here today.
Absolutely.
Hey, everyone, if you're thinking about roofing, you're thinking about getting your roof done, lots of information we're going to talk about today. And if you have any questions, we'd love for you to call. The number to call with any home improvement question and or talk about roofing, anything having to do with home improvement. The number to call right now, 855-765-1045. Again, 855-765-1045. This is the In the House radio show. It's brought to you each and every week by Universal Roof and Contracting. We want to be your contractor. We're different than other contractors. We're the best out there, and we'd love to be your contractor. Number to call for your free appointment for us to come take a look at your roof, see the condition of it, see if you have any storm damage, anything having to do with that. The number to call our office, 904-495-0948. I want to this morning jump right into shingles and talk about the difference and how shingles are made and what makes them different. It used to be years ago, every roof that you would see was a 3-tab flat shingle. Then we started having hurricanes and storms and roofs were blowing off, and Florida says, hey, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to make something better. Let's talk about that, Josh.
And we've talked about this with Hurricane Andrew, came through years ago, changed the Florida building code. Most companies decided, we have to adhere to the Florida building code if we're going to still sell in Florida. So they made the change, and they made the mandatory improvements in their products.
The Miami-Dade.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. So now what you're talking about here, and what we're going to talk about for the next hour, is everything that Owens Corning has done to actually innovate beyond that, set the bar, and really be the leader in the industry. Everything that they've done and all these different innovations and trademarked products and patented products, it's all stuff that they did to actually set the bar.
Yep.
So, Frank, welcome to the show.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me today.
You bet.
Pleasure to be here. Great partner with Universal Roof and Contracting as a platinum of ours in Florida, so we love it. But yeah, it's crazy. If you go back even, probably 10 years ago, there was still a lot of, even maybe 6-7 years ago, there was still a lot of 3-tab shingles being installed in Florida. And it's kind of crazy because that's a 60-mile-per-hour wind-rated shingle.
Right.
And there's been a lot of innovations that have been done in between now and then to go to what we call a dimensional or a laminate shingle. Shingle in the market, which is 110 or 130-mile-per-hour wind-rated shingles. So, and that starts with somebody making the stride to innovate. We're lucky with Owens Corning. That's what we do. Whether, we've got 3 divisions of our business. We've got composites, which is all raw fiberglass. We invented fiberglass. So we sell raw fiberglass to make anything in the world. Big markets for us, of course, boat industry, windmill industry, insulation, fibers used there. So, we deal with that, but also innovating on making products different. So, one thing is with fiberglass mat, in the 70s, Owens Corning didn't even make shingles. And we went to all of our competition today and said, hey, you know what? We don't make shingles, but we think all shingles should now be made with a fiberglass mat base to last longer on your roof.
Yeah.
It used to be a cardboard, if you know.
Yeah.
People used to reference weight in shingles as, oh, it's a heavier shingle, it's a better shingle. Well, the composition of a shingle now, it's completely different. So we went to all of our competition, said, hey, we want to sell you fiberglass mat to start making your shingles. All of our competition said no. So we bought a company called Fry Roofing in the 70s, started manufacturing shingles with fiberglass mat base, and now every shingle in the world is made with fiberglass mat as the base of their shingles. And we said, you know what? we like making shingles. We're going to continue to do so, and we've continued to innovate from there.
And think about that. That was not a mandatory advancement. That wasn't the state of Florida or another state coming in and saying, our building code changed, we have to do this. That was Owens Corning going above and beyond and actually being a leader and setting the bar.
Well, I can tell you the fiberglass mat, the strength of it doesn't even, I mean, it's so far away from the old organic shingles. I mean, years ago, that's what I installed. And they failed so quick. It's crazy. The best shingles made in my whole lifetime are made today, and Owens Corning's making the best.
Yeah, and it's funny, right? You can reference anything in your life, from your original Nextel cell phone, your original TV, anything that we used to have that we considered quality was big and bulky.
Yeah.
So it's a generalized thing for people to say, no, this shingle's too light, it's not going to perform. But it's really the science behind it. The overall makeup of that shingle is going to determine how that product performs when the wind comes through, performs when it's hot, cold, humid, dry, all the elements in Florida, and weight's not going to be determinant of that. So it's an ongoing process to make that product better.
Great. We've got a caller on the line.
We do. Yep. This show is best with your calls. So let's go to Juan. Good morning, Juan.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you for calling. Go ahead.
I have a question that I don't know if it's interrelated, but I lived in my house, I guess maybe 8 or 9 years, and about 2 years ago I had my roof redone. Haven't had any problems, any issues, but about a week ago or so, my toilet started getting clogged up, and I called the plumber, and he was looking for the vent for the bathroom in the roof, and he couldn't find it, and he said, you don't have a vent in your roof. I had never heard of this. And he asked me if I had my roof redone. I said, yeah, about a couple of years ago. And he says, well, sometimes they cover the vents. And
this is the plumbing vent you're talking about, or you're talking about the vent for the fan?
No, the vent for the bathroom. He was going to run a snake down the tube vent.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's the plumbing. That's got to go through the roof and through the top, and it usually has a lead boot on it on the top.
Right, but he couldn't find it. And the question that I had was, do roofers on purpose or by mistake ever cover them up? Or was this house
I can't even imagine anyone thinking that it would be okay to do that. That is a huge mistake. The only way that when you flush the toilet or turn the water on and for it to go is it has to have air. The air, I guess the pipe must have broke while somebody was doing it. I can't even imagine somebody doing that.
Well, and chances are, if you actually go in your attic, chances are the pipe is probably in your attic. So it's just not penetrating the roof. So if you go in your attic and try to find where that toilet is, the same vicinity, and look for a PVC pipe that's going up, chances are it's probably in your attic, and you would just need to
what I think
bring someone out.
Probably has happened when they were doing that. The original plumber maybe did not glue a piece comes up and then they put a coupler on it, and the coupler joins another piece that'll come up 12 inches above the roof. That must have came off. That's the only thing I can think of that could have ever happened. But it's an easy fix. If you want to give us a call at the office, we can come out there and fix that for you. The number to call, 904-495-0948. I'll give it to you one more time. 904-495-0948. We'll come right out there and fix that for you, buddy.
Yeah, I'll give you guys a call. I appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks for your call today, and good luck with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You bet. This is the In the House radio show. We have a line open for you. The number to call, 855-765-1045. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back on the other side. We want to talk to you more about Owens Corning or any home improvement questions you have. Give us a call, 855-765-1045. We'll be right back.
No No matter where your office is, we make listening to WOKV as easy as it gets. Alexa, hey Google, play WOKV. Give your favorite smart speaker a shout to get the latest news and talk from 104.5 WOKV.
Water treatment systems are being advertised, sold, and installed, claiming to produce soft water. Some companies just filter out chemicals, taste, and odor, claiming to provide soft water. Well, true soft water is produced through a process called ion exchange, which uses low levels of salt during regeneration. Affordable Water is licensed to provide the highest quality water. Affordable Water will test your water at no charge and provide a quote at no obligation. Call Affordable Water at 904-262-0197. License number W32.
Whether you're running late for work or on the way to meet friends, chances are you're probably not planning to get stopped at a rail crossing. But the truth is, trains can happen at any time. Always expect a train and never stop on the tracks. Only cross at designated rail crossings. Look both ways and never drive around lowered gates. Remember, plans can wait. Trains can't. The department's efforts are ongoing, so follow FDOT on social media for more updates and always drive safe.
Here in the Sunshine State, we live in 2 time zones. We cheer for 3 NFL teams. We have over 3 million men over the age of 45, and over half suffer from ED or PE. If you're having problems in the bedroom, you'll see results on your first visit at Prime Men's Medical Center, guaranteed, or your consultation is free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Brown. If pills like Viagra have let you down, Prime Men's Medical Center has custom blended medications to help you last longer in the bedroom, regardless of age or past medical history, with no pain and no surgery. You'll see results right in the office, guaranteed, or your exam is free. Patients are now lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, and it's affordable.
Contact Prime Men's Medical Center to schedule a private consultation. Call 904-664-8220. 904-664-8220. That's 904-664-8220.
CGC Water has been telling you if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Still not a believer? Let's hear it straight from a happy CGC Water customer. Here's Leah.
CGC came to test our water and help us decide on what system would work best for our financial home needs, as we have our first child coming into the world soon. Good, clean, safe water is important to me, and they were very understanding of that. They were amazing and did not try to make us feel obligated to anything. There are options for all financial situations. I will and have been telling everyone I know about CGC and will continue to do so.
A Connecticut system from CGC Water removes up to 99% of contaminants. That's clean. Schedule your free water test today and ask how you can save up to $500. CGC is still taking extra precautions with in-home visits and continuing to follow CDC guidelines. Financing available with approved credit. Call 904-552-1242 for details or visit cgcwater.com. Serving Northeast Florida and Southeast Georgia. CGC Water Treatment, your local independent Connecticut dealer.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Cool but nice today with lots of sun. Highs reach the mid-60s this afternoon. Still a little bit brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight in the lower 40s, but sunny and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday high temperature in the low 70s, stays in the 60s at the beaches. And then a warming trend through the early and middle part of next week, Monday through Wednesday. Lots of sun. Mid to upper 70s on Monday, near 80 for Tuesday, and low to mid-80s on Wednesday. With the First Alert Forecast, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
You are listening to a special encore presentation of In the House with Jared on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
Hey, everyone. That music means we are back. We are here every Saturday live for you to talk to you about anything having to do with home improvement. This is the In the House radio show brought to you by Universal Roof and Contracting. The number to call Universal Roof and Contracting for all your roofing needs is 904-495-0948. Renewal by Anderson, best windows and doors made, also a great sponsor to our show. The number to call Renewal by Anderson, 904-222-8064. The number to call right now, though, to be live on the air with us here at the In the House radio show on WOKV is 855-765-1045. In the past weeks and months, we've been talking to you about Owens Corning and getting a rep on here and talking about that. Last week, we were even talking about the extension of the hurricane season and how that's being watched. Josh, let's talk about that a little bit.
So the National Hurricane Center came out on March 2nd and did an advisory and basically let everybody know that because the increase in tropical cyclone activity in our basin, in the Atlantic Basin, they are going to move up the routine issuance of forecasting starting May 15th. So first day of hurricane season is still June 1st. They haven't moved the start of hurricane season. But as we all know and what we saw last year, 2020, we had activity in the middle of May all the way into November.
Right.
And so what this means is you're getting the potential for tropical storm force winds, hurricane force winds for more than half of the year.
Right.
And so that is something that I know Owens Corning has gone above and beyond. We've been talking about innovations. They've gone above and beyond the industry standard. And Frank, you can go into that, but you know, a lot of companies, when you buy a shingle from them, they will come back and say, you had a named storm, whether it's tropical storm or hurricane, warranty's void from that point going forward. Owens Corning did not do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say this. There's two major and really concerning generalizations when it comes to warranty. One, limited lifetime being confused with lifetime. And two, 130 mile per hour wind rated shingle. You know, everybody sits and says, oh, is your shingle 130 miles per hour? And it's not the consumer's fault. You know, there's a lot of people that will never put a new roof on their house. I've owned 3 homes. I've never once actually had to put a new roof on one of my houses. Kind of crazy, but there's a lot of people in that situation. So you can't blame a homeowner for not knowing this. But when someone comes in and shows our duration shingle or our Oak Ridge shingle, you know, our wind warranty is for 15 years on our shingles. And that wind warranty only voids if you go over 130 mile per hour wind rated with gusts of wind. So hurricane comes through at 115 miles per hour and you have one of your duration shingles blow off your roof, you are covered 100% by Owens Corning. Now, not to be mistaken with debris, a tree limb coming through your roof. No.
Neighbor's trampoline.
Yeah, neighbor's trampoline. It didn't mean we made the product wrong. Your neighbor didn't shut down.
So what you're saying is that I have my house and comes through and the winds are only 100 miles an hour, 115. They're under the 130 and shingles blow off my house. I don't have to put in an insurance claim?
That's exactly right. So if the reason that
I can raise my deductible.
Exactly. So it's concerning though, because there's a lot of products out there on the market that it is very misleading, because some manufacturers, the minute a named storm, a tropical storm or a hurricane's registered with the state of Florida, it's in the details of their warranty that their wind warranty is immediately void. You can read the details of our warranty and it'll tell you that we cover, even when a hurricane hits, our wind warranty is intact until you have gusts of wind over the stated wind warranty that we list. With Universal Roofing Contracting installs duration shingles almost exclusively.
Yes.
The wind warranty is 130 miles per hour with only 4 nails. So you're going to be covered. We haven't had a storm in Orlando that's been over 115 in as far back as I can remember. Charlie, Irma. I think Irma went through Kissimmee at 115. So the point is, it doesn't matter if it's registered with the state of Florida with an Owens Corning shingle. Whether you're in Jacksonville or any other area around the state, you're going to be covered unless you get gusts of wind over 130 mile per hour.
That's awesome.
And that's a big deal. And I know that we're going to also talk about Owens Corning with their mold and mildew warranty. But let's go to Ann, because she actually has a question about mold on a roof.
Hey, Ann. Thanks for your call.
Hi there. My roof is... I put a new roof on in 2014.
Okay.
And I live in a gated community. They get real testy about mold and mildew on the roof.
Yep.
And with my understanding, when I put this roof on, that there was a chemical in the roof that prevented that. But here I am.
Sure.
Not that many years later.
Just so you know, it's not a chemical. It's granular is copper. And so the copper supposed to dissipate onto the roof and keep it clean. The amount of granular that should be I should let you talk about it. Let's do that.
Sure. So, no, appreciate you reaching out, Ann. So, yeah, the copper contents in a shingle is what we state our shingles as AR, algae resistance. So, and all shingle manufacturers have different algae resistant warranties. 10 years is pretty standard for algae resistance, but yeah, we have 6% copper contents in all of our shingles. So we think that that's the perfect composition spread throughout the standard granules in the shingle to prevent algae. But some of the things that typically cause excessive algae would be ventilation. If your roof isn't properly ventilated and can't breathe, and that air gets trapped, it will typically cause that mold and mildew quicker. But I'm not sure if it's an Owens Corning shingle or a competitor, but you can always file a claim to have someone go out and make sure that it's not a defect in the shingle, of course.
Sure. And do you know who your manufacturer was?
I have a whole book on it, so yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, but
the other thing go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
I'm concerned that the homeowners association is going to say you need to pressure wash or whatever, and I'm pretty sure that damages roofs.
Yeah, well, you don't want to pressure wash, okay? That's 100%. The way that you clean the roof, the American shingle manufacturers all have a recommendation that you do that. So you want to get somebody that's licensed and does roofing, cleaning, that knows what to use. And
yeah, I mean, most companies use either like trisodium phosphate or a blend of, chlorine and water to a certain percentage, things like that. But, just like Frank was saying, if you're experiencing this in the first 10 years, because, I believe the industry kind of standard is 10 for mold and mildew, you should probably reach back out to the actual manufacturer, call their customer service line. They'll probably ask you for some pictures, things like that, and then maybe they can come out and inspect it.
Yeah, and they'd be covered under warranty, and then they would cover the cost to get that done by the right people. Or if you'd like, also
this would be a repetitive thing, right? I mean,
well, and they'll
once
address
it
that,
starts,
right? Well, they'll address that. So if there's an issue with the shingle, they'll actually address it to where if it needs to be replaced or something like that.
Give us a call at the office. We'll come out there, make sure you got the right ventilation and what's going on with it, and help you. Number to call our office, 904-495-0948. I'm up on a hard break, Ann. I got to leave. Everyone else, thank you. If you'd like to call us right now, 855-765-1045. We'll be right back.
Connect with WOKV with one simple phone call. Grab your cell phone and dial ** 1045. That's ** 1045. We'll send you a link to listen live. Download the app, check the radar, and much more. This is 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
Fox News, I'm Karen McHugh. Flags are at half-staff at the U.S. Capitol in memory of police officer William Billy Evans, who was killed in the line of duty Friday, as we learn more details about his alleged killer.
The accused, 25-year-old Noah Green, who rammed his car into two officers and slammed into this barricade next to the Capitol. Law enforcement sources tell Fox Green then got out of his car and slashed one of the officers before being shot and killed by responding officers. Green was not on law enforcement's radar. He appears to be a lone wolf with no known ties to terrorist or extremist groups. Green since deleted Facebook page indicated he was a follower of the Nation of Islam.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. Evans was an 18-year veteran of the Capitol Hill PD. Temperatures in the east expected to warm up by Easter Sunday.
We got another cool day today, another cold night tonight, and then tomorrow things start to improve. And overall, I think our pattern will be much warmer across a lot of the east.
Fox meteorologist Rick Reitmuth. America is listening to Fox News.
The only station in Jacksonville that alerts you about severe weather every 90 seconds. When you hear these tones, WOKV Severe Weather Center has been activated to keep you and your family safe and informed. This is 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
Easter is coming, and don't get me wrong, I love jelly beans as much as the next guy, but there is nothing you could put in my Easter basket that compares to the keys to a new car. Yep, and that's why I'm so glad Arlington Toyota is open on Easter Sunday. They're opening the doors from 2 till 8 p.m. You can shop in their lot, packed with over 750 new and used vehicles, plus enjoy special Easter savings. Arlington Toyota open Easter Sunday from 2 until 8 p.m. and always online at arlingtontoyota.com. Happy Easter from the team at Arlington Toyota.
Metal Supermarkets, any metal, any size.
Yeah, I need some steel flat bars, stainless steel sheets.
Got 'em.
Some aluminum floor plate and pipe.
Got 'em.
Brass, copper, bronze.
Got 'em.
Alloy bar, tool steel, stainless, and angle iron.
Got 'em, and got 'em. Need 'em? We got 'em. This is Stephen Braun, owner of Metal Supermarkets Jacksonville. Any metal, any size, cut ready fast. While you wait or call for delivery. Metal Supermarkets near the airport. Call 660-0733. 660-0733.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but really pretty nice today. Highs reach the mid-60s, still breezy and brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight, all the way down into the lower 40s. It's a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Sunshine and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday afternoon high reaches the low 70s inland, stays in the mid to upper 60s at the beaches. Monday will be sunny and mild, the start of a warming trend up to 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, pleasantly warm high near 80 degrees. And Wednesday, partly sunny and warm, highs 80 to 85. From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm Action News Jax, Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
The following hour was paid for by the host and does not reflect the opinion of 104.5 WOKV or Cox Media Group.
You are listening to a special encore presentation of In the House with Jared on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back. This is the In the House radio show, brought to you each and every week right here on WOKV. We are live here on the radio. The number to call right now to be on the air with us, anything having to do with home improvement, is 855-765-1045. The show is all about home improvement. What makes the show better is your calls. We'd love to hear from you live right now, 855-765-1045. We were talking to Ann before the break, and she was talking about
algae.
And so we were talking about that, and I forgot to mention to her that she can call us at Universal Roof and Contracting. We are doing roof cleaning, and we do it according to the manufacturer's specs. And whether you have a problem with algae, or a problem with ventilation, or any problem having to do with roofing, we'd love for you to give us a call. The number at our office, 904-495-0948. We're lucky today to have Frank with us from Owens Corning. And Frank, let's talk some more about this. During the break, you and I were talking about the algae resistance. Would you expand again and say to our listeners about that?
Sure, and we had Ann on the line before, and we got cut off with a break. So just to jump back to that real quick, the first course of action for any manufacturer in the industry when they have an algae claim is they clean the roof. So that manufacturer is always going to cut the homeowner a check for, at least the cost of that cleaning, so you get a local quote. We refer people internally to do the cleaning of that roof. You get that roof cleaned. You still have a full warranty intact with us at that point. So if you have an algae issue, we clean your roof. Everything else about your warranty is still 100% intact. Then if that algae comes back after we clean it, then at that point we revisit the claim for a possible full roof replacement.
Yeah, that's what Ann was concerned about. Hey, it's going to keep coming back and stuff. So, Ann, that answers the question. They're saying if it comes back, they're going to do what?
Exactly. At that point, then you would be in consideration for just a complete new roof.
Yeah, and that's Owens Corning.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the thing, is that you definitely look into, there's a lot of reputable roofing companies out there that are licensed in the state of Florida, but one of the big things is going with a leader in the industry that has technology. Owens Corning has a technology, I believe it's called Streak Guard, that actually protects your roof?
Yeah, so Street Guard is our AR or algae resistance protection. So, we mentioned this, that we use 3M granules in our shingles, and 3M has Scotch Guard. So we created Street Guard. It's with 3M shingles, who obviously is the brand of Scotch Guard, and that's our 10-year algae resistance warranty. So if you ever have an issue on an Owens Corning shingle with algae, file a claim. Always go through the process and make sure there's nothing wrong with your roof. We want to make sure that we don't have any issues on shingles that are on the home, and it never hurts to go through the process and make sure that there's nothing defective with your shingle.
You bet. So if you're wondering about that and you want some real good advice with that, call us at Universal Roof and Contracting. We're going to come out. If it's a claim having to do with Owens Corning, we're going to let them know. If it's another manufacturer, we'll help you to put that claim in. If you need it cleaned, you can give us a call at Universal Roof and Contracting. We can do that for you too, or give you an estimate, look at your ventilation, look at all the issues that may be causing that. The number to call the office, 904-495-0948.
Yeah, and to put a fine point on it, when you say claim, you're not calling your insurance company.
No.
This is the manufacturer standing behind it.
Correct. And let's talk some more about shingles.
Awesome. So, yeah, we mentioned briefly and went over the fact that back 7 years ago, 10 years ago, it was a big deal for people to use what we call our Supreme shingle, but it's a 3-tab shingle, and it's 60-mile-per-hour wind rating. And then you go into a dimensional shingle that is 110 or 130 miles per hour, and you can get extended warranties. So Universal Roof and Contracting is a platinum of ours, our most exclusive group of contractors. There's only 630 in the whole country, very limited amount in Florida. And when you're part of those programs, you can offer extended warranties that are very significant. So with us,
and very inexpensive in my opinion.
Oh, very. Thinking about the most important asset on your house is going to protect every other asset that you have in your roof. An extended warranty is a very minuscule additional cost to you as the homeowner. It's not like the standard extended warranties that you think of in your personal life, where you're
right.
like, hey, I'm paying 25, I'm paying 30% of the cost in the warranty for what? For $500 coverage. No, we're talking about a $20,000 roof, and you're paying a very, very minuscule portion of that in the cost of your platinum warranty. So, we'll jump into warranties a little bit more specifically, but touching on shingles, our duration shingle is a shingle that Universal Roof and Contracting uses all the time, and it has a patented nailing strip. And what that is it's a fiber strip embedded in our shingle that gives 130 miles per hour wind rating with only 4 nails. Also reinforces to prevent nail blow through, reinforces the product for what we call nail pull through, which is wind uplift when the storm comes through, and also delamination. And that's a patented product. We're the only shingle manufacturer in the industry that's allowed to have a reinforced nailing strip on the face of the shingle. So very important for us.
Just to back that up, though, even though your requirement is 4 nails, we are going to install 6 nails because that's Florida code. So we will be putting 6 nails in your shingles, not the 4, which that's their minimum requirement to get the warranty.
That's exactly right. So everybody in Florida should be trying to put 6 nails in every single shingle, where this really comes in handy because in other areas of the country, it's only 4. Yeah. So there's certain, different states that they only put 4 nails. But what this does in Florida is it protects the homeowner and the contractor's liability, because even if, unfortunately, they were to miss a nail on one of the shingles, or even 2 nails for that matter, we're still going to cover the homeowner and the contractor for 130 miles per hour with only 4 nails. So code is 6. Universal's going to put 6 nails in every one of your shingles, but if they miss 1 or 2 along the way, you're still going to be covered as a homeowner for wind uplift. Another thing I want to bring up as far as products is the importance of using a system. So whether it be Owens Corning shingles or one of our competitive shingles in the market, using a full system. So every roof that Universal Roof and Contracting puts on, they use a full Owens Corning Rhino system. So if you ever see the brand Rhino or Titanium in the market, just know Owens Corning owns Rhino and Titanium. They are part of our system. They are our product. So when you use a system, what it avoids for you as a homeowner is manufacturers pointing fingers at each other. The last thing you want is to look at your roof and say, holy crap, I have a defect on my roof, and then the underlayment manufacturer is blaming the shingle manufacturer, who's blaming the vent manufacturer. When you put a full system on your roof, like Universal does on every single roof that they sell, there's nowhere to point the finger.
Yep.
If there's an issue with your roof, we know it's us. We're going to fix it. So it's very, very important that, if your neighbor has a competitive shingle and you love it and that's what you want to go with, just make sure that you use that shingle manufacturer's full system, because the importance of that liability coverage for you is huge doing that.
That's great advice. I can tell you that there was some peel and stick underlayment, everyone, that got put onto roofs, and actually the product leached through on the shingles and damaged the entire roof from the wrong underlayment. And that happened really big in a few years ago, and I can think of some areas. But anyway, this is the In the House radio show. We're here to answer your home improvement questions. The number to call right now, 855-765-1045. This is the In the House radio show, and it's brought to you each and every week by Universal Roof and Contracting. My name is Ken Mellick. I am the CEO of Universal Roof and Contracting, and so glad that you're listening to the show today. We're talking about Owens Corning shingles, and anything that you have about home improvement, we'd love to hear from you. 855-765-1045. The number to call Universal Roof and Contracting is 904-495-0948. A great sponsor to our show also is Renewal by Anderson, the best windows and doors made. The number to call them for a free estimate, 904-222-8064.
Yeah, and we're talking about this, and the reason we're bringing this up now is because it's not raining every day. It's still somewhat the dry season. We're coming up on the rainy season, but it's still somewhat dry. So, this is the time to prepare. If you haven't had your roof looked at by a licensed contractor in a long time, if you have trees that you have in your front yard that have been just growing for years and never been addressed, now is the time to look at those things. If you have a 2-story house and you don't like getting on a ladder, call a gutter cleaning company, call a handyman. Get these projects done now, because being prepared when hurricane season starts, it's going to save you a big headache later.
You bet. So if you have a need of an inspection, you're wondering what your roof's, what kind of condition is, or your neighbors have been getting their roofs replaced and you're wondering why, is there a storm damage on your roof? We are the company to call. We're going to come out and tell you the truth. The number to call, Universal Roof and Contracting, for your free inspection, 904-495-0948. The music means we're up on a break. We want you to call us during the break, 855-765-1045. We're coming into the last segment, so we'd like to talk to you.
The 3 big things you need to know on air every 15 minutes, plus in the WOKV app, and now in your email. It's free every morning. To sign up, click the newsletter button on WOKV.com or in the WOKV app.
Whether you're running late for work or on the way to meet friends, chances are you're probably not planning to get stopped at a rail crossing. But the truth is, trains can happen at any time. Always expect a train and never stop on the tracks. Only cross at designated rail crossings. Look both ways and never drive around lowered gates. Remember, plans can wait. Trains can't. The department's efforts are ongoing, so follow FDOT on social media for more updates and always drive safe.
There's nothing like sitting down for a personal conversation with Eddie and Chuck from Farah and Farah. And you can do that every Saturday at noon on 104.5 WOKV. I'm Scott Young, and you can join me, Eddie, and Chuck every Saturday on the Consumer Law Hour, where they break down everything from personal injury to civil rights. Be a part of the conversation on the Consumer Law Hour, brought to you by Farah and Farah, every Saturday at noon on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Life is complicated. We all know it, and all can use the proper support system. You know what else can be complicated? Owning a home. And that's why Rex was built to go beyond the simple real estate transaction. Full-service agents for buying and selling, mortgage services, insurance quotes, escrow and title, even home repair, all one call away. I guess you could call Rex your home support system and not a typical brokerage. Call 833-REX-HOME. That's 833-739-4663. Want more? Of course you do. With all that convenience comes reduced fees, too. In fact, the average Rex homeowner saves over $10,000 when buying and selling a home. Want to get started? It's never too soon. Call 833-REX-HOME. That's 833-739-4663. 833-739-4663. Florida license number CQ1057788. For further licensing disclosures, please visit rexhomes.com.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Cool but nice today with lots of sun. Highs reach the mid-60s this afternoon. Still a little bit brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight into the lower 40s, but sunny and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday high temperature in the low 70s, stays in the 60s at the beaches. And then a warming trend through the early and middle part of next week, Monday through Wednesday. Lots of sun. Mid to upper 70s on Monday, near 80 for Tuesday, and low to mid-80s on Wednesday. With the First Alert Forecast, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
Extra, extra, read all about it. Get the 3 big things you need to know newsletter. The stories that matter to you delivered straight to your inbox every weekday morning. Sign up now on WOKV.com. Powered by Safe Touch Security.
You are listening to a special encore presentation of In the House with Jared on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
Hey, everyone. This is the In the House radio show. We're live back on the radio right now. Thanks for tuning in today. I really, really appreciate it. This is the In the House radio show. My name is Ken Mellick. I am the CEO of Universal Roof and Contracting, and so grateful for all of our listeners that tune in to WOKV each and every week and listen to the In the House radio show. Today we tried to put together a great show having to do with roofing, and the company that we always recommend to do the shingles on your roof is Owens Corning. And the number to call Universal Roof and Contracting for your free quote or estimate, 904-495-0948. We were talking before the break about warranties, and I think that's really a key issue. So we got Frank here with Owens Corning, and he's going to tell us some more about the warranties.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ken. So, yeah, it's the warranties are generalized significantly in roofing, and limited lifetime is something that, I think we all question as consumers. So I just wanted to touch on that briefly. In the roofing industry, the standard warranty is called limited lifetime. What that means for almost all manufacturers in the roofing industry is that you're going to have 10 years of coverage. What's different is it's very simple. We talked about how it's a little misleading at times that your warranty is limited lifetime and your wind warranty is 130 miles per hour. But what are the details of what's covered in that warranty? So, I can speak for Owens Corning. We cover granule loss, discoloration, blending issues. We have a 10-year algae warranty. We have a 15-year wind warranty that doesn't void when a named storm or a tropical storm or hurricane hits unless it has gusts of winds over 130, which is a huge and significant thing for us. But the standard warranties for everybody are typically 10 years non-prorated, meaning for the first 10 years, you're going to be covered as a homeowner for all of your material, including labor to repair or replace that roof. The difference is once you get to year 11, you no longer have any labor coverage. So on year 11, you go down to 80% coverage on all your materials, and labor's gone. And it prorates down 2% every single year after that. So, on year 12, you have 78% coverage and you still have no labor. So you'd have to call Universal and say, hey, we have a voucher for 78% of our materials. Can you come out and give us a quote on our labor? And they have to come out, and labor's expensive.
Yep.
There's a lot of liability for labor. So it can get very significant. So that brings me into, our extended warranty that Universal Roofing Contracting can offer as a platinum. It's called the Platinum Protection Warranty. What that does is it really alleviates all your concerns. When you purchase the Platinum warranty as a homeowner, you have a lifetime coverage on all of your materials, including the labor, tear off, and disposal. So all costs associated with repairing or replacing your roof, but it also covers lifetime coverage on workmanship. So the difference between labor and workmanship is we cover labor to the contractor for any material defects that arise with the product, whether it be underlayment, our vents, our shingles, anything that causes your roof not to perform, we're going to pay for all the labor to repair, replace on that. But when you buy the Platinum protection, not only are we covering labor for a material defect, we're actually covering Universal's workmanship, meaning the way they installed your roof. Even if everything's perfect with the product, no material defects at all, but somebody unfortunately made a mistake when they were installing your underlayment, which caused your roof to leak. Because they're a Platinum partner of ours, we're going to actually cover that roof for either a repair or a full roof replacement, even if there's nothing wrong with the products at all, just because it's a workmanship, because of our partnership with our preferred or Platinum contractors in the market. So it really is such a minuscule cost in a real thing with extended warranties and roofing that, you know, it really just takes away the concern for you as a homeowner to worry about anything down the road. You're spending a significant amount of money. It's a huge investment for you as a homeowner on your roof. It's not something to take lightly on the selection of your contractor, on the selection of your full roofing system and products that you use, and for the cost of the extended warranties, for the overall cost of your roof, it's very minuscule and well worth it. I would recommend looking up online the Platinum Protection Owens Corning warranty that Universal offers every day in the home, and it's actually one-time transferable as well. So even if you say, hey, we really need to put on a new roof because we're going to be selling our home and we know it's a big deal, the new homeowner on that house actually gets that full warranty as well.
Right.
You just have to transfer it. So it's a very significant thing. You have to use our system, which Universal does every day, to offer this. You can't just use Owens Corning shingles. We require our full system because we require quality products if we're going to take on the liability that the Platinum warranty offers.
Right. So if you're looking for a quality roof, Universal Roof and Contracting is the company to use. And how do people go online and see all of this stuff?
Yeah, so definitely go to our Facebook page, which is at In the House Radio Show. Again, that's In the House Radio Show. We have a link on there to Owens Corning already, but also it's just owenscorning.com. Go on there, check out the shingles, the warranties. They even have a great page dedicated to hurricane preparedness.
This is what's so neat. My name is Ken Mellick. I'm the CEO and founder of Universal Roof and Contracting, and I can tell you, I started the company in 1972. I'm 73 years old, and I can tell you that my company, our company, 17 of my family work at the company, and I'm so grateful for all of you who use us on a daily basis, and our whole thing is to be the best and to do the best workmanship for you. And we 100% are behind Owens Corning and recommend that that's the shingle you use on your home. Thanks for tuning in today, and we'll be here live again next week, every Saturday at 10 a.m. And thanks for tuning in. God bless. See ya.
WOKV-FM Atlantic Beach, broadcasting from the Talon Wealth Management Studio. Listen everywhere in the TuneIn Radio app. 104.5 WOKV, a Cox Media Group station.
Easter is coming, and don't get me wrong, I love jelly beans as much as the next guy, but there is nothing you could put in my Easter basket that compares to the keys to a new car. Yep, and that's why I'm so glad Arlington Toyota is open on Easter Sunday. They're opening the doors from 2 till 8 p.m. You can shop in their lot, packed with over 750 new and used vehicles, plus enjoy special Easter savings. Arlington Toyota open Easter Sunday from 2 until 8 p.m. and always online at arlingtontoyota.com. Happy Easter from the team at Arlington Toyota.
I'm Chuck Farah, and I'd like to clear up some confusion about soft tissue injuries. Thing is, lots of times soft tissue injuries don't even show up on an X-ray or MRI. But trust me when I say that soft tissue injuries are among the most serious injuries we deal with. And if you can't see it, insurance companies will often try to deny it exists. I won't let anyone tell you your injury isn't real. Call me at 396-5555. Farah and Farah, Jacksonville.
Hey, it's Mark K for Legacy Box. Legacy Box is the super simple mail-in service that will convert all your old media to new media. And what I mean by that is those videotapes that are collecting dust and those camcorder tapes. And I'm sure some of you have film reels, the old reel-to-reel things, still stuck in a closet somewhere or a shoebox or maybe your garage. Well, those things are deteriorating, and Legacy Box can help. What you do is you take all that old media, you put it in the Legacy Box, and you send it in. It's really easy. There, they digitize everything by hand. You have a team here in the United States of America, and they will digitize everything. They'll keep you posted as to what they're doing, when they're doing it, yada, yada, yada. They put it all back in your box and send it back to you along with a thumb drive or a DVD, or they'll just put it in the cloud so you can relive and share all those memories on your Instagram or your YouTube or whatever you want. Go to legacybox.com/K to get an incredible 40% off your first order. That's legacybox.com/KAYE for 40% off while supplies last.
Life is complicated. We all know it, and all can use the proper support system. You know what else can be complicated? Owning a home. And that's why Rex was built to go beyond the simple real estate transaction. Full-service agents for buying and selling, mortgage services, insurance quotes, escrow and title, even home repair, all one call away. I guess you could call Rex your home support system and not a typical brokerage. Call 833-REX-HOME. That's 833-739-4663. Want more? Of course you do. With all that convenience comes reduced fees, too. In fact, the average Rex homeowner saves over $10,000 when buying and selling a home. Want to get started? It's never too soon. Call 833-REX-HOME. That's 833-739-4663. 833-739-4663. Florida license number CQ1057788. For further licensing disclosures, please visit rexhomes.com.
Hey, boss, check this out. You're never home alone and you're never away from home with SafeTouch.
What now? Never home alone. Now that one I get. It's because of the two-way communicator.
Yup. Any emergency and you're talking with the operator in seconds.
Right. Never home alone. Yeah, but what about this never away from home thing?
See, with SafeTouch's smart home automation, you can control your house from anywhere.
What, is it that smartphone thingy again?
Yeah, with the SafeTouch app, you can check your camera feeds, turn on the lights, drop the AC down, lock the doors. Boss, it's like you're there.
Never away from home. Never home alone, never away from home. This changes nothing. I still hate SafeTouch, and we still got to stick to the Crooks or Us golden rule. Stay away from SafeTouch houses. I need an aspirin.
Crooks know to stay away from SafeTouch houses. Hi, I'm Lester Jackson, president of SafeTouch Security Systems. No one beats our technology or our price.
Call SafeTouch today at 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license number EF233.
Alexa, Google, the WOKV app. There are a ton of ways to hear WOKV. But if you are working on your computer at home, take a break from social media and head over to WOKV.com to listen live. News, weather, traffic, the best talk shows, and local coronavirus updates around the clock. All free on WOKV.com. This is 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
This bill does not suppress anything. I'm Pam Huso, Fox News. That's what Georgia's Republican governor told Fox and Friends this morning. Brian Kemp is defending the state's new voting laws in the face of economic backlash. Yesterday, Major League Baseball decided not to play the All-Star game in Atlanta.
It's terrible for the fans. It's terrible for the small business owners in the Metro Atlanta community in our state that was looking forward to hosting this game, and it put a lot of resources into it.
Democrats argue the laws restrict voting access for people of color. In Washington,
this has been an extremely difficult time for U.S. Capitol Police.
U.S. Capitol Acting Police Chief Yogananda Pittman. Yesterday, an officer was killed after a driver plowed through a barricade. When Noah Green got out of the car with a knife, police say officers shot and killed him.
Green was not on law enforcement's radar. It appears he was a lone wolf with no ties to terrorist or extremist groups. Green's since deleted Facebook page indicated he was a follower of the Nation of Islam, a black nationalist movement. He recently lost his job. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying, quote, America's heart has been broken by the tragic and heroic death of one of our Capitol Police heroes, Officer William Evans.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. An emotional week of testimony has wrapped up in Minneapolis, where former police officer Derek Chauvin is on trial for the murder of George Floyd. Yesterday, Police Lieutenant George Zimmerman was questioned by prosecutors.
Have you ever, in all the years you've been working for the Minneapolis Police Department, been trained to kneel on the neck of someone who is handcuffed behind their back in a prone position?
No, I haven't.
The defense maintains Floyd died because of drug use and pre-existing health conditions. America's listening to Fox News.
This news brought to you by Madden Advisory Services.
We are where Jacksonville turns first for news, severe weather coverage, and traffic. Get Action News Jack's First Alert
Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
Forecast.
The latest on our severe weather threat.
Every 6 minutes on Jacksonville's Morning News. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 104.5 WOKV.
Sometimes in business, the unexpected comes calling. From rent increases to increased orders to, I'm going to say it, unprecedented times. But don't bounce back. Bounce forward with Comcast Business. Bounce forward with fast, reliable internet on the network that can deliver gig speeds to the most businesses and gives you the flexibility to update your bandwidth in just a few clicks. Be fast, be flexible, be ready for what's next, and bounce forward with Comcast Business. Help your business bounce forward with this amazing offer. Get started with a powerful and reliable internet and voice solution from Comcast Business, starting at just $35 each a month for 24 months for 2 years when you buy both. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com today to find out more. Restrictions apply. Limited to new Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice mobility customers. Early termination fee applies. Enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay required. Call for details.
What if I told you there was a way to step into another gear for your brain and be much sharper, more focused, and improve your memory to a level that you could only dream about and notice these results in 30 minutes? Hard to believe? Neuroscientists are calling this new brain discovery the biggest advancement in brain science to date. It's called Limitless, the brain pill of the future. Take it, and within 30 minutes, you'll transport your mind to a new level of focus and clarity you would have never thought possible.
I took Limitless, and it started working in minutes. All of a sudden, it felt like a dark cloud had been lifted up right before my eyes. I have a mental clarity I've never felt before.
Biz execs, athletes, teachers, and students are calling Limitless a secret weapon for the brain. You have nothing to lose, so call now and find out how to get a free bottle today.
To find out how to get a free bottle of Limitless, call 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936. Free bottles for a limited time. Call now, 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936.
First comes love. Then comes sparkle. And that's where Diamonds Direct comes in. Engagement ring shopping is so easy at Diamonds Direct. Step 1, choose your perfect diamond. At Diamonds Direct, you get access to one of the largest selections of certified diamonds in America, straight from the diamond cutters. Every shape, every size, everyone handpicked for brilliance. Step 2, choose your setting. Something unique, something that fits your style, your personality. Solitaire, halo, 3-stone, pave, channel set. And don't worry if you've seen it on Pinterest, we have it. From all the top designers and bridal jewelry. Step 3, relax. Your Diamonds Direct engagement ring comes with a free lifetime warranty. That's no charge ever for sizing, cleaning, and routine maintenance. And at every step along the way, you'll be treated with respect, with zero pressure, by experts whose only goal is to make you happy. So you'll be all set for step 4, the most important one. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion. Off Town Center Parkway, next to the Hyatt.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but really pretty nice today. Highs reach the mid-60s, still breezy and brisk at the beaches, clear and chilly tonight, all the way down into the lower 40s. It's a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Sunshine and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday afternoon high reaches the low 70s inland, stays in the mid to upper 60s at the beaches. Monday will be sunny and mild, the start of a warming trend up to 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, pleasantly warm high near 80 degrees. And Wednesday, partly sunny and warm, highs 80 to 85. From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm Action News Jack's Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
Now, Safe Touch Security First Alert traffic.
Taking a look around the Jacksonville motorways this morning, I'm seeing no delays to report currently. Looks like a smooth ride from the north side all the way through town, whether you're coming down 95 and going across the Fuller Warren all the way down into St. Johns County, or if you're taking the East Beltway across the Dames Point Bridge or the West Beltway around through Orange Park and back over to Mandarin across the Buckman. No delays to report around the city. An easy ride getting you where you need to be today. With Jacksonville's most frequent traffic, I'm Scott Young for 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
The following hour was paid for by the host and does not reflect the opinion of 104.5 WOKV or Cox Media Group.
Yo, Jacksonville, this is Mike Ellis, your host of Smart Money, brought to you by Madden Advisory Services. You are listening to 104.5 WOKV, that's Jacksonville's News and Talk. I hope that you guys are spending that time with friends, family, and loved ones for this Easter holiday. I know that we are. Enjoy this encore presentation, and we'll be back with you next week. God bless.
You are listening to a special encore presentation of Smart Money on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Information presented on this program is believed to be factual and up to date. We do not guarantee its accuracy, and it should not be regarded as a complete analysis of the subjects that are discussed. Discussions and answers to questions do not involve the rendering of personalized investment advice, but is limited to the dissemination of general information. A professional advisor should be consulted before implementing any of the options presented. Madden Advisory Services, Inc. is registered as an investment advisor with the SEC and only transacts business in states where it is properly registered or is excluded or exempted from registration requirements.
Helping to make our community a better place. This is the WOKV Ask the Experts Weekend, discussing things that matter most to you. Have a question? Have it answered by our local experts. Call 855-765-1045. That's 855-765-1045. Now, here's your host, Mike Ellis.
Good morning, Jacksonville, and welcome to Smart Money. I'm your host, Mike Ellis, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me today, and welcome to the show. We have a very special guest with us this week, the one, the only, the illustrious Stan the Annuity Man.
Back in the building. Annuities on a Saturday. Let's do this thing.
How you doing, Stan?
I'm great. Great.
Hey, if it's your first time tuning in and listening in with us, I hope that you can stick around for the full 2 hours. Also, I want to give a very special thank you to our regular listeners. God bless you guys, and thank you for your listening loyalty. You truly do make this show, and I pray that your numbers remain ever increasing. So what's Smart Money about? Well, our goal is to arm you with the knowledge that you need to pursue your personal and financial goals, and we do that 2 ways. First, we're going to bring you some recent events, whether they're national, international, or global. We break those down and how they impact you and your family's finances. And then at the bottom of the hour, we open up those lines to you and your financial questions. This show becomes yours at that point. So start getting those questions ready and give us a call at 855-765-1045. And if you miss that number, don't worry, I'll be saying it plenty of times. Also, very important to us, Smart Money and my firm, Madden Advisory Services, are a Christian-based radio show and a Christian-based firm. We're founded on those principles and values of Jesus Christ. Now, I bring that up just so that you know what our moral compass is and what drives and guides how we lead our lives and serve others. Topics of the week. Well, folks, Stan's with us today, so obviously you know annuities are going to be involved. There's been a lot going on with interest rates and expected inflation and all this stuff, so we're going to talk about a little bit about stocks and bonds and how they interact, but more importantly, I know a lot of y'all have annuities, so we're going to bring that into the picture for this week. Now, but before we dive into the middle of that ocean, let's take a quick look at the markets and what they did this week. The S&P, the Dow, and the Russell did hit record highs for the first half of the week, and the Nasdaq rose but did not set a new high at the start of the week. And then in the back half of the week, everything kind of hit a bit of a wall as long-term interest rates continued to rise. All 4 major indices ended the week lower. As long story short, people are selling stocks because things are getting better. Sounds counterintuitive because it is. The most consequential event this week is the Federal Open Market Committee and Fed Chair Powell stuck with a dovish and patient tone regarding monetary policy coming out of their 2-day meeting on Wednesday, which temporarily satisfied the stock market and calmed down the bond market a bit. Reviewing the highlights and takeaways from that meeting, number 1, no changes to the federal funds rate. Number 2, that's a short-term interest rate. Number 2, federal funds rate would remain unchanged through 2023. And number 3, the pace of the Fed's bond purchases would remain the same, at least $120 billion being bought by the Fed per month. So they're still feeding money into the economy. Fed Chair Powell said it wouldn't be time to start talking about tapering those bond purchases until the Fed sees actual substantial progress on employment and inflation. All of that means the Fed won't be throwing up any barriers to the recovery anytime soon. Now, over the next couple of days, nervousness in the markets set back in, and the 10-year yield rose to 1.76% because of persisting growth and inflation expectations, with the Fed signaling that they won't intervene to stop inflation before it actually happens, like they did after 2008. Now, selling across bonds and stocks continued as later in the week, the Bank of Japan relaxed their grip on their interest rates, and the Fed also announced that they're letting a special exemption from COVID regarding the supplementary leverage ratio expire on March 31st. All that really means is how much cash a bank has to keep on hand. The 10-year yield ultimately finished the week at 1.73, up from a whole 1.64 last week. Increasing rates tripped up stocks in the growth sector. Technology was down 1.4% on the week. Energy down 7.7% on the week. Financials down 1.7%. Real estate down 1%. All of those sectors underperforming. The ones that did well on the week, communication services, so that's your Googles, Facebooks, those guys. Your healthcare up 0.4% on the week. Consumer staples up 0.2%. Those were all slightly higher. Now, evidently, the energy sector, dropping 7.7%, was a victim of profit-taking from a strong first quarter, and West Texas Intermediate crude futures falling from $65.50 to about $61.50, amid some lingering concerns about Europe and maybe them shutting down again with a surge in coronavirus cases. Economic data was mixed. February retail sales, industrial production, and housing starts and permits data were all a little below expectations, which was largely attributed to the cold weather that we had, frosting the economy temporarily. But meanwhile, the Philadelphia Fed Index, a measure of business strength and manufacturing activity, soared to 51.8 in March, doubling expectations and up from 23.1 in February. Many think that data will turn even more positive in March, just like the Philly Fed data did, with that $1.9 trillion starting to trickle through the economy. On the week in total, the Dow was down 0.5%, but it's still up 6.6% on the year. NASDAQ was down 0.8%, but still up 2.5% on the year. The S&P 500 down 0.8%, but still up 4.2% on the year. And lastly, the Russell 2000, those small stocks, down 2.8% on the week, but still up a whopping 15.8% on the year. All right, folks, we got to take a short information timeout. You are listening to 104.5 WOKV. That's Jacksonville's News and Talk. Smart Money time is 10:14. And for the Did You Knows today, we'll be covering fun and interesting facts about St. Patrick, since, this past week was St. Patty's Day. So, first one here. What fact about St. Patrick might make an Irishman's skin crawl? Stan?
I have no clue.
Perfect. We'll find out after the break.
Get news, weather, and traffic every 6 minutes in the morning on Jacksonville's Morning News with Rich Jones from 5 until 9 a.m. every weekday. Stream it live, anytime, anywhere, on any device. Your PC, smart speaker, or your cell phone. Listen on radio.com or the free WOKV app.
Here in the Sunshine State, more than 3 million men are over age 45, and over half suffer from ED or PE. Here's a message from Prime Men's Medical Center.
I'm Dr. Brown. If you're having problems in the bedroom and pills like Viagra have let you down, you'll see results at Prime Men's Medical Center, guaranteed, or your exam is free. And it's affordable.
Call 904-664-8220. Guaranteed results on your first visit or your exam is free. Call 904-664-8220.
After my father was on a ventilator for 20 days due to COVID, he had so many medications. It really was daunting.
According to the National Institutes of Health, 30% of hospital admissions in older adults are drug-related, like taking meds at the wrong time. Hero simplifies medication management.
I'm so thankful that something like this exists. It holds up to 10 different medications. It's all on an app, and you can share that app with a caregiver, so I can make sure that he got his meds. Is he missing a dose of his meds?
Hero Health's smart pill dispenser alerts and delivers pills with the push of a button.
It is really so easy to use and a literal lifesaver.
Try Hero Health risk-free for 30 days. Get free contactless delivery. Call 800-420-7550. 800-420-7550. That's 800-420-7550. Hero. Medication managed.
It's a way to support local businesses and to support local golf courses. And you get free stuff and discounted golf. It's the Dream 18 card. Available now at actionsportsjacksdream18.com. Discounted golf at some of the best courses in the area, like Southampton, Osprey Cove, and Eagle Landing. And you heard free. How about a free smoothie from Smoothie King, a free shirt from Baker Sports, and a free hat from Dome Hats, plus other local business discounts. Support local while saving hundreds of dollars of golf for yourself. It's the Dream 18 card. Available now only at actionsportsjacksdream18.com.
You'll never paint your house again. Call the coating man.
The only company with a true never paint your house again warranty, providing the most advanced protective paints and coatings on the market, guaranteed never to fade, chip, crack, or peel as long as you own your home. For a free estimate and to save up to 40% off, call 888-COAT-USA. That's 888-COAT-USA, or visit their showroom, 2000 Wells Road.
Call the coating man.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Cool but nice today with lots of sun. Highs reach the mid-60s this afternoon. Still a little bit brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight into the lower 40s, but sunny and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday high temperature in the low 70s, stays in the 60s at the beaches. And then a warming trend through the early and middle part of next week, Monday through Wednesday. Lots of sun. Mid to upper 70s on Monday, near 80 for Tuesday, and low to mid-80s on Wednesday. With the First Alert Forecast, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
You are listening to a special encore presentation of Smart Money on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Hey, folks. Welcome back to Smart Money. We are live on the air, of course. It is a beautiful sunny Saturday. Not quite, but it's getting there. I hope. That's my prayer. You're listening to 104.5 WOKV. That's Jacksonville's News and Talk. Smart Money time is 10:19. We're going to be opening up those lines pretty soon, so make sure you start getting those financial questions ready and give us a call at 855-765-1045. Right before the break, we asked what fun fact about St. Patrick might make an Irishman's skin crawl. You said you didn't know.
I didn't know. He did. How about he didn't drink?
Ooh, nice try.
Yeah, okay.
I actually don't know if that's true or not.
Okay, let's find the answer.
The answer is St. Patrick was a Roman from Britain.
Nice.
That little bit of congestion there between those two groups.
That's a little different.
All right. Well, for the conversation today, I can tell you I've had a lot of folks contact us and ask, hey, you know, my CD makes 0.4%. My savings account makes 0.09. What do I do? How do I make money in this environment? And I get a look like I'm growing a third eye when I tell them, well, you got to take some risk to do that, to make more than that right now. Thank you, Fed, and interest rates. So they ask, you know, I tell them, hey, you're losing money more than you realize by being in these things. If this is not for short-term purposes, if this is long-term money, then why are you in CDs and cash? Because you're losing money because of taxes, because of inflation. Now, taxes, that first reason, when interest rates are low, you're not paying a whole lot of tax on it, but still, it's there. The bigger one, though, is inflation, which is, of course, the silent killer of all things retirement and income security everywhere. We've had it pretty great from 2009 to 2020, with the average inflation rate coming in at a paltry 1.47% over that time. And at the time, it sounded great, but we're learning now that it poses some potential problems, mainly that your money doesn't pay you anything, but also that prices still go up over time. Now, as we look at Treasury yields, they're made up really of two things. So everybody knows there's two major things that make up Treasury yields, which impact the interest rates on everything else. It's all based off of the Treasury. That is long-term inflation expectations. And then number two is the cost of money, or i.e. the short-term interest rates that the Fed sets. Those are the two biggest impactor. Now, if that's the case, why don't we just raise short-term interest rates a whole bunch, and then we'll fix all the problems, right?
Well, here's the interesting part about interest rates, and everyone, for the last 5 years has called me and say, hey, Stan the annuity man, interest rates have to go up, right? They don't have to go up. Okay. When you look globally at interest rates, the United States is still at a high point. I know that there's a lot of people out there wishing Jimmy Carter interest rates were back in play, but they're not. So here's the way to look at it in a kind of a broader sense. People say, well, interest rates have to go up. Well, with the government printing all of this money right now, there's no incentive for them to raise interest rates. And think about it like this. If you have a mortgage on your house, are you just going to raise the interest rate on that mortgage?
Heck
No, you're not. So they've obviously painted themselves into a corner, and there's no incentive for them to raise interest rates. I think there's as good an argument for interest rates to go down from here as there is to go up. And obviously no one knows what's going to happen.
I don't think they can go down very much. We don't want to be Japan.
Be careful.
We don't want to be Japan.
It could. And we'll just have to see what happens. But what I call this stage we're in right now is blue water. No one has ever seen it. There's no tick data on what happened the last time we printed trillions of dollars and used up all the toner in our printer. We have no way to look back and see what's going to happen. So we're all kind of guessing what's going to happen.
Well, in the same token, though, we have some things that could translate and kind of give us an idea of what could happen. 2008, perfect example. We printed $800 billion. At the time, that was unprecedented.
Correct.
And everybody was saying we're going to have monstrous inflation. Oh my goodness, Jimmy Carter days is going to be a joke compared to what's going to happen. None of that ever came to fruition because of things the Fed can do behind closed doors that nobody sees. And they're going to do the same thing this time, folks. Let me tell you what. The only difference is they want to let inflation run up in the short term, enough that they can start raising the short-term interest rates. I think that's what Fed Powell is going to be waiting for. Now, last time we had a rate hike, the 30-year was at 3%. It was a little over 3, and then they started the rate hikes. At that point, it tanked down to 1.3, and then we had COVID happen on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that he's going to let it run a little above the 30-year treasury getting over 3 before he starts doing anything. And they've said as much.
Well, and I will say that if you're out there investing in fixed instruments that create a yield, create a coupon, just keep the maturity short, please.
Yeah,
go
right.
5 years and in. Don't go 5 years and don't go past the 5 year, because that's kind of, in a basic yield curve analysis, 5 years is kind of the sweet spot, especially for like fixed rate annuities, multi-year guaranteed annuities that I have access to that are CD type annuities. I just tell people, let's do a 2, 3, 4, 5 year ladder, but nothing past the 5.
Absolutely. And the same thing with bond markets. Right. You keep it short term right now because we have bottom dollar interest rates. That means there's only one direction they can go. And the easiest way, and this is, if you got a pen, hold it in the middle. And this is how you figure out what the bond market's going to do. On the left is price. On the right is interest rates. If you move that right side up and down, watch what happens to the price side. That's what's going to happen right now. Interest rates are bottom dollar.
Correct.
And there's only one way they can go, and that's going to send prices lower.
But the asterisk, I will tell people all the time, what we're not prepared for is what I call an event. An event would be, a terrorism event or something that's not, I'm not talking about COVID, and COVID has certainly been its own category of event. But I'm talking about something really unforeseen, and we don't know what's going to happen. The other thing about the markets that are kind of interesting is, over 80% of all trades are non-human, black box, algorithmic, high velocity trades. So I think that in the next hiccup that we have, it's going to be computers fighting against computers. And so we've seen that in the past with the flash crash where it goes down 500 points in a second. We don't know what's going to happen now when the computers get involved, if we have another kind of event and the algorithm says for the computer to sell, because there's no emotion there. The computer's going to sell.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But in the same token, you got the circuit breakers and stuff that are supposed to help protect against all that stuff.
Let's hope.
Bonds, obviously, those are the biggest ones that are going to be a target of interest rate changes because they don't adjust for it in any way unless you have a tip. Some other things to fight inflation, gold, real estate. The stock market does. It has an initial downward reaction while everybody reprices, and then it fights inflation.
Right.
What about annuities, though? Because there's a lot of folks that are hey, I've got this guy just talked to me. He put this paper on the table, and it says I can protect principal and get all the market growth.
Here's the bottom line with annuities. If it sounds too good to be true, it is every single time without exception. And you have to ask yourself, if someone tells you that they can get market upside with no downside, which is the typical indexed annuity pitch, then that's all the Fed should buy.
Oh.
So if it sounds too good to be true, it is every single time. Index annuities are CD products. They're efficient delivery systems for a future income stream. But never, ever, 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 let me say it again, ever, buy any type of annuity, and there's 7 primary types of annuities, for market growth. Never, ever buy it for market growth. You're transferring risk. Those are contracts. They're issued by life insurance companies, and they primarily solve for lifetime income and principal protection, period. I have an acronym called PIL. P stands for principal protection. I stands for income for life. L stands for legacy. The other L stands for long-term care, confinement care. If you do not need to contractually, I'm going to say it again, contractually solve for those 4 things, you do not need an annuity.
Well, there's an important word that's in there. You said contractual.
Bingo.
So let's talk about that for just a second, because there's a lot of folks that say, well, if I don't like it, I could just get out of it. That's true of stocks and bonds and a lot of the stuff that, Madden Advisory Services that we do.
Sure, absolutely.
But
not annuities. Not annuities. If you're buying a lifetime income stream annuity like a immediate annuity, deferred income annuity, QLAG, that's an irrevocable pension product, okay? If you're buying an indexed or variable annuity, those come with predatory surrender charges. Mm-hmm. So you have to understand what you're buying. Don't just believe the sales pitch. Okay, don't believe that, because it's not true in most cases. So the other thing, too, people getting hit, well, you can get upfront bonuses and all this stuff. There's no philanthropists at annuity companies giving away free money, okay?
There's not.
There's not. They're not waking up in the morning going, you know what, I want to give away money. No, it's part of the overall contractual guarantee. And just remember this, there's not one annuity that's better than the other. They're commodity products. You should shop for them like a plane ticket for the highest contractual guarantee for your specific situation. You can go to my site at theannuityman.com and run your own quotes without talking to anybody. But that's the way that I approach it. They're transfer of risk products, period. They're not growth products.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And, also one thing to talk about, if you are stuck in what you think is a bad annuity product and you're trying to figure out how to best fix that problem, don't forget about that little thing called a 1035 exchange.
You can do a 1035 exchange, and what that means is you transfer from one annuity to another, but during the application process, you have to prove on paper and mathematically that it's in your best interest to move it. And most policies, like an indexed annuity with an income rider or a variable annuity with an income rider, are not transferable because the benefits don't transfer, just the accumulation value. And I know I'm getting in the weeds a little bit, but just be careful what you're signing. And be careful locking in money for 7 to 10 years, which is the most index and variable type platforms. And I'm not putting those products down. They have a place if fully and properly explained for a specific situation and a contractual guarantee, but do not buy it for market growth. As for inflation, if any annuity salesman says they have the annuity that adjusts for inflation, they're lying, period, or they don't know what they're talking about. Annuity companies have the big buildings for a reason. If you want to attach an increase to the income stream, what the annuity company does is significantly lower the initial payment as compared to the exact same annuity without that increase.
Good stuff. All right, we got to take a short information timeout. When we come back, folks, lines will be open. And keep in mind, we got Stan the Annuity Man here. So if you got those annuity questions, bring them on, baby.
Bring them.
So that number is 855-765-1045. Again, that's 855-765-1045. Call and call now. You are listening to 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk. Smart Money time is now 10:30, and we're going to bring you up-to-date Fox National News, local weather, and traffic patterns. But, of course, that Did You Know comes first. What animal was St. Patrick said to have cast away and out of Ireland?
A koala bear.
I'm pretty sure that's an entirely different continent.
Doggone it.
All right, we'll find out after the break.
Fox News, I'm Karen McHugh. Georgia's governor angry at Major League Baseball for pulling this year's All-Star game out of Atlanta over the state's new voting law.
It's terrible for the fans. It's terrible for the small business owners in the metro Atlanta community in our state that was looking forward to hosting this game, and it put a lot of resources into it.
Republican Brian Kemp, critics claim the law will make it harder for people of color to vote. The nation's capital in mourning over the death of police officer William Billy Evans, killed Friday when suspect Noah Green drove directly into him and another cop outside the Capitol building.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying, quote, America's heart has been broken by the tragic and heroic death of one of our Capitol Police heroes, Officer William Evans. He is a martyr for our democracy. President Biden has ordered all flags at the White House be flown at half-staff.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson, Green was killed by police. America is listening to Fox News.
There are a ton of ways to stay connected to WOKV. That's whatever you're doing right now. 104.5 on your radio, WOKV.com, the WOKV app. Whether you're heading back to the office or staying home a little longer, we're with you. 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
CGC Water has been telling you if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Still not a believer? Let's hear it straight from a happy CGC Water customer. Here's Leah.
CGC came to test our water and help us decide on what system would work best for our financial home needs, as we have our first child coming into the world soon. Good, clean, safe water is important to me, and they were very understanding of that. They were amazing and did not try to make us feel obligated to anything. There are options for all financial situations. I will and have been telling everyone I know about CGC and will continue to do so.
A Connecticut system from CGC Water removes up to 99% of contaminants. That's clean. Schedule your free water test today and ask how you can save up to $500. CGC is still taking extra precautions with in-home visits and continuing to follow CDC guidelines. Financing available with approved credit. Call 904-552-1242 for details or visit cgcwater.com. Serving Northeast Florida and Southeast Georgia. CGC Water Treatment, your local independent Connecticut dealer.
Don't paint, don't vinyl, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey folks, living in Florida, we don't really worry about the seasons except for one, hurricane season. And since your home is your most important asset, protecting your home with Rhino Shield against harsh Florida weather is good for your house and it's good for your budget. As the saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And when it comes to your house, those cracks in the walls will cost you thousands if not repaired. Rhino Shield waterproofs your home with a coating that's 13 times thicker than box store paint. It reflects 97% of harmful UV rays, has a Class A fire rating, is salt air corrosive resistant, contains the highest quality ceramics, and of course it comes in any color. Plus, with our 25-year warranty, you get a non-prorated 100% transferable warranty that guarantees against chipping, cracking, and peeling. So call 904-519-5055 or visit rhinoshieldjacks.com and protect your house and your budget.
So you'll never have to paint again. Call Rhino Shield today.
What if I told you there was a way to step into another gear for your brain and be much sharper, more focused, and improve your memory to a level that you could only dream about, and notice these results in 30 minutes? Hard to believe? Neuroscientists are calling this new brain discovery the biggest advancement in brain science to date. It's called Limitless, the brain pill of the future. Take it, and within 30 minutes, you'll transport your mind to a new level of focus and clarity you would have never thought possible.
I took Limitless and it started working in minutes. All of a sudden, it felt like a dark cloud had been lifted up right before my eyes. I have a mental clarity I've never felt before.
Biz execs, athletes, teachers, and students are calling Limitless a secret weapon for the brain. You have nothing to lose, so call now and find out how to get a free bottle today.
To find out how to get a free bottle of Limitless, call 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936. Free bottles for a limited time. Call now, 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but really pretty nice today. Highs reach the mid-60s, still breezy and brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight, all the way down into the lower 40s. It's a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Sunshine and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday afternoon high reaches the low 70s inland, stays in the mid to upper 60s at the beaches. Monday will be sunny and mild, the start of a warming trend up to 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, pleasantly warm high near 80 degrees. And Wednesday, partly sunny and warm, highs 80 to 85. From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
Now, Safe Touch Security First Alert traffic.
Taking a look at the Jacksonville motorways, I'm seeing no incidents to report currently. If you're on the north side, it looks like a minor delay at the 295 exchange coming out near US 17 and 295. Also, minor exchange delays due to some road construction. You'll also find some minor road construction delays if you're downtown between US 17, Main Street, and State Street. So use caution in that area. Also seeing a minor incident of a delay reported for construction on the East Beltway southbound as you're making your way towards Monument and just past the Monument Exchange. With Jacksonville's most frequent traffic, I'm Scott Young for 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
You are listening to a special encore presentation of Smart Money on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Jacksonville, welcome back to 104.5 WOKV. That's Jacksonville's News and Talk. This is Smart Money, and those lines are now open, so give us a call at 855-765-1045. Again, that number is 855-765-1045. Bring those financial questions. Smart Money time is 10:37, and for that, did you know? The question was, what animal was St. Patrick said to have cast from Ireland? The answer is snakes. Although snakes have never been on the island, the importance of that part of the legend is really a symbolism, is representing the evil being cast out of Ireland as he converted the people to Christianity.
Well, there's no koala bears on the island either.
No,
So,
there's not.
Okay.
I mean, you were right. There's no koala bears there. But he didn't do that. No.
Okay, never mind.
We have Deborah from Jacksonville calling in with an annuity question.
All right, let's do this.
Deborah, how are you this morning?
Hey, I'm good.
Perfect. Great to have the call. How can we help?
What's the question?
Well, the question is that we're trying to make a life change, I think, because we're 66 and 67. And the annuity we got, they're wanting us or talking to us about doing a lifetime double, what's it called? Double.
They're trying to sell you an index annuity with what's called an income rider, okay? Because I know exactly what they're trying to sell you. And what the sales pitch is it's going to grow by this amount, and it's going to double. And at the end of that time period, once it doubles, we're going to turn on the income stream. Now, what you need to understand is that the doubling part, and they said probably it's going to grow by 6 or 7 or 8%. That's not yield, okay? You can't peel that off. You can't cash that in. You can only use that to calculate your first income payment. But what I encourage you to do is shop. There's 100 plus of these products. So if you're only being shown one, you need to shop the other 99 for the highest contractual guarantee, because if the person said the following, well, I've checked them all out and this is the best one for you, they're either lazy or they're a sociopath, because they are not looking at all of the carriers, because you got to remember, these are contractual guarantees. So did that sales pitch sound familiar to you, what I just told you?
No, what they're talking about doing is where we would get a certain amount a year for the lifetime. Like if my husband passed away, I would still get that same amount for the lifetime of me.
Correct.
I want to know, is that a good annuity to get into? I mean, not annuity, because we're stuck in this annuity for another 4 years. We can't change except for our plan of what we're doing.
Well, once again, there's 4 different types of annuities that provide lifetime income stream. You're only talking about one. What I would encourage you to do is possibly contact me, and we can quote all carriers. We can take a look at what you have and to see if there's a way to get a higher contractual guarantee. There might not be. But what you're talking about is a lifetime income stream. Annuities were put on the planet in the Roman times to provide a lifetime income stream. That's their primary benefit proposition, and annuities are the only product on the planet that can pay you as long as you're breathing. So if you live to 150, they're on the hook to pay. That's the benefit proposition. What I'm encouraging you to do is not just settle for one product sales pitch. Shop all carriers, and we can help you do that at theannuityman.com.
Okay, tell me how to get in touch with you. And then I have one more question.
Theannuityman.com, and all of my information is there.
Annuity what?
Theannuityman.com.
Okay, my husband has a question for you.
Sure.
When you say shop all carriers,
Yes.
this one company,
are you talking? You can't change out of that company without losing a lot of money. So are you saying that company has more avenues that we can take that they're not telling us?
No, what I'm talking about is at the end of the surrender charge time period, that 4 years from now, we need to shop all companies, all annuity companies
Basically,
at that time,
look your options
and just see if that contractual guarantee can be beaten at that time. It possibly not, but you have to look at that, and you have to shop all carriers at the time you're thinking about turning on income for you and your wife. Then let's make sure that you're getting the highest contractual guarantee. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
I got you. The time before 4 years goes by, we could turn it in now, and we could be getting, say, $14,000 a year. But if you wait 4 years to shop around, wouldn't you be losing a little bit of money waiting?
No, because the income rider that's attached to the policy that you have is going to be growing as well. And just look at it like this: the older you are, the higher the payments. Just like when you talk about Social Security and make the decision, do I take it at 65 or do I take it at 70? Obviously, the older you are, the higher the payments. But if you want to take it sooner, that's fine. And if you take it later, then you have to factor in the payments that you missed if you didn't take it sooner. So the bottom line is there's no perfect answer. If you need the income now, then I would turn it on now. Transfer the risk to the annuity company to provide that lifetime income stream. I'd be more than happy to walk you through that off the air if you want to schedule a call with me, and I'll go through all the details of what you have.
Okay. Yeah. You got time for another one or not?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's all right. Hey, I'm done. I got enough to absorb.
Go to theannuityman.com, schedule a call with me, and we'll spend an hour on your situation. Okay?
All right. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Deborah. All right, folks. So, quick comment around the annuity thing. So, obviously, they're already in an annuity, right?
They're in an indexed annuity with attached income riders.
Yeah.
With that, and an income rider in English means it's a future pension benefit for lifetime income for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
And then, obviously, there's a lot of folks that are going to hear that say, "Well, that sounds pretty good." Make sure that you're evaluating these for your situation, folks.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like you don't use a screwdriver to drive a nail, and you don't use a hammer to drive a screw. Make sure that you're using the right tool for the job that you need.
Here's the other thing too that people don't that need to know. The annuity industry really frowns upon you putting more than 50% of your investable assets in any type of annuities.
Because it locks it up. That's number one.
It's not suitable and appropriate to put more than that. So if someone said, if you have $200,000 total to your name,
Mm-hmm.
and an agent's saying, hey, let's put all $200,000, first of all, that's illegal. Second of all, they can lose their license. And third, they probably don't know the rule that it should be 50% of your investable assets. So just, again, annuities aren't for everybody. Okay, they're transfer risk contracts, but they have to be allocated and in proportion to complement what you're doing. And primarily for most people, they're using annuities for that income floor. What's the income floor, Mike? It's Social Security, it's dividend stocks, it's a lifetime,
all the things
it's
that
your pension
need to meet your obligations.
Absolutely. And that's and I tell people all the time, use as little money as possible with annuities. In other words, reverse engineer the quote, say, Stan, we need $2,122 a month. Tell us how much money it would take to create that. In other words, use as little amount of money as possible to solve for that contractual guarantee.
Well, and that's the part where, a lot of folks out there don't know what they necessarily need to be generating.
Mm-hmm.
You hear us talk about week after week, that financial blueprint, your individual picture, figuring out what that is, what that looks like. You start with a goal, and then the same thing, you backwards plan. They
Bingo.
drove it into me in the Army as, an officer planning stuff. You always start with the end state where you're trying to get to.
Mm-hmm.
You work backwards from there. Hey, what do we need to do to make that happen? That's the same approach you need to take with your life. And a lot of folks will spend more time planning a family vacation than they will planning their entire life in retirement and how they're going to support themselves. That should not be the case. We should be taking the time to figure out the real answers to these, not a feel-good somewhere up in the air, I'm going to retire and go do my hobbies. Okay, that's fine. What does that look like?
Well, the other thing, too, people need to be aware of is as COVID starts lifting, the bad chicken dinner annuity seminars start proliferating.
Yes.
My mailbox is starting to get those come to the steakhouse and hear the sales pitch on retirement. Be very careful with that. They're pitching indexed annuities 99% of the time. It would be like if you went to a doctor seminar and they're pitching one prescription. It makes no sense at all.
But wait, that actually happens.
I know, but that's true. But the point is, annuities, you have to shop for them like you shop for a plane ticket. You know, I tell people there's two questions with annuities you have to ask and answer. Number one, what do you want the money to contractually do? Number two, when do you want those contractual guarantees to start? From those two answers, I can tell you two things. A, you don't need an annuity, or B, here's the annuity type we probably need to quote.
Yep.
Okay? And it's really that simple.
Absolutely. It really is. And it's the same thing with portfolios, with everything else. Too many folks get out there and say, here's the answer to all your problems. Now, what was the question?
Right. Exactly. And it's not GameStop, right?
No. Jeez. All right. Well, looking at the clock here, and Scotty hadn't started playing the music on me. I'm surprised. Folks, we got to take a short information timeout. Lines are open, so give us a call at 855-765-1045. Again, that's 855-765-1045. You are listening to 104.5 WOKV. That's Jacksonville's News and Talk. Smart Money time is 10:47. And for the Did You Know, what teaching symbol is St. Patrick famous for using?
The peace sign. You said symbol, right?
Yeah, symbol.
Yes, the peace sign.
No. What?
Yeah, I don't know.
You were born back in that time.
I'm from North Carolina.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right, well, we'll find out after the break.
If news is your thing, you're in the right place. Local, national, breaking, all in the palm of your hand. Download the WOKV app and tap the newsfeed button. We've got you covered. 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
They just don't make them like they used to. People say that a lot, and sometimes it's true, but not for air conditioners. Manufacturers actually make them better than they used to. It's just that local AC companies don't install them like they ought to. Old school rules of thumb and yesterday's shortcuts simply sabotage new school systems. Can new technology give you more comfort with longer service life? Only if the AC tech knows how to properly engineer it for your home and how to install it right. So techs that don't understand inverters, low voltage controls, and how to configure the software, dip switches, and refrigerant charge for Florida humidity, they'll totally turn it into turd buckets, especially if they just do a swap the box install without fixing your ductwork and airflow. My point, the better the technology, the more important the install. At Griffith Service, we fix what others can't, but it's best to have us install it right from the beginning. So if your new system ain't working right or your old one needs replacing, call
GriffinService.com.
1250-697.
Because injuries to muscles and ligaments don't show up on an x-ray, the insurance companies will use it as an excuse not to pay. But we work with doctors who can see what x-rays can't, giving you a case insurance companies can't ignore. Farah and Farah, here for you, here for good.
Jacksonville.
Need 'em? We got 'em. This is Stephen Braun, owner of Metal Supermarkets Jacksonville. Any metal, any size, cut ready fast. While you wait or call for delivery. Metal Supermarkets, near the airport. Call 904-660-0733.
At Fogo de Chão, it all starts with getting inspired by exotic dishes from the market table. And then you ask the gaúcho to take it up a notch. And then they bring you the bone-in ribeye. Because the rich, juicy flavor from the bone goes right into the meat. And then, into your mouth. Welcome to what's next at Fogo de Chão. Reservations at fogo.com.
You'll never paint your house again. Call the coating man.
The only company who offers the world's best paint and the most advanced protective coatings on the market, guaranteed never to fade, chip, crack, or peel for as long as you own your home. Call for a free estimate by the end of the month and receive up to 40% off. Call 888-COAT-USA. That's 888-COAT-USA. Or visit their showroom, 2000 Wells Road.
Call the coating man.
Easter is coming, and don't get me wrong, I love jelly beans as much as the next guy, but there is nothing you could put in my Easter basket that compares to the keys to a new car. Yep, and that's why I'm so glad Arlington Toyota is open on Easter Sunday. They're opening the doors from 2 till 8 p.m. You can shop in their lot, packed with over 750 new and used vehicles, plus enjoy special Easter savings. Arlington Toyota open Easter Sunday from 2 until 8 p.m. and always online at arlingtontoyota.com. Happy Easter from the team at Arlington Toyota.
Hey, it's Brian Kilmeade from my friend and trusted realtor Phil Aiken with Aiken Home Team. Your home sold, guaranteed realty. Selling your home in today's market is a big deal, perhaps the biggest financial transaction you will ever make. As a potential seller, you need to work with someone you can trust, has the experience and expertise to help you sell safely, fast, and for the most money possible. Phil Aiken has perfected his home selling system designed to help you sell safe, fast, and to capture every dollar possible. Phil's system showcases your home to his exclusive list of thousands of ready buyers, which creates higher demand, faster sales, and more money for you. Here's the best part. Phil guarantees to sell your home at a price agreeable to you, or he will pay you the difference. Guaranteed. For Roger in Jacksonville, Phil sold his home in 2 days at $9,700 over the asking price they agreed to. So call Phil Aiken for a free no-obligation home evaluation at 904-500-PHIL. That's 904-500-7445, or visit philhasthebuyers.com.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Cool but nice today with lots of sun. Highs reach the mid-60s this afternoon. Still a little bit brisk at the beaches. Clear and chilly tonight in the lower 40s, but sunny and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday high temperature in the low 70s, stays in the 60s at the beaches. And then a warming trend through the early and middle part of next week, Monday through Wednesday. Lots of sun. Mid to upper 70s on Monday, near 80 for Tuesday, and low to mid-80s on Wednesday. With the First Alert Forecast, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
Get news, weather, and traffic every 6 minutes in the morning on Jacksonville's Morning News with Rich Jones from 5 until 9 a.m. every weekday. Stream it live, anytime, anywhere, on any device. Your PC, smart speaker, or your cell phone. Listen on radio.com or the free WOKV app.
You are listening to a special encore presentation of Smart Money on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Jacksonville, welcome back to 104.5 WOKV. That's Jacksonville's News and Talk. Smart Money and lines are open, so give us a call, 855-765-1045. Bring those financial questions. Again, that number is 855-765-1045. Smart Money time is 10:53. And for that, did you know, what was the teaching symbol of St. Patrick's famous for using the shamrock or the three-leaf clover?
Not the peace sign.
No, not the peace sign.
Cool.
He's said to have used the clover to demonstrate the Holy Trinity and how God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are like the three leaves connected to the one stalk.
Nice.
Yeah, kind of cool.
Didn't know that.
Kind of cool way to kind of present that, right?
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, we've got Bubba from Callahan with an income tax extension question. Bubba, how are you doing today?
Well, I'm kind of chilly and trying to stay warm, but other than that, I'm okay, poor old man. Hey, guys, you know, I always try to call in and talk to you. I don't have a question about annuities, but the guy seemed to be whoever's talking, I'm listening. I just picked it up. You're very informative.
Oh, absolutely. Stan's been on the show for just about... When did you first come on with Hank?
I was in the Hank years for years and years and years. So, yeah.
What was the first time you were on with him? Wasn't it like
just for the record, I do miss Hank. I love Mike, but miss Hank.
Guys, I got one more question. Have you heard anything about the filing income tax? Is they going to give you an extension this year, or does it have to be filed by April the 15th? That's my first question.
Absolutely. So everybody got an automatic extension to May 17th. That is the new official date is May 17th. So I still would encourage you to file as early as you can. There's a lot of scammers out there. And, public service announcement. Thank you, Bubba. You reminded me. Okay. There has been go ahead.
I usually file with the TurboTax, which they've done mine for like 10 years or so. I don't have no problem with them.
Perfect.
Well, but anyway, with all these stimulus checks going out, I understand a lot of people are fine, but everything's being blocked up because they're trying to get those stimulus checks out, or welfare checks, I call them. But anyway,
Hey, now.
And my second question is about your mayor over there in Duval County.
Yep.
What do you think about them wanting to add 6 more cents a gallon to the gas when the gas is almost approaching $3 a gallon now?
Well, it's I hate seeing
something ain't chiming. I don't know. What is y'all's opinion?
I hate seeing more government intervention anywhere. I am not happy about, and I'm certain many others are not happy about folks trying to raise taxes anywhere. Get smarter with the money that you already have and keep your fingers out of stuff. That's my personal take on it. But back to the income tax thing real quickly, because you jogged my memory and it's a public service announcement type thing. Everybody be very careful. There's been a rash of emails and things like that coming out that look like they're from either the IRS or your CPA or a CPA, and it looks like your income tax papers are connected to it. And when you click it, it puts a virus on your computer that downloads all of your information and everything that you've typed and passwords and all the sensitive information and sends it to somebody. So don't click on stuff if you don't know who it's from.
Also, if you get a call and it's a computer voice from the IRS, that's a scam.
Yeah. IRS sends you a hard copy letter. They will never call you or email you.
Yeah, a lot of old people don't realize that, but if something says IRS, it'll come certified mail usually, and they don't call you, they don't do nothing.
Yep.
But that's very important information. A lot of listeners probably don't know that, but I'm smart enough that if I don't recognize something that comes on my computer, I don't open it.
Absolutely. All right, Bubba.
I mean, I don't even open nothing from Trump. Ain't that something?
Hey, there's a lot of folks that have nefarious intent on the internet, so you got to be really careful about that.
Like you said, Bubba, you're a smart man.
Well, I hope so. Hey, guys, are y'all watching March Madness?
Absolutely will be, but Bubba, I hope that we answered your question.
Oh, you did. I'll let you get back to somebody else more important than I am. Thank you, guys, and I'll be talking to y'all next week if I think of anything else.
All right, perfect. God bless you, Bubba. Thanks for the call today.
God bless y'all, too. You have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. All right, so, yeah, watch out for those scams.
Absolutely.
And they come in all forms, too. They do.
Yeah, it's not good. Just, always verify if you have some friends or some people that you really trust, and if you really get concerned about something you got in the mail or email, just ask somebody. Don't just react.
No, absolutely. And particularly the other one is those phone calls. Because I've gotten a phone call saying that my Social Security number needs to be confirmed for this, that, and the other. And I'm like, who did you say you're with again? And I don't believe you. So don't give out that sensitive information unless you called them and they're trying to verify you and make sure it's the right number.
Correct.
Anyway. All right. So we've got to take that information timeout. It is the end of the first hour already. I cannot believe it. Time flying by. So guys and gals, we got to take that time out. You are listening to 104.5 WOKV. That's Jacksonville's News and Talk. Smart Money time is 10:59. Lines are open, so give us a call, 855-765-1045. And keep in mind, if you don't want to be on the air or can't be on the air, you can send us an email at smartmoney@maddenadvisory.com as well. I've got my email inbox up and ready. So we're going to bring you some up-to-date Fox National News, some local weather, and some traffic patterns. But first, of course, that did you know? What event in St. Patrick's life does St. Patrick's Day celebrate?
The World Cup.
What?
Okay, I'm wrong.
Now you're just pulling stuff out of a hat.
It's soccer. I mean, don't they play soccer over there?
We'll have to find out after the break.
Exactly.
WOKV-FM Atlantic Beach, broadcasting from the Talon Wealth Management Studio. Listen everywhere in the WOKV app, 104.5 WOKV, a Cox Media Group station. Get where you're going on time with traffic updates every 6 minutes on Jacksonville's Morning News with Rich Jones. Whether you're going back to the office or just running errands, we're making sure you don't get stuck in traffic. Weekdays from 5 till 9 a.m. on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk. Jacksonville's Morning News with Rich Jones. Weather and traffic every 6 minutes. And the 3 big things you need to know. Whether you're heading back to the office or staying home a little longer, no matter what your plans are, start your day with us from 5 till 9 a.m. only on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Major League backlash to Georgia's new voting laws. I'm Pam Puso, Fox News.
This bill does not suppress anything.
Republican Governor Brian Kemp is blasting Major League Baseball for pulling this summer's All-Star game out of Atlanta.
They're very upset about this. They're upset for their fans and their small business owners that are at the Battery at Truist Park that were looking forward to having, big crowds at the game, patronizing their small businesses. That's who this is going to hurt.
Last week, the governor signed a bill overhauling state election law that he claims expands voting opportunities. Opponents say it's nothing more than an attempt to suppress Democratic votes. Your sympathy is appreciated beyond words. That was part of a tweet posted this morning by U.S. Capitol Police. The agency left reeling again by another deadly breach.
For the second time this year, a U.S. Capitol Police officer is dead after defending the United States Capitol. Police say William Billy Evans, an 18-year veteran of the force, died after a suspect plowed a blue Nissan over him and another officer guarding the Capitol. Fox identifies the suspect as 25-year-old Noah Green. Green then rammed the car into a security barricade and lunged at officers with a knife.
Fox says Chad Pergram, the suspect, was killed by responding officers. A human rights group in Burma says since the military takeover in February, at least 550 civilians have been killed. Pro-democracy protesters take to the streets every day. City dwellers are leaving Paris in droves ahead of new coronavirus restrictions that take effect tomorrow across France. At French hospitals, extra staff is being brought in for the Easter weekend to cope with a crush of new COVID-19 patients. America's listening to Fox News.
This news brought to you by Madden Advisory Services.
We are
where Jacksonville turns first for breaking news, weather, and traffic.
When severe weather is in the area or on the way, we activate the WOKV First Alert Storm Center. Get Action News Jack's First Alert Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish's updates to keep you safe and informed for as long as the threat is around on 104.5 WOKV.
Men, do you feel embarrassed in the bedroom because of ED or PE? Would you like to be the man you used to be? Prime Men's Medical Center has the solution. 98% of their patients experience a positive result from the treatment in just 10 minutes after just one office visit. Listen to Dr. Brown, a specialist in men's health.
Prime Men's Medical Center offers custom blended medications for ED or PE designed just for you. There's no pain or surgery. If you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or prostate issues, not a problem. If Viagra, Cialis, or Levitra have let you down, not a problem. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer. And it's affordable.
Contact Prime Men's Medical Center to schedule a private consultation. 904-664-8220. You'll see results on your first visit, guaranteed, or pay nothing. Call 904-664-8220. 904-664-8220. That's 904-664-8220.
You'll never paint your house again. Call the Coating Man.
The only company who offers the world's best paint and the most advanced protective coatings on the market, guaranteed never to fade, chip, crack, or peel for as long as you own your home. Call for a free estimate by the end of the month and receive up to 40% off. Call 888-COAT-USA. That's 888-COAT-USA. Or visit their showroom, 2000 Wells Road.
Call the Coating Man.
Sometimes in business, the unexpected comes calling. From rent increases to increased orders to, I'm gonna say it, unprecedented times. But don't bounce back. Bounce forward with Comcast Business. Bounce forward with fast, reliable internet on the network that can deliver gig speeds to the most businesses and gives you the flexibility to update your bandwidth in just a few clicks. Be fast, be flexible, be ready for what's next, and bounce forward with Comcast Business. Help your business bounce forward with this amazing offer. Get started with a powerful and reliable internet and voice solution from Comcast Business. Starting at just $35 each a month for 24 months for 2 years when you buy both. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com today to find out more. Restrictions apply. Limited to new Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice mobility customers. Early termination fee applies. Enrollment in EcoBill and autopay required. Call for details.
It's a calling that's kept us free. It's a place to belong. What's the calling? Being a member of the Air Force Reserve. It's doing a job that makes a difference, serving your community and your country. It's part-time service where the impact is full-time. What's your calling? Air Force Reserve. To find out about local job opportunities with the Air Force Reserve at MacDill Air Force Base or Eglin Air Force Base, call 800-257-1212 or go to afreserve.com. This message is sponsored by the Air Force Reserve, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this station.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but really pretty nice today. Highs reach the mid-60s, still breezy and brisk at the beaches, clear and chilly tonight, all the way down into the lower 40s. It's a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. Sunshine and mild for Easter Day. Your Sunday afternoon high reaches the low 70s inland, stays in the mid to upper 60s at the beaches. Monday will be sunny and mild, the start of a warming trend up to 77. Tuesday, mostly sunny, pleasantly warm high near 80 degrees. And Wednesday, partly sunny and warm, highs 80 to 85. From the First Alert Weather Center, I'm Action News Jax, Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish for 104.5 WOKV.
Now, Safe Touch Security First Alert Traffic.
There's a crash in Duval on the I-295 west southbound. It's happening right before mile marker 18, and it's got the right shoulder blocked if you're making your way in that direction. Use caution as you're making your way through that area. Again, it's on 295, the West Beltway southbound at mile marker 18. Got the right shoulder blocked, so use some caution as you're making your way around that way out into the Orange Park area. With Jacksonville's most frequent traffic, I'm Scott Young for 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
The following hour was paid for by the host and does not reflect the opinion of 104.5 WOKV or Cox Media Group.
Yo, Jacksonville, this is Mike Ellis, your host of Smart Money, brought to you by Madden Advisory Services. You are listening to 104.5 WOKV, that's Jacksonville's News and Talk. I hope that you guys are spending that time with friends, family, and loved ones for this Easter holiday. I know that we are. Enjoy this encore presentation, and we'll be back with you next week. God bless.
You are listening to a special encore presentation of Smart Money on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Information presented on this program is believed to be factual and up to date. We do not guarantee its accuracy, and it should not be regarded as a complete analysis of the subjects that are discussed. Discussions and answers to questions do not involve the rendering of personalized investment advice, but is limited to the dissemination of general information. A professional advisor should be consulted before implementing any of the options presented. Madden Advisory Services, Inc. is registered as an investment advisor with the SEC and only transacts business in states where it is properly registered or is excluded or exempted from registration requirements.
Helping to make our community a better place. This is the WOKV Ask the Experts Weekend, discussing things that matter most to you. Have a question? Have it answered by our local experts. Call 855-765-1045. That's 855-765-1045. Now, here's your host, Mike Ellis.
Jacksonville, welcome back to 104.5 WOKV. That's Jacksonville's News and Talk. You are listening to Smart Money Live, Hour 2 on this still overcast and blustery day. That's a good word. I like that word. Blustery.
Blustery.
Well, if you're just joining us, I hope that you can stick around for the full second hour. First hour, we were talking about inflation, stocks, bonds, and annuities. We had a couple of annuity questions. And then, of course, for the Did You Knows today, we've been focusing on the life of St. Patrick since that was this past week on the 17th, St. Patrick's Day. For the Did You Know right before the break, it was what event in St. Patrick's life does St. Patrick's Day celebrate? The answer to that is his death.
Ah, I missed that one.
Yeah, it celebrates his death. And for a true Christian like he was, what better way to celebrate than the day that he rejoined the Lord? So I hope that the day I pass on is remembered with that same kind of jubilation and fanfare and joy.
And drinking green beer.
Right?
Yeah,
Drinking
exactly.
green beer. Drink a green beer for me when I die. All right, we've got Kurt from Fleming Island with a question on what happens to your annuity when you die.
It's a great question. Depends on Kurt. Good question. And just to repeat it, it's
See if he's with us.
Kurt.
Kurt, you there?
I'm here.
All right, perfect.
Is that the full question?
Yes. Does it pass to your heirs, or does it depend on the type of annuity? I'm just curious.
It depends on not only the type of annuity, but it depends on how you structure the annuity. Remember, annuities are contracts. So with every single annuity that's out there, you can structure it so that 100% of the money that you do not use with the annuity will go in full to the listed beneficiaries of the policy, and the evil annuity company never keeps a penny. Now, can you structure it so that when your Learjet hits the mountain that the money goes poof? Yes, you can do that, and that would be the highest contractual payout. But most people that are contacting me, they want a lifetime income stream. They want the payments to continue as long as they're breathing. If it's with a spouse, they want the spouse to get the income uninterrupted and unchanged. But when the second spouse dies, they want to make sure that 100% of the money in the contract goes to the beneficiary. So it really comes down to how you want to customize the contract at the time of application.
Well, and just one thing that I'd like to kind of talk about for a second is what types of words are those annuity companies going to use to say what benefit you're getting, because that is something where folks get lost. They hear about period certain this and joint annuity that, and let's kind of elaborate on that.
There's with, say, immediate annuities or deferred income annuities, there's over 40 different ways to structure the policy. But what you need to, if you said, Stan, I want to make sure that I get the highest contractual guarantee and the money goes to the beneficiaries when I die, it really comes down to two structures: life with cash refund or life with installment refund. Now, period certain is part of life with cash refund and life with installment refund, but to just strip it down to the basics is, if you want your cake and eat it too, which is lifetime income and your beneficiaries gets what's left over, it's either life with cash refund, joint life with cash refund, or life with installment refund, or joint life with installment refund. The difference between the two is self-explanatory. Cash refund means your beneficiaries get a lump sum. Installment refund means they're going to get the same payment that you were getting while you were alive until the money's fully exhausted. But the bottom line you have to remember, and one of the biggest misconceptions out there is, well, Stan, if I buy an annuity and I die, the evil annuity company keeps the money. Doesn't have to be that way. Okay, it's up to you at the time of application.
Now, they'll make it that way if you don't say.
That's not true, actually. That's not true.
Depends on.
Well, thank you.
It depends on the agent. It depends on the agent. Good question, though.
Yep. Did we answer your question, Kurt?
Yeah.
Yes, you did. Absolutely, 100%. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for the call. God bless you. Have a good day.
God bless you too.
All right. Take care. So, the agent piece is a big part of that.
The agent piece is a huge part of it, and most agents that you're going to run into at the Bad Chicken Dinner seminars that are now popping up again, or steak dinner seminars, these people don't even know what an immediate annuity or deferred income annuity is. They don't know the structuring parts. They're just selling either index annuities or variable annuities or something like that. Remember, annuities were put on the planet in the Roman times for lifetime income. So if you want lifetime income and there's 10,000 baby boomers hitting age 65 every day, a lot of you are out there saying, okay, how do I get that pension income? Because less than 10% of private companies offer pensions. So you're going to have to create your own pension for that income floor that Mike and I were talking about earlier.
Yep, absolutely. And once again, just to kind of rewind the clock on that a little bit, one of the most important things you can do is not start with an answer before you even get the question on the table.
Correct.
To your point earlier, you might not need an annuity. You might. It depends. And if anybody comes out right out the gate and says, this is the answer to the question I haven't heard yet, I would question whether or not you should just stand up and walk away from that table.
Well, and for people that say, I hate all annuities, you already own one. It's called Social Security, so don't be that big of a hypocrite, okay?
Right.
Pension and lifetime income stream is good. It just doesn't mean that you need to buy another one. But Social Security is a lifetime income annuity, and the older you are when you start the payments, the higher the payments, just like with a regular annuity.
Yep. And that might help simplify some thoughts about it. Well, what is an annuity actually for? And to your point, they're not growth vehicles. They are not.
Never, ever, ever buy an annuity for market growth or stock market growth or reasonable rate of return, which is a buzzword that's used out there. That's garbage. That's
I love hearing that.
Reasonable rate of return. Like, what does that mean? People call me and say, Stan, this guy said I'm going to get 7 to 9% with no downside. No.
Not true.
Not true.
Not true. Oh, man. The crazy things that you hear out there from some of these folks. Make sure, we say it all the time, but make sure that you're dealing with somebody who's going to be a fiduciary for you. If you're going to ask questions about your financial future, they should be a fiduciary. Why? Because that means bottom line up front, your interests come first, full stop, period, done. Number 2, make sure that they have something associated with their education, their experience that tells you what that minimum line is. CFP is one that all of our advisors here have, Certified Financial Planning designation. That just gives you an idea of where they're coming from, a minimum amount of knowledge that they know, and then talk to these people. Make sure that you
And with annuities, the only protection that you have with annuities is what I call creating your own annuity statement of understanding. And what that is when you hear the sales pitch, write it down how you understand it, period, to the detail. Write a full page, sign and date it, flip the page around, and have the agent sign and date it. Either the pen's going to weigh 1,000 pounds and they're not going to be able to sign it, or if they sign it, you got them. Okay, but that's the only protection you have in the annuity hinterlands, is what I call it, because there's a lot of too good to be true sales pitches. Be careful, as I said earlier in the program. If it sounds too good to be true, it is every single time with annuities, without exception.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, we got to take a quick information timeout, folks. Lines are open, so make sure you give us a call, 855-765-1045. Again, that's 855-765-1045. You are listening to 104.5 WOKV. That's Jacksonville's News and Talk. Smart Money time is 11:16. And for that, did you know what event occurred in St. Patrick's life that would lead him later to priesthood?
He graduated from the seminary. No.
Lead him later.
Oh, okay.
You're a priest after you graduate.
Oh, see, I already missed the question.
It's all right. We'll talk about it after the break.
Get news, weather, and traffic every 6 minutes in the morning on Jacksonville's Morning News with Rich Jones from 5 until 9 a.m. every weekday. Stream it live, anytime, anywhere, on any device. Your PC, smart speaker, or your cell phone. Listen on radio.com or the free WOKV app.
At JEA, we're committed to providing our community with safe, sustainable energy and water. So we're investing in solar and other renewable energy sources to reduce our carbon footprint. We're also working with local companies to expand their electrification efforts and offering rebates to customers who switch to electric vehicles, because we want to keep Northeast Florida environmentally healthy now and in the future. Learn about our green efforts at domorewithjea.com. JEA, building community.
CGC Water has been telling you, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Still not a believer? Let's hear it straight from a happy CGC Water customer. Here's Leah.
CGC came to test our water and help us decide on what system would work best for our financial home needs, as we have our first child coming into the world soon. Good, clean, safe water is important to me, and they were very understanding of that. They were amazing and did not try to make us feel obligated to anything. There are options for all financial situations. I will and have been telling everyone I know about CGC and will continue to do so.
A Connecticut system from CGC Water removes up to 99% of contaminants. That's clean. Schedule your free water test today and ask how you can save up to $500. CGC is still taking extra precautions with in-home visits and continuing to follow CDC guidelines. Financing available with approved credit. Call 904-552-1242 for details or visit cgcwater.com. Serving Northeast Florida and Southeast Georgia. CGC Water Treatment, your local independent Connecticut dealer.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. A sunny and cool day, but still nice, with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Clear and chilly tonight, low 41, still near record lows. But during the day, Easter Day, sunny and mild with highs in the low 70s. Sunny and mild Monday, high 77 degrees, and we're up to 80 on Tuesday. Mostly sunny and pleasant. Stays partly sunny Wednesday with highs in the low 80s. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, weather. I'm meteorologist Corey Sima for 104.5 WOKV.
You are listening to a special encore presentation of Smart Money on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Jacksonville, welcome back to 104.5. That's WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk. This is Smart Money, and time is now 11:21. Those lines are open, so make sure you give us a call and bring those financial questions. Remember, we have Stan the Annuity Man with us, so.
Absolutely. Bring it on.
All right, folks. Once again, that number is 855-765-1045. And that did you know what event occurred in St. Patrick's life that would lead him to priesthood? He was abducted and forced into servitude.
Wow.
While he was out there for 6 years tending to sheep in the Irish countryside, it was said in his later life writings that God laid it on his heart to go back, become a priest, and then convert the rest of Ireland to Christianity.
When you said abducted and forced into servitude, I thought you said he just got married, right? No? I mean, no, I'm kidding. I've been married 33 years.
I was going to say...
I hope my wife's not listening.
She's going to murder you.
Exactly. No, she's going to force me into servitude.
Oh, there you go. If I get a letter...
Exactly.
Then I'll know
just
what
forward it to me. Any letters and complaints on that comment, just forward it to Stan the Annuity Man.
All right, we got Robert in Jacksonville. He's got a question on some cash in his bank. Robert, how are you doing today?
Good. Got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I got some cash money in the bank,
Okay.
and I've been trying to figure out where to put some of it so it can make some money without the possibility of losing everything, like the stock market. Do you have any recommendations?
Well, so here's the thing. If you're trying to make more than what your bank will make for you, then you're going to have to take on some level of risk. My first question to you, Robert, would be, what is that money for? Is that something you're going to be using in the first 5 years, or is that something that's going to be longer term for you? Or do you know yet?
Maybe within the first 5 years.
Okay. Then really with that short of a timeline, you need to stick to something that's more on the safer side, that's got that, return of principal, not return on principal. So that's going to pretty much stick you to short-term CDs, money markets, things like that.
Fixed rate annuities are beating CDs right now. There's a product in the annuity industry called a multi-year guarantee annuity. In English, that's called a fixed rate annuity. And if you go to my site, I have a live feed of all the carriers. But right now, you could get in Florida 3 years at 2.25%, 5 years at 3.1%. And you say, well, how do they do that, Standing Annuity Man? How are they beating CDs? Because life insurance have a dynamic pricing model. They have life insurance and lifetime income products and old bonds, et cetera, and then current interest rates. That's the reason that they can offer these guarantees. But remember, it's not FDIC. It's backed by the claims paying ability of the carrier.
Right.
But there are such things as fixed rate annuities that beat CDs and work and function just like them.
So the one thing to watch out for on that is liquidity.
Correct.
Liquidity comes into play, and that's just the ability to turn something back into cash.
And some of them allow you to peel off the interest. Some of them allow you to take out money like 10% annually. But that is an option that people are now looking at because the CD market is so down. So fixed rate annuities. Just go to my site, theannuityman.com. You can shop around yourself. You don't have to talk to anybody. Just pull up the live feed and see the rates for yourself. And, I also have written a book on that, multi-year guarantee annuities. For all the listeners, I've written 7 books on annuities, and I'm more than happy to send them to you for free. Just go to my site and sign up.
It's one for each major kind, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, perfect. Well, Robert, did we answer your question a little bit there?
Yeah, I think you took care of it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, perfect. God bless, my friend. Have a great weekend. We've got Charles from Orange Park. A question on filing income tax, it looks like. Charles?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Tell me a little bit more about your question.
Okay, I'm 81 years old. I had a stroke about a year ago and have not received any income. However, I have had $25,000 in Social Security annually. Do I still have to file taxes?
It's with where your provisional income is, you are going to be really close. Are you married?
No.
Okay. You're going to be really close to not having any tax liability, so you might actually not have to file technically. It never hurts to file anyway, particularly with a very simple situation.
I do have. Okay.
Then I would file anyway. And the other thing is some of the stimulus and stuff that's been happening. Did you get a stimulus check or any of that stuff?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I see both of them.
Okay. There's some folks that if they hadn't been filing because they were real close to not having to, have had issues with receiving their stimulus. So that's why I asked. I would always encourage, if you're not sure how close you are to that line, still go file. Because the last thing you want to do is have 3 letters chasing after you. I hate 3 letters.
That's right. I agree.
All right, Charles, did I answer the question for you?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you.
Hey, Mike, could those letters also be FBI?
They could.
IRS, FBI?
All 3 letters. I don't like any of them.
Let's just go through all the acronyms.
If I cannot tangle with 3 letters, then I'm happy with that.
Got it.
SEC, FBI, IRS. SEC is a big one for me.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
SEC,
our regulator.
FBI, CIA, IRS. My gosh, yeah.
DIA. Yeah. Although if you hit tangle with that one, you've done something real bad.
That's DEA.
Oh, there you go. There's another one.
Man, this is great.
I told you, 3 letters. Just stay away
three
from
letters. Yeah, that's actually, if people can walk away with one thing today, stay away from 3 letters.
I think that's a pretty good general rule of thumb.
Exactly.
All right, folks. We got Mike from Arlington. He's got a question about the stimulus checks. Mike, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are y'all doing?
Hey, doing well, my friend. Hope you're having a blessed day. What's going on?
Well, I'm waiting for my second stimulus check.
Okay.
Got the first one back in December, and I haven't gotten it yet, and I thought I would have gotten it by now. So I wanted to go over to the library to use their computer and find the website to track it down, see what the status of it is.
Yep.
I was wondering if the computer, when I put in my Social Security number, is that going to be safe?
I would encourage you not to do that on a public computer.
Okay. Well, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, you never know who's been on that thing before you. So be very cautious on public computers. If you have a close family friend or a member of the family, the next door neighbor that doesn't hate you, anything that, and that you trust, that's a key point of that neighbor one. Anything that is behind a closed door on that one, my friend.
Well, are they is it just taking a long time then? I should get it.
So that just passed, a week and a half ago? It's still
last week?
Yeah, it's still pretty fresh. If you haven't gotten it, I would say probably by the end of April to May, then it might be time to start asking some questions. But I wouldn't be overly concerned if you haven't.
It'll show up pretty soon.
Yeah.
If you've gotten one, you're in the system. It'll come to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well that's encouraging then. Thank you so much.
Hey, absolutely, Mike. Thank you for the call. God bless. Have a good weekend.
Okay.
All right, folks. Scotty got me.
He did.
You hear it in the background there?
Oh, I just thought that was a noise in my head, but I guess that's music.
No, none of us.
That's me. I'm the noise in the back of everybody's head.
You might want to get that checked out.
I know.
Stan. Guys and gals, we got to take a short information timeout. You are listening to Smart Money on 104.5 WOKV. That's Jacksonville's News and Talk. Smart Money time is 11:30. Lines are still open, so when we come back, make sure you're on that line. Give us your financial questions. That number, as always, 855-765-1045. Again, that is 855-765-1045. We're going to bring you up-to-date Fox National News, local weather, and traffic patterns. But first, did you know what color was associated with St. Patrick?
Chartreuse.
Ooh. I actually don't know what that is.
People didn't know that, did they?
I don't know what that is.
It's a color.
Well, yeah, I figured that. I'll talk about it after the break.
We are where Jacksonville turns first for news, weather, and traffic. Check in on your way to and from work. We'll get you there on time with the most frequent traffic reports in Jacksonville.
Jacksonville's most frequent traffic.
Traffic reports, weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 104.5 WOKV.
What if I told you there was a way to step into another gear for your brain and be much sharper, more focused, and improve your memory to a level that you could only dream about and notice these results in 30 minutes? Hard to believe? Neuroscientists are calling this new brain discovery the biggest advancement in brain science to date. It's called Limitless, the brain pill of the future. Take it, and within 30 minutes, you'll transport your mind to a new level of focus and clarity you would have never thought possible.
I took Limitless, and it started working in minutes. All of a sudden, it felt like a dark cloud had been lifted up right before my eyes. I have a mental clarity I've never felt before.
Biz execs, athletes, teachers, and students are calling Limitless a secret weapon for the brain. You have nothing to lose, so call now and find out how to get a free bottle today.
To find out how to get a free bottle of Limitless, call 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936. Free bottles for a limited time. Call now, 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936.
This is 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's news and talk.
Fox News, I'm Karen McHugh. Critics say Major League Baseball's decision to pull this year's All-Star game from Atlanta over Georgia's new voting law will adversely affect more than just the Braves.
They are going to lose a $100 million event from their city as they are recovering from COVID. It's a majority black city that would have had a lot of money roaring in. They were going to be celebrating Hank Aaron, one of the all-time greats in the history of baseball. This was all set up.
Clay Travis of Fox Sports. Critics of the new voting law say it'll make it harder for people of color to cast their ballots. Easter Sunday looks as though it'll be nice and dry from coast to coast.
Precipitation-wise, the entire lower 48, almost no precipitation at all. Rain on the radar across parts of Texas, but that rain is nothing that's significant. It's not going to cause any problems at all.
Fox meteorologist Rick Reichmuth. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey, it's Mark Hay from the Mark Hay Show. If you didn't hear the news, we've moved. Beep, beep, beep. Those are the trucks. Catch me now every weekday from noon until 3. That's right, 3 hours of the Mark Hay Show on WOKV. And if you can't listen live, make sure you're subscribed to the Mark Hay Show podcast, wherever podcasts are subscribed to.
Struggling with CPAP? Now there's Inspire, the only FDA-approved obstructive sleep apnea treatment that works inside the body to treat the root cause of sleep apnea with just the click of a button. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Visit InspireSleep.com to learn more.
Easter is coming, and don't get me wrong, I love jelly beans as much as the next guy, but there is nothing you could put in my Easter basket that compares to the keys to a new car. Yep, and that's why I'm so glad Arlington Toyota is open on Easter Sunday. They're opening the doors from 2 till 8 p.m. You can shop in their lot, packed with over 750 new and used vehicles, plus enjoy special Easter savings. Arlington Toyota open Easter Sunday from 2 until 8 p.m. and always online at arlingtontoyota.com. Happy Easter from the team at Arlington Toyota.
Watch Tanika Hughes and John Bachman on Action News Jacks at 5, 6, and 11.
We make it a point to cover important local news you need to know about.
Perspective is important. It's not just what happened, it's the reason why it happened and how that impacts you.
Plus, it's where you'll find the Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
Weather is always changing, and my forecast will help you plan your day and week ahead.
Watch and you'll see why CBS 47 and Fox 30 is local coverage you can count on.
Ever finally get around to trying something and it's so much better than you expected, where you're mentally kicking yourself for not doing it sooner or wondering where it's been your whole life? That's how Griffin customers feel about their Florida-rated AC. They even tell me,
we're never going back to regular AC.
And it's the same for our Florida-rated water heaters, too. It's so much better, our customers wonder why no one told them about it before. Well, we fix what others can't. Tired of having to run a shower or faucet for 3 minutes before you actually get hot water? We can fix that.
Nice.
Tired of Jacksonville's swampy hard water hurting your appliances and hair? We can fix it.
Naturally.
Tired of a tank water heater going bad every 5 to 8 years or running out of hot water?
Yep.
Griffin can fix that big time.
Oh, yeah. I never knew I could have hot water as soon as I turn on the tap.
And my hair could be so much healthier. And my appliances can last longer.
Well, you can. but only if you call GriffinService.com.
1430-261-1250-697.
You'll never paint your house again. Call the Coating Man.
The only company with a true never paint your house again warranty, providing the most advanced protective paints and coatings on the market, guaranteed never to fade, chip, crack, or peel as long as you own your home. For a free estimate and to save up to 40% off, call 888-COAT-USA. That's 888-COAT-USA, or visit their showroom, 2000 Wells Road.
Call the Coating Man.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but nice on this Saturday with highs in the mid to upper 60s, which is a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. It stays clear and chilly again tonight. Overnight lows down around 40. Then we're sunny and mild on Easter Day with highs in the low to middle 70s. It stays in the 70s on Monday. Sunny and mild. Mostly sunny on Tuesday. We're up to 80 degrees, and then 83 Wednesday. Partly sunny and warm. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sima for 104.5 WOKV.
Now, Safe Touch Security First Alert Traffic.
Checking the Jacksonville motorways, I'm seeing no incidents to report currently. It looks like an easy ride around town if you're making your way along the West Beltway. That area earlier at mile marker 18 has cleared up. There are no delays to report currently there, and it looks like an easy ride all the way across the Buckman Bridge. If you're on the East Beltway coming across Dames Point, it's an easy ride all the way down to the 295-95 exchange and on into St. Johns County. With Jacksonville's most frequent traffic, I'm Scott Young for 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
You are listening to a special encore presentation of Smart Money on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Jacksonville, welcome back to 104.5 WOKV. That's Jacksonville's News and Talk. You are listening to Smart Money, and lines are open, so make sure you give us a call at 855-765-1045. Again, that's 855-765-1045. Smart Money time is now 11:36, and for that, did you know what color was associated with St. Patrick? Now, you said chartreuse.
I said chartreuse. I think I'm pretty confident with that one.
I'm an 8 color in the crayon box type of person, so I don't know what that means. Blue is my answer. It was blue.
Okay, got it.
Although the official color of the holiday is now green, originally St. Patrick's robes and such were blue, and the remembrance pieces that folks would adorn on St. Patrick's Day way back when, because it's been around since 1798, were blue.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 1798 is when it changed to green. They've
Saw
been doing St. Patrick's Day for like 1,000
close,
years.
is what you're telling me.
Close.
Yeah.
Chartreuse, is that blue?
There's parts of it.
Real question.
Yeah,
I don't know. Anyway, we got Dina from Jax with a question about managing assets and income tax brackets.
Yes.
Hey, Dina.
I want to know, I'm in the lowest income bracket now.
Okay.
I don't want to jump to the next one, to the
Okay.
higher one. How can I calculate I want to take some profits
Okay.
without having me jump into the next higher bracket? Is there a simple way to calculate that?
Well, first, what type of account are you talking about making changes in? Is it an IRA? Is it a regular brokerage account?
A regular brokerage, and it's I have mutual funds and stocks.
Okay. Now, last year in 2020, did you do any tax loss harvesting or anything when the market was falling?
No.
Okay. Do you have any carry forward losses from prior years?
No.
Okay. Then what you need to do is, first of all, total all sources of income. Social Security, if you have a job that you get a W-2 paycheck from, if you're a contractor and you make 1099 income, whatever it's from, put all that down and add it up. And then you can pretty easily find a tax bracket printout. And then do you typically take the standard deduction, or are you able to itemize still?
I take the standard deduction.
Okay. So after you total all those things up and any income, any above the line deductions, then you can subtract that standard deduction from that amount. And the difference between that and the next income bracket is the amount of profits that you can take without knocking yourself up to the next level.
Okay, I total all my sources of income, and then I subtract.
What I would say and what I would encourage is, obviously this can get pretty complex, so make sure you give us a call. Our office number during the week is 904-296-1127. And folks, this is something that, we can help out with, tax planning, income planning, investment planning. That's all part of, a certified financial planner's wheelhouse. So give us a call during the week. We have a 1-hour initial consultation that's at no fee. And we'll take that time to make sure we take care of you, okay?
All right, but I add up, I total all my sources of income, then I subtract, what was it?
Then you subtract your above-the-line deductions, stuff like that. Dina, I want to make sure if you've got questions on this, let's get on the line during the week or get you in the office, okay?
All right.
All right. So once again, that number is 904-296-1127. That's the office number for during the week.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Dina. Have a great weekend.
And let me just say something, and I'm an outside person, standing annuity man with no last name, but it's very important that you're speaking with a fee-only advisor. I mean, there's a difference, and maybe, Mike, you can expound upon that, because fee-only and fee-based are two separate categories.
Oh, fee-based, man, you can get me started on that.
Let's get started. Tell me about it. No, seriously. I think that people really do need to understand what fee-only means.
Well, fee-only is very specific. Like, you can't say fee-only unless you only charge a fee. And why is that different from fee-based? Well, fee-based means that they can charge you a fee and get a commission on something they sell to you.
There's no double dipping with fee-only.
Exactly.
Period. They're on your side of the table. So, I mean, yes, I'm a homer. I'm sitting here with Mike. I love him to death. But you do need to understand the difference. And having been on that side of the industry before I became the mythical Stan the annuity man, I do understand the difference. So just wanted to point that out.
Well, everybody that's sitting on the side of the table that I'm on, typically they started on the other side, on the brokerage side, where they're getting commissions for what they sell to you. Usually they end up on this side of the table because they're done playing that game of, well, what's more important, my morals or my paycheck?
And what I was really saying is, when you're a client of a fee only, you're on their side of the table. I mean, they have your best interests at hand. And by the way, that's what the definition of fiduciary is.
Yep.
Fiduciary is putting the best interests of your clients ahead of yours. It should be It should be just what you do.
I would think that makes sense.
That makes
all
sense
the time.
But you do have to be very careful out there. So
absolutely.
Yeah. Sorry, I digressed, but I just got on my platform there for a second.
I hear you, and it is vitally important. I mean, we do talk about it a lot, that they need to be fiduciaries when you're talking to someone. They need to be fee only, and then they also need to have some level of, education and experience. You got to know that they're not some person just fresh out of school that doesn't know what the difference between a SPIA.
You don't want to have cowboy boots older than your advisor. That's a good moniker to kind of put in place.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. All right. We've got Scott in Jacksonville with a question on long-term capital gains. Scott, how are you today?
Good. How are you guys?
Hey, doing well, my friend. Please expand on that question a little bit.
So my question is, I don't have 401k at work.
Okay.
The government has classified me as making too much to invest in an IRA. I do grab the backdoor Roth.
All right.
But in addition to that, I'm just putting all my savings in a brokerage account.
Okay.
I don't move money around. I don't sell. So, I'll be into long-term capital gains, which is, 15% now in what I have. So my question is, that don't really sound so bad to me. That 15% is actually, it's less than I'm paying in taxes right now. So, but am I missing the boat? I don't want to miss the boat on something.
So with the long-term cap gains, One of the biggest things that a lot of folks forget to look at is whether or not they've got carry forward losses to offset them. Have you ever sold something for a loss?
Yes.
And do you keep track of how much in those losses carried forward each year, or have you already written it all off?
I don't know. I'm fairly new to this. I don't have a ton in the brokerage. I just know going forward, I'm going to be plowing a lot of money into it.
Okay. Then what I would encourage is gather up as much of that paperwork from prior years, et cetera, and I would come sit down with us, see if we can't figure out what you've got carrying forward. And give me a call. That once again, 904-296-1127, because that one's going to take a little bit of homework. So I want to make sure you're taken care of. Okay.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
Absolutely. Have a great weekend. God bless.
Yep. You too. Bye.
All right. Folks, we got to take a quick information timeout here. You are listening to 104.5 WOKV. That's Jacksonville's News and Talk. This is Smart Money, brought to you by Madden Advisory Services. Smart Money time is 11:45. Did you know? About how long has St. Patrick's Day been celebrated in Ireland?
617 years.
Actually, you're closer than I would have thought that you would be. We'll find out the exact answer after the break, though.
You want the weather? Yes. Good news. We'll give it to you every 6 minutes on Jacksonville's Morning News with Rich Jones. Weekdays from 5 till 9 a.m. on 104.5 WOKV. Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Here in the Sunshine State, we live in 2 time zones. We cheer for 3 NFL teams. We have over 3 million men over the age of 45, and over half suffer from ED or PE. If you're having problems in the bedroom, you'll see results on your first visit at Prime Men's Medical Center. Guaranteed, or your consultation is free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Brown. If pills like Viagra have let you down, Prime Men's Medical Center has custom blended medications to help you last longer in the bedroom, regardless of age or past medical history, with no pain and no surgery. You'll see results right in the office, guaranteed, or your exam is free. Patients are now lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, and it's affordable.
Contact Prime Men's Medical Center to schedule a private consultation. Call 904-664-8220. 904-664-8220. That's 904-664-8220.
They just don't make them like they used to.
People say that a lot, and sometimes it's true, but not for air conditioners. Manufacturers actually make them better than they used to. It's just that local AC companies don't install them like they ought to. Old school rules of thumb and yesterday's shortcuts simply sabotage new school systems. Can new technology give you more comfort with longer service life? Only if the AC tech knows how to properly engineer it for your home and how to install it right. So techs that don't understand inverters, low voltage controls, and how to configure the software, dip switches, and refrigerant charge for Florida humidity, they'll totally turn it into turd buckets, especially if they just do a swap the box install without fixing your ductwork and airflow. My point, the better the technology, the more important the install. At Griffith Service, we fix what others can't, but it's best to have us install it right from the beginning. So if your new system ain't working right or your old one needs replacing, call
GriffinService.com.
1250-697.
Water treatment systems are being advertised, sold, and installed, claiming to produce soft water. Some companies just filter out chemicals, taste, and odor, claiming to provide soft water. Well, true soft water is produced through a process called ion exchange, which uses low levels of salt during regeneration. Affordable Water is licensed to provide the highest quality water. Affordable Water will test your water at no charge and provide a quote at no obligation. Call Affordable Water at 904-262-0197. License number W32.
Life is complicated. We all know it, and all can use the proper support system. You know what else can be complicated? Owning a home. And that's why Rex was built to go beyond the simple real estate transaction. Full-service agents for buying and selling, mortgage services, insurance quotes, escrow and title, even home repair. All one call away. I guess you could call Rex your home support system and not a typical brokerage. Call 833-REX-HOME. That's 833-739-4663. Want more? Of course you do. With all that convenience comes reduced fees, too. In fact, the average Rex homeowner saves over $10,000 when buying and selling a home. Want to get started? It's never too soon. Call 833-REX-HOME. That's 833-739-4663. 833-739-4663. Florida license number CQ1057788. For further licensing disclosures, please visit rexhomes.com.
Hey, boss, how's it going?
How's it going? Oh, let me tell you how it's going. So far this year, I've broken my pinky toe, had a flat tire, and currently I'm trying to pass a kidney stone the size of Rhode Island.
Well, karma strikes again.
What?
Nothing. Oh, look, it's the first Crooks R Us survey of 2021. They're asking crooks like us to list the top reasons we avoid safe touch houses.
There's the crash and smash technology, the video monitoring.
Yeah, but what's number one?
Gotta be the two-way communicator.
That's what I said.
Oh, yeah. The two-way communicator leads to verified alarms, which lead to faster response times, which are all very bad for us crooks.
Which all just circles back to the Crooks R Us golden rule. Stay away from safe touch houses.
Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious.
Crooks know to stay away from Safe Touch houses. Hi, I'm Lester Jackson, president of Safe Touch Security Systems. No one beats our technology or our price.
Call Safe Touch today at 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license number EF233.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. A sunny and cool day, but still nice, with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Clear and chilly tonight, low 41, still near record lows. But during the day, Easter Day, sunny and mild with highs in the low 70s. Sunny and mild Monday, high 77 degrees, and we're up to 80 on Tuesday. Mostly sunny and pleasant. Stays partly sunny Wednesday with highs in the low 80s. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sima for 104.5 WOKV.
The WOKV Payroll Payout. You've got 5 chances to win $1,000 every weekday at 8 a.m., 10, noon, 2, and 5 p.m.
Oh my God, I'm going to pay off some bills.
This is a nationwide contest. Message and data rates apply. Complete rules at WOKV.com.
This is awesome.
The WOKV Payroll Payout. Now through May 21st on 104.5 WOKV.
You are listening to a special encore presentation of Smart Money on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Jacksonville, welcome back. You're listening to Smart Money on 104.5 WOKV. That's Jacksonville's News and Talk. We only got a little bit of time left, so if you've got a question, make sure you give us a call. Call now, 855-765-1045. Again, that's 855-765-1045. You are listening to Smart Money, brought to you by Madden Advisory Services, and the time is now 11:51. For that, did you know? The question going out was about how long has St. Patrick's Day been celebrated in Ireland? Over 1,000 years.
So you round up, and I was right.
Yep. If you round up, then you are correct.
Absolutely.
So that's why I said you're closer than I would think.
You know, all financial people round up, right?
Sure, we'll go with that. All right. So today, we've had a lot of questions about annuities, taxes, about all these things that impact those fixed income streams and what people are trying to live off of at the end of the day, because that's what all of this is truly about. The reason I'm here, the reason you're here is to help people be able to live the life that they want when they're not going to work anymore. That's the
and to tell the truth. I think
that's
people,
a big part.
There's bad people in all industries.
Absolutely.
And we're certainly not perfect, but if you want to learn more about annuities, go to theannuityman.com. If you want to sit down with a fee-only advisor,
then
go
to maddenadvisoryservices.com.
Because people do need help, and people don't know what they don't know, right?
Yep.
And the financial space can be confusing, and you got all kinds of messages coming to you from all angles. So you really need someone to tell you the truth without a sales pitch.
Well, and somebody that's going to sit, to your point a little while ago, on the same side of the table as you.
Perfectly said.
That is the purpose of why we are set up the way that we're set up. When Hank first started the firm, first started the radio show to go with it. It's all about getting you guys the information that you need so that you can have the right decisions with the right people at the right times to make what you need happen. And
let's be honest, being on the radio for a lot of people is very nerve-wracking. We do it all the time, so it's just commonplace.
Second nature.
This is the reason that if you want to talk to us during the week, that's probably the best time. Is to give us a call. Go to theannuityman.com, go to maddenadvisory.com.
Yep.
It's Madden Advisory Services.
Oh, I'm sorry, maddenadvisory.com.
It's maddenadvisory.com. And, connect with us then, because that's when you can get us for 30 minutes to an hour on your terms and on your time frame. And then we'll just listen. I always tell people, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use them in proportion. And I'm a big believer in that.
I wholeheartedly agree. Like, I can't tell you how many times that I've had folks say, the guy that I'm with now doesn't listen to me. The guy that I'm with now, the girl that I'm with now, they don't hear me when I tell them what my concerns are. Folks, you should be talking to somebody that's going to listen and hear what you need.
And especially in this time. And we're in a time now where, like I said earlier in the broadcast, we're in blue water strategies. We've never seen money printed like this. Mm-hmm. We've never seen the Fed act like this. We really don't know where interest rates are going. We're all hoping and praying and put our fingers together that they're going to go up. But in these types of times where it's choppy and uncharted and we don't know what's going to happen, that's when you need people that are going to listen, that have your best interests at hand, and put you at the forefront to put a plan together, because this isn't about throwing darts. And in a bull market, some people get the misconception that you can just throw a dart and it goes up. Trust me, I'm an old guy, been doing this a long time. Markets are going to go up and down. You need to have a plan in place. As Hank always said, you wouldn't build a house without a blueprint. Without a blueprint. And it is. I think that's the best way to put it. So.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to know that the doors will open and shut and the windows aren't going to leak.
Exactly. And we're in weird times. We really are. Regardless of what political aisle you land on, which side, it doesn't matter. When it comes to your money. You have to sail through whatever waters are in front of you. Yep. And it might not be the people you want in office. It might be the person you want in office. That's fantastic. Either way, you've got to have someone on your side working for you. And hopefully, Mike and I can do that for you, whether you need it. And by the way, not everybody needs an annuity. Let's just get that straight. But everybody needs a financial plan.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And there's an old saying that proper planning prevents poor
exactly
outcomes.
No, exactly. So So what are your predictions for the market coming up? What do you think is going to happen?
With the rising rate phenomenon, we're going to have some more chop in there. That's for sure. That's a given. It's going to happen, but it's short-lived. It's short-lived. At the end of the day, Mark Twain had a great quote, and that is that history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes.
And that's true. And we were talking before the show happened about COVID, and it's been a weird year, and it looks like it's going to continue a little bit. But the one thing fantastic about this country, and I think we can all agree, when we have a crisis, we come out of the crisis better.
Yes, absolutely.
And you're going to see that with this economy. You're going to see that with the way businesses are run. That's the great part about America is, yes, we can get knocked down a little bit. Yes, we could be thrown the biggest curveball of all time.
But we always stand back up, and we stand back strong.
But the innovation takes over. And I said early in the COVID days, the government's not going to solve COVID problems. It's going to be the private sector biotech firms that's going to solve the COVID problems.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly what's happening.
Moderna, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, all of them.
Bingo. So, I'm bullish on America. I always have been, and COVID is just going to make us better. But that doesn't mean the stock market continually goes up forever.
And there will be days where it's down. Oh, is it already that time? Man. All right, folks. Well, God bless you. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate you and your calls. If nobody said that they cared about you today, know that Stan, Scotty, and I do. Always remember that most important investment that you will ever make will not be found on a statement or a balance sheet anywhere. It's that special time that you spend with your friends, family, and loved ones. So make sure that you're spending that time. To our American soldiers, our sailors, our Marines, our airmen, and now the Guardians, I saw a commercial for them, Space Force. Thank you, and God bless you for what you do in protecting our way of life. You and your families make a lot of sacrifices, I know, because I was one of them. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. To our EMTs, our police officers, our firemen, our first responders, and your families, thank you and God bless you guys for providing us the safe cities that we live in. You watch our backs while we're here at home, and you do so oftentimes at the potential risk of your lives as well. So God bless you and thank you for that. Always remember that this day is a special day that was given to us by our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So make sure you stand up, give some of your time, talents, and treasures to serve those around you and show them His grace. It's what we're called to do. Fathers, you'll never stand as tall as when you kneel in prayer, and teach your children how to pray because nobody else is teaching them. And always stand tall and honor the flag with respect and honor, because that is the symbol of all the sacrifices that have come before to free nations, eradicate slavery, promote equality and justice, wipe away poverty, and she needs us pushing those principles forward now more than ever. God bless. Have a great weekend and a great week. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
WOKV-FM Atlantic Beach, broadcasting from the Talon Wealth Management Studio. Listen everywhere in the TuneIn Radio app. 104.5 WOKV, a Cox Media Group station. Today's news moves fast. WOKV makes it easy for you to stay informed with the 3 big things you need to know. Powered by SafeTouch Security. On air, online, and now in your email. Get it delivered straight to your inbox every day when you sign up at WOKV.com.
They know who did it, but they don't know why. I'm Pam Puso, Fox News. Investigators in Washington, D.C. were able to quickly identify the suspect in yesterday's breach at the U.S. Capitol that left a Capitol police officer dead. Now they're scouring the man's social media pages looking for clues. In one post, Noah Green mentioned losing his job and struggling during the pandemic. He also reportedly had ties to the Nation of Islam.
He went on to write that his faith is, quote, centered on the belief of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan as Jesus the Messiah, the final divine reminder in our midst. Green said he's never met Farrakhan, but believes he's the man who can carry him through his dark hour. Quoting again here, the minister is here to save me and the rest of humanity, even if it means facing death.
Fox's Trace Gallagher. In a tweet today, the Capitol Police expressed gratitude for the support it's received from around the world. The fallen officer was 18-year veteran William Evans. Authorities in 2 southern states are piecing together overnight shootings. In Wilmington, North Carolina, police say 3 people were killed at a house party and 4 others were hurt. Cops don't have a suspect, but they believe there's no ongoing threat to the public. In Tuscaloosa, Alabama, at least 5 people were hurt when police say gunfire erupted at a bar. Chris Kelly was there.
One guy was shot in the arm, the other guy was shot in the thigh, and I think in the stomach.
Several suspects are being questioned by police. The governor of Georgia says he's not backing down to backlash over the state's new voting laws. Republican Brian Kemp says Major League Baseball caved to cancel culture when it decided to move the All-Star game out of Atlanta. Opponents say the new election laws are too restrictive and disenfranchise people of color. America's listening to Fox News.
We are Jacksonville's Morning News. Live, local, in-depth. That's right, I said live. Weekday mornings from 5 till 9 a.m. Rich Jones tells you the 3 big things you need to know every 15 minutes on 104.5 FM, WOKV.com, or in the WOKV app.
Selfies, little things that say, hey, it's me. Adding a banking account at Community First might seem like a little thing too, but if you want a smart way to move your money around, you know what works for you. Community First. Add an account at justbeyourself.com.
Federally insured by NCUA. Sometimes in business, the unexpected comes calling. From rent increases to increased orders to, I'm gonna say it, unprecedented times. But don't bounce back. Bounce forward with Comcast Business. Bounce forward with fast, reliable internet on the network that can deliver gig speeds to the most businesses and gives you the flexibility to update your bandwidth in just a few clicks. Be fast, be flexible, be ready for what's next, and bounce forward with Comcast Business. Help your business bounce forward with this amazing offer. Get started with a powerful and reliable internet and voice solution from Comcast Business, starting at just $35 each a month for 24 months for 2 years when you buy both. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com today to find out more. Restrictions apply. Limited to new Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice mobility customers. Early termination fee applies. Enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay required. Call for details.
Whether you're running late for work or on the way to meet friends, chances are you're probably not planning to get stopped at a rail crossing. But the truth is, trains can happen at any time. Always expect a train and never stop on the tracks. Only cross at designated rail crossings. Look both ways and never drive around lowered gates. Remember, plans can wait. Trains can't. The department's efforts are ongoing, so follow FDOT on social media for more updates and always drive safe.
Hey, it's Brian Kilmeade from my friend and trusted realtor Phil Aiken with Aiken Home Team. Your home sold, guaranteed realty. Selling your home in today's market is a big deal, perhaps the biggest financial transaction you will ever make. As a potential seller, you need to work with someone you can trust, has the experience and expertise to help you sell safely, fast, and for the most money possible. Aiken has perfected his home selling system designed to help you sell safe, fast, and to capture every dollar possible. Phil's system showcases your home to his exclusive list of thousands of ready buyers, which creates higher demand, faster sales, and more money for you. Here's the best part. Phil guarantees to sell your home at a price agreeable to you, or he will pay you the difference. Guaranteed. For Roger in Jacksonville, Phil sold his home in 2 days at $9,700 over the asking price they agreed to. So call Phil Aiken for a free no-obligation home evaluation at 904-500-PHIL. That's 904-500-7445, or visit philhasthebuyers.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Lee, President and CEO of Lee & Cates Glass. Our customers have been asking for Lee & Cates Glass for over 90 years because they know that in order to get the highest quality glass and mirrors for a home remodel, you have to ask for Lee & Cates Glass. To ensure you get the most experienced local company with fast and friendly service, ask for Lee & Cates. Visit LeeandCatesGlass.com today for all your glass and mirror needs. Lee & Cates Glass. All you have to do is ask.
Hi, Darcy the cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. It's the best fertilizer with 10 times more manure and 10 times more nutrients.
Black Cow, the mature manure, Black Cow.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but nice on this Saturday with highs in the mid to upper 60s, which is a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. It stays clear and chilly again tonight. Overnight lows down around 40. Then we're sunny and mild on Easter Day with highs in the low to middle 70s. It stays in the 70s on Monday. Sunny and mild. Mostly sunny on Tuesday. We're up to 80 degrees, and then 83 Wednesday. Partly sunny and warm. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sima for 104.5 WOKV.
Now, Safe Touch Security First Alert Traffic.
Take a look around the Jacksonville motorways, and I am seeing no delays to report currently. It looks like an easy ride all around town. If you're on 95 making your way through downtown, there's no delay through the 95-10 exchange or the 10-295 exchange if you're headed to the west side. It's an easy ride across the Fuller Warren on down into St. Johns County as you're staying on 95 south. If you're on the east side of town, no delays to report on the East Beltway, and it's an easy ride to or from the beaches area if you're coming or going in between the beaches and Arlington. With Jacksonville's most frequent traffic, I'm Scott Young for 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
The following hour was paid for by the host and does not reflect the opinion of 104.5 WOKV or Cox Media Group.
The Consumer Law Hour is brought to you by Farah and Farah.
Comments and opinions expressed on this radio program do not constitute legal advice and do not create an attorney-client relationship with you. If you have a legal problem, a formal consultation will be required outside of this radio program.
This is the WOKV Ask the Experts Weekend, discussing things that matter most to you. Local experts answering your questions. Call 855-765-1045. That's 855-765-1045. Now, the Consumer Law Hour with Eddie and Chuck Farah.
855-765-1045, the number to call if you've got legal questions. Our experts standing by. Eddie Farah, the man, the myth, the legal legend, standing by to take your calls right now. My name's Scott Young, hanging out with you once again on a Saturday as we make our way through another edition of the Consumer Law Hour. Eddie, how you doing today, bud?
Real good, Scott.
Have you managed
to be back? Go ahead.
Have you managed to get out there and take care of that shots business yet?
Hey, man, I'm good to go. I've got my freedom now. I go everywhere.
Woohoo!
Not even wearing a mask.
Oh,
if they make me, I'll wear it. If they make me, if they tell me I got to wear it, I will. But I'm not.
Okay, fair. It's fair. It's a dealer's choice kind of a situation on that. The mayor recently lifting or choosing not to renew the mandatory masks policy, but they do still have opportunities within certain places. If venues say, "Hey, we need you to mask up. We'd prefer you do that," that they still get to write their rules for that.
Yeah, I went by Bold Bean this morning, grab a cup of coffee on the way in, and at the beach, and they got a mask requirement still, which is okay, Not everybody's had the shot,
It's good social responsibility. You're looking out for yourself. You're looking out for other people. Yep. And Fortunately, this coming Monday, opportunities for the shot will be widespread available for adults around the Jacksonville area. Ages 18 and up should be able to roll up on pretty much anywhere, and opportunities and appointments available. Be able to take care of your first and or second shot business. And a couple of places are even accommodating teenagers aged 16 and 17 for the Pfizer vaccine, although that is taking some special recommendations. The FEMA sites are not administering to teenagers at this point.
Yeah, that's nice, man. We're going to get everybody inoculated and got the immunity so we can get back to doing what we do. You know?
That's it, man.
I saw a guy this morning on a bicycle with a mask on. I couldn't believe that.
Johnson & Johnson's got a teen survey study going on right now.
With a mask on. This guy had I think Scott, he was riding his bike, he had a mask on. I mean, I don't know how you can get sick.
Here's the thing about
riding
that,
a bike
too.
is very difficult.
That's not necessarily just about health responsibility. He could also be health training in that case, because that mask makes it a little harder to breathe while you're exercising.
I got so it's like a physical fitness thing. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's maybe that's what he's got going on.
Yeah, I know. But anyway.
Maybe he was just damn fashionable and was enjoying it.
Yeah, I know. I just couldn't believe it. But, people. But anyway, let's get down to some business right now.
All right, what's going on in the law lately, bud?
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to talk about, we're a personal injury firm, but I like, we talk about all kind of stuff here, as you know, and we'll take your questions about any kind of legal topic, and hopefully we can help you. A lot of times, we don't know the answers, but we know attorneys in our community that I can call upon, and that will, respond to what your question is and hopefully get you an answer. But remember, always, like I said, we've been saying, the best deal in town is the Jacks Bar Association Attorney Referral Service. You have a legal question, they will find you an attorney that specializes in that area of the law, and you can talk to them for 30 minutes for $50, which is nothing. These are attorneys that charge typically $4 or $5, $600 an hour. They're some of the most reputable, knowledgeable attorneys in town. And that phone number at the Jacks Bar Association is 399-4486. So whatever your legal topic is, legal issue is, that's a place to start. That's a good place to go get a consultation, find out where you're at, and then you can make a decision on what to do after it. That's the Jacks Bar Association. I mean, if you call this lawyer just on your own at his office and want to go see him, you're not going to get that deal. It's all through the Jacks Bar. It's part of their community service. These attorneys donate their time to the Jacks Bar. I don't even know if they get the $50. I think the Jacks Bar keeps the $50. So they're basically doing it for free. So anyway, that's a good resource. It can help you. We don't have your answer. That's another place where you can go get answers from. But what I want to talk about a little bit today and see if anybody's had any experience with it, or bail bonds, these bonds that people have to post when they get arrested. And there's been a big movement, I guess, in the Biden administrations and the Democrats especially, to stop the bail bonds business. Really, I mean, if you're arrested, if you're in an unfortunate situation, you're arrested, the bail is to assure that you show up in court. That's what the bond is for, to make sure you show up. Now, you're arrested for a DUI. Typically, the bonds aren't that much. Depends, could be $500, $1,000, $15, $2,000. You put up the $2,000, you show up in court. When your case is finally disposed of, you get your $2,000 back. But not everybody has $2,000. And so what you would have to do is you typically go to a bail bondsman and you pay 10%. So if your bond is $2,000, you pay the bondsman $200 for his premium. It's like an insurance policy. You buy it. And typically they want collateral for the other money. So you got to put up your house, your car. You got to have somebody that puts up the other collateral to ensure that, the rest of the bond is covered. Because if you don't show up in court, the bail bondsman has to pay the money. There's an insurance policy. So he wants to make sure he's covered in the event you don't show up in court.
And then next thing you know, you show up on an episode of Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, that's what's, he's going to come looking for you. But the thing about it is, and sometimes the bonds are really big, like $500,000 or not even $25,000, and you got to pay 10% of that, and people don't have it. And so the bail bondsman will say, okay, I'll get you out. Give me collateral for the rest of it and make payments with interest on the 10%. So, I mean, even after your case is closed, Some people are making payments to the bail bondsman at some ridiculous rate of interest for the 10% they could not afford, that keeps them out of jail, that allows them to work until their case is disposed of. And when you get down to it, who's not going to show up in court for a DUI or something like that? I mean, I just can't see it. I mean, so that's why Illinois, for instance, has gotten away from bail. They've eliminated it. Last month, they have abolished cash bail bonds by 2023, and so they're going to be out of that state. You'll be out of the bail bonds business. So it's really a racket, if you want to talk. And if you look at the profits that the bail bond insurance companies make, this is the most profitable business they're in. Compared to, they make on a typical auto, their profit margins on autos and home insurance policies are like 33%. On bail bonds, it's 83%.
I'm so in the wrong business.
Yeah, if you're in the wrong business, the bail bonds business is nothing about profit. And that's why there's a movement to stop it. And they're just taking advantage of people. And the people that control the bail bonds business, there's only about 6 companies that do it. And the biggest one that happens is out of St. Petersburg. It's Florida. It's Bankers Financial Corporation. They're the biggest in the country. And so anyway, hopefully Florida will get on board and revisit this bail bonds issue, which keeps people in jail. You're presumed innocent, especially on smaller stuff, DUIs, smaller, misdemeanors, even a felony check. You write a check for whatever the limit is. I don't know what the felony amount is, over $50. That's considered a felony of a bad check. But I mean, is somebody going to risk, spending a long time in jail for not showing up in court over a bad check? But you got to post the bail if you want to get out. And hopefully we'll find some movement and somebody who'll get involved and stop it, and revisit this.
Are they using anything else as some sort of a motivator for that to ensure attendance for a court case? Because I can hear an argument right now that's popular where people will say, well, what about illegals or something like that? And okay, fine. So you got a hard time trying to press charges about something like that with someone who isn't an actual resident anyway. It's not like you can take away the freedom when, they're not even documented to begin with. So it's a non-issue as that objection goes. But for people who would run the risk of a liability, what sort of incentive would they have then besides necessarily a financial one? Because we've certainly seen how financial incentives can be extremely effective.
I know that, but if you don't show up in court with or without a bond, the judge is going to issue a warrant for your arrest. Then there is no bond. You're going to get arrested and you're going to just sit in jail. I mean, you're not going to be able. So the threat that the state has, or the power the state has, is to issue a warrant for your arrest for not showing up in court.
Would they be more inclined to do that than issue a continuance or something?
Well, if you have a court date and you don't show up, and you don't have to show up. Sometimes you can sign a waiver. Most people sign waivers to let their attorney appear on their behalf. The judge can require you to be at a hearing, but typically most hearings in a criminal case are handled by the attorney without the defendant there.
Okay.
But at certain times you got to show up. If it's sentencing, he may want you there. If there's something going on, the judge say, I want to see him. I want him here. But typically you sign a waiver and the attorney handles it. But if the judge wants you there, it's sentencing time, and you don't show up, he's going to issue a warrant for your arrest, and they're going to go find you.
What's going to happen is just going to be that much worse.
Yeah, where can you go? I mean, listen, they can find anybody these days. It's very infrequent that people don't show up in court and are never found again. But anyway, it's especially on the smaller crimes, maybe require bail or a bond on something serious where somebody's got a lot at stake. But and typically on a first DUI, you're not looking at any jail time. You're looking at a fine and some suspension. Why would you not show up? Why would you risk your freedom over that? But
I'm not saying it's smart choices. I'm just saying people make choices.
Well, people people will jump bail too. Then
there you go.
You got somebody else looking for you.
Well, we got our first caller of the day. Okay. We got Eric from Jacksonville, and he's got a concern about a defective product and a fire. Eric, you're on the Consumer Law Hour.
Hey, Eric.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
The main two questions I want to get answered today are statute of limitations and what else I could do next. March 2020, I have a barn structure on my property here in Jacksonville, and I opened it up and turned on the lights, and I fired up an air compressor to work on a riding lawnmower. It was my daughter's birthday, so I went in the house for the birthday party and everything, and the house lights started to flicker. So I became concerned of that and went to the back and looked, and the whole barn was completely engulfed in fire. The fire department came out and put it out. The barn structure is still intact, but it's the inside just gutted. I contacted the manufacturer to no avail, and then I contacted the local home improvement store I bought it from, and they were helping me. They were sending out adjusters, and I know the air compressor is what started the fire, because in the part of the barn where it was the only thing in that area. And all of a sudden, they just stopped talking to me, and they said they were going to send out a fire engineer, and they were going to pay for it to determine if that was the cause of fire. Then they just told me, you're paying for it now, and they disappeared. And then I was contacted by the manufacturer out of China and their adjuster, and he did the same thing. And then they said, it's been too long. It's been exposed to the weather. At the time I couldn't afford to pay the $3,000 retainer for a fire engineer company. I have that money now, but since it's been over a year since it happened, even though the scene hasn't moved since the fire department put it out, do I still have anything I can do if I hire the engineer now?
Okay. All right. Well, you have a 4-year statute of limitations on the negligence, 5-year on breach of contract. So you're okay on the statute of limitations. But let me ask you, did your homeowner's insurance look at it? I mean, did you file a claim with your homeowner's policy?
No, I don't have homeowner's insurance. We have a mobile home on the property, and it's really old. And when they had asked that question, and when I told them no, I didn't have a lawyer, I didn't have homeowner's insurance, and that's the reason I felt like, hey, we're just like, it's all on you now. Let's see if you got the money to.
So your home is paid for. You didn't have any coverage on it. The unit's paid or whatever. Okay. So you bought this was it like a prefabbed metal building? Was it one of those?
It's like a 16 by 20 wood barn.
Okay. I got you. Okay. How did first of all, where do you think the defect was? I mean,
it had to be an overheating issue. The barn, like I said, the barn's intact, and you could see where the fire, one end just got smoke and heat damage. The end which was a separate walled-in room, the fire burnt completely to the wall. It all started right where that thing is, and there's 3 power sockets. The one it was plugged into is all burnt and melted, and the other 2 were just sooted. And it went straight up through the roof into the loft, and then burned through the loft. And there was they had a loft where the stairs would pull down. And they came out and looked at everything, and the guy even agreed with me. He goes, yeah, it started right here. But it's like with the no homeowner's insurance and no lawyer, and it just turned on me so fast. And I was like, and then there was a while there they wouldn't even talk to me, and I said, well, what's going on? You guys just went quiet. And he goes, oh, listen, it's been too long. It's exposed to the elements. He's talking about statute of limitations and all this stuff.
Well, there's no statute of limitations. You're okay on that. But Eric, the thing is, so it came assembled with the electrical components, or did somebody else come in and put that in?
No, it had
plugs and everything.
It had all that already in it.
Who connected it to the power? Who connected it to the power? An electrician, or did you do it? I mean,
this property belonged to my wife's parents. Her father did it a long time ago.
Yeah, but you bought the building. You purchased the building recently, right?
No. The barn has been out there since the 80s.
Okay, then there could be a statute then. That's what it is. Okay, now I understand. I thought maybe you had purchased it recently and put it on your property. Yeah, you've got some statute of limitations issues in because it's been there too long. So I think that's what the problem is. Yeah, I would not. I mean, I'm not. You may want to talk to a lawyer that specializes in that, and we're a personal injury firm. But I would not. I don't think I would spend $3,000 for an engineer to come look at that and determine the cause of the fire. Now, if you had some work done recently, some electrical work done recently to it, it'd been different. That maybe somebody did something wrong or reconnected a wire improperly. But since it's been since the 80s, there are statutes that prevent you from really bringing up products liability claim.
Okay. I mean, but the air compressor was bought, recently, like in the past 6 years or so. But you're saying they would just say the age of the barn is possible.
Well, are you saying the air compressor may have caused the problem?
Oh, no, I know the air compressor caused the problem.
So you think it's the air compressor then?
Yeah.
Have you had that checked out? Have you had that looked at?
No. That's why I haven't touched the barn, because when they told me I had to, the engineer company said they require you to give them $3,000, even though they might not spend all that. And I guess it's based on the severity of fire and whether they have to dig through rubble and stuff. But where the air compressor was in the back corner of the barn by itself is where the fire started.
Oh, I got you.
The barn straight up through the loft ceiling and everything in one spot.
But it could have been a faulty wire in the building. Maybe it wasn't the compressor. I don't know. I just don't know about if it's a wise expenditure of your money to spend $3,000 on an engineer for that. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, it's because the barn and all my tools and everything that was in it is like in excess of $20,000 that I'm out because of this air compressor now.
Yeah. And who'd you buy the air from? Home, like big box from Home Depot or somewhere?
From Lowe's.
Okay. Have you looked online to see if there's been a recall on that air compressor?
That particular brand, it's really hard to. They still carry that brand, but just not in air compressors anymore.
Right.
And all their information online and their company is all connected to someplace in China.
Yeah. I really don't know what I can tell you about that. I mean, it's tough,
But if I paid the money to this company and they determined that was the cause of the fire,
you could.
That's what I was basically getting at.
Yeah, and the air compressor is how old? You said 8.
7 or 8 years old, but it's always been in the barn. It's never been outdoors. I've used it less than 30 times. All I use it for is to blow up the tires on my riding lawnmower.
There's even though the statute of limitations is 4 years from the date of the accident, from what happened, 5 years breach of contract, there are some laws on the books. They're called statutes of repose, that a product, after a certain number of years, if your claim is over, okay? You really can't bring a product's liability claim. So I don't want you to spend the $3,000 and then say, and your expert says, yes, the air compressor is defective, and then you have this problem with the statute of limitations. So what I would do, it's called the statute of repose, REPOSE, and it puts a limit. It says no matter what happens, if the product is over whatever years it is, you can't file a product's liability claim.
Gotcha.
So that's why I don't want you to spend that money and then you don't have any recourse.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Okay.
That's the
what
problem.
I need to know then.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good luck. Thanks a lot.
All right. Go Jaguars.
See you. Yeah, man.
Well, thanks for the call, Eric.
Yeah. Yeah, see, this happens a lot, Scott, in automobile cases. It's called a statute of repose, or after a certain amount of years, no matter if you're within the statute of limitations, a product after a certain age, they almost get a free ride. The big business is always has shortened that statute of repose. Like after a certain amount of years, I got to look it up. I don't have it in front of me. I think it's 10 or 12 years old, a product that's like 12 years old.
Is it like is it the argument that by this point you would have either established it or it's outside of warranty and responsibility?
And then if something happens, you're out of luck. And it's called it's a medical malpractice. There's a statute of repose in medical malpractice cases. And there's a statute of repose in products liability cases that a product after a certain amount of years, something happens, you're out of luck.
I gotcha.
So that's what I think is going on with Eric. But,
well,
okay.
Eric, I'm sorry we couldn't get you any better information on that, but
saved you $3,000.
Yeah, it saved you some expense on checking it out, and unfortunately nobody's hurt, so there's that. And hey, go Jags. Well, we'll be back for the second half of the Consumer Law Hour after a quick break on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk. Kevin, I see you sitting on the line, and we're going to get to you when we come back, brother, so stay put. We'll be right back after these messages on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
This is 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
We see it all the time. The innocent victims of an accident fail to hire a lawyer because the other driver was ticketed by the officer. So they figure that's all the proof they need. Not true. In fact, the ticket is not admissible in court. Neither is the accident report. It doesn't matter what the officer on the scene did. In court, the burden is placed on you, the injured. It's up to you to prove how the accident happened and that your injuries were caused by the accident. That's why we have our own team of investigators who will go to the scene and examine the physical evidence. They'll look for things like tire marks and debris on the road. We'll hurry to get statements from any witnesses before memories fade. We can gather data from the black boxes and also find video surveillance if it exists. Resources like these can make all the difference. So if you've been hurt, call us now. I'm Chuck Farah, Jacksonville.
Fox News, I'm Karen McHugh. At least 5 people shot early this morning outside a Tuscaloosa, Alabama lounge. Witness Chris Kelly says,
I called 911, and then the door was locked. I was like, no, unlock the door. Let me make sure I can go out the door and see if anybody else got hit. By the time I got out the door, nobody else was hit.
Courtesy WBRC TV, police are investigating. It's more than a year since the world went on COVID lockdown, but that's finally starting to change.
This week was witness to America's pastime dusting off 2020 with Major League Baseball opening its season to real live fans in the stands, however, with limited capacity and behavior. And if you haven't been to a movie in a year or what feels like one, check your local listings because the movies are not just for Netflix and chill anymore. Many theaters offering limited capacity with pandemic safety protocols in place.
Fox's Alicia Acuna. America is listening to Fox News.
You'll never paint your house again. Call the coating man.
The only company who offers the world's best paint and the most advanced protective coatings on the market, guaranteed never to fade, chip, crack, or peel for as long as you own your home. Call for a free estimate by the end of the month and receive up to 40% off. Call 888-COAT-USA. That's 888-COAT-USA. Or visit their showroom, 2000 Wells Road.
Call the coating man.
Hi, it's Brian Kilmeade for Jacksonville's Real Estate Authority. My friend and trusted realtor, Phil Aiken with Aiken Home Team, your home sold guaranteed realty. In a seller's market, you need the experience and proven track record Phil Aiken and his amazing team provide. Now is not the time to leave a single dollar on the table. Inventory tight, and the best way to find out what your home is really worth takes just one simple step. Call Phil Aiken, and he'll provide you with free, no-obligation home evaluation. Phil has helped hundreds of families sell safely, quickly, and for the most money possible, just like he did for Rudy and Janet in Callahan, Sean in Jacksonville, and Ray and Trish in Atlantic Beach, selling their home in just 5 days at $17,000 over the asking price and after receiving 6 offers. Phil Aiken's secret? Phil already has the buyers and showcases your home, creating higher demand and many times multiple offers, which means more money in your pocket, and Phil will guarantee to sell your home at 100% of your asking price, or he will pay you the difference. Call Phil Aiken at 904-500-PHIL. That's 904-500-7445, or visit philhasthebuyers.com.
Whether you're running late for work or on the way to meet friends, chances are you're probably not planning to get stopped at a rail crossing. But the truth is, trains can happen at any time. Always expect a train and never stop on the tracks. Only cross at designated rail crossings. Look both ways and never drive around lowered gates. Remember, plans can wait. Trains can't. The department's efforts are ongoing, so follow FDOT on social media for more updates and always drive safe.
Men, do you feel embarrassed in the bedroom because of ED or PE? Prime Men's Medical Center has the solution.
I'm Dr. Brown. 98% of patients experience a positive result from the treatment in just 10 minutes after just one office visit. Men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, and it's affordable.
Call Prime Men's Medical Center at 904-664-8220. See results on your first visit guaranteed or pay nothing. Call 904-664-8220.
Life is complicated. We all know it, and all can use the proper support system. You know what else can be complicated? Owning a home. And that's why Rex was built to go beyond the simple real estate transaction. Full-service agents for buying and selling, mortgage services, insurance quotes, escrow and title, even home repair. All one call away. I guess you could call Rex your home support system and not a typical brokerage. Call 833-REX-HOME. That's 833-739-4663. Want more? Of course you do. With all that convenience comes reduced fees, too. In fact, the average Rex homeowner saves over $10,000 when buying and selling a home. Want to get started? It's never too soon. Call 833-REX-HOME. That's 833-739-4663. 833-739-4663. Florida license number CQ1057788. For further licensing disclosures, please visit rexhomes.com.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. A sunny and cool day, but still nice, with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Clear and chilly tonight, low 41, still near record lows. But during the day, Easter Day, sunny and mild with highs in the low 70s. Sunny and mild Monday, high 77 degrees, and we're up to 80 on Tuesday. Mostly sunny and pleasant. Stays partly sunny Wednesday with highs in the low 80s. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sima for 104.5 WOKV.
Now, Safe Touch Security First Alert Traffic.
Checking over the Jacksonville motorways, I'm seeing an event on State Road 21, Blanding Boulevard North at Shirley Avenue. It's got all lanes blocked, minor collision there, but taking up a whole lot of real estate at the moment. So if you're in the area, find an alternate route. Again, that's on Blanding Boulevard North at Shirley Avenue. And if you're in the area, maybe try taking a look around some alternate routes. Come back perhaps along San Juan, or maybe making use of one of the other alternate routes to avoid that exchange between Blanding and Shirley over on the west side. With Jacksonville's most frequent traffic, I'm Scott Young for 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
The following hour was paid for by the host and does not reflect the opinion of 104.5 WOKV or Cox Media Group.
Jacksonville, we're back for the second half of the Consumer Law Hour. 855-765-1045 is the number to call. That gets you in touch with our legal expert, Eddie Farah, standing by to take your calls. And Kevin over in San Souci has been waiting patiently. Got a question about common law. Kevin, you're on the Consumer Law Hour.
Thank you, Scott. Happy Easter, Eddie.
Happy Easter to you, Kevin.
Thank you.
You got something got a yard bird in the background over there.
No, it's my neighbors. Yeah, but every time I make a phone call, it's like, do you live on a farm? You know,
that's prelude to Easter dinner.
Yeah, you got your
absolutely. I thought that.
There's your have an Easter egg on me. You know.
Thank you, buddy. Listen, I'm calling Eddie about common law marriage here in Florida.
Right.
I am. Do you have any idea how many years that takes?
Well, unless they've outlawed, there is no longer common law marriage in Florida. If you're now, if it depends. Let me see. If you had been living together before, let's see, it does not. I'm just trying to look at the date. If you had been cohabitating before by a certain year. Then when you were living together, then there would be common law marriage. But after that particular date, like if you started living together with somebody right now and lived together for 10 years, there's no common law marriage. Okay. So because it's been outlawed in Florida. So it's no longer illegal.
Okay.
You said
used to be.
You said reprieved wrong. You said outlawed. Reprieved is a better word for that.
Yeah. Yeah. Florida does not recognize common law. Does not recognize it. Okay.
Okay, I understand that. Then.
Why were you?
I know we've actually talked about wills and things. That's basically why I was, asking. I truly did not know that it ended in Florida. So I probably think about getting on my knees and, offering up some kind of ring. So
now some states do have common law marriage, but Florida does not.
Okay.
Cohabitation does not bring you.
Are you saying you wanted to get hitched, Kevin, or are you saying you dodged the bullet? I'm confused.
I'm sorry, Scott. I think I dodged the bullet.
Good man.
Good guy, man.
Yeah. Well, but I've kind of fallen in love lately, so I think it's time. And I had no idea. I just, was hoping that that I wouldn't have to go through all the rituals. So, anyway,
if you want to make it legal, there's a whole song and dance you got to do.
Yeah, I see that. Fortunately, nowadays, Scott, you can actually do it online with the clerk of courts, so it's pretty easy. So,
yeah,
anyway.
The will. I mean, your will's different. I mean, you can leave your stuff to whoever you want to leave it to, whether you're married or not.
Yeah. Actually, I have written a will and done everything I needed to do that you had explained. So that fortunately is done. And I've got both my shots. And I don't know about you, Eddie, but I feel great today after my second shot.
Me too. I had I didn't really have anything happen. I mean, I didn't get sick. I didn't get a fever. Some people have some reaction to it. Did you have any kind of reaction to it?
No, nothing.
Yeah.
A little bit of a sore shoulder, but that's
right.
Typical of all my flu shots. Hey, anyway, guys, thank you for the program, and tell Chuck as well, and all of y'all have a happy Easter. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. I appreciate it.
Hey, Kevin, sounds like you got somebody in your life. You got the whole vaccine thing going on for you.
Yeah, he's got
You're the king of the world right now, man. You're the king of the world.
I'll tell you, man. When you look at the people that you are king of the world.
Unmasked, so you guys. Anyway, thank you so much for taking my call.
Thanks. I mean, I'm telling you, I know we all know people probably who have passed away from this COVID, so we're all, and Kevin's got a good point. I mean, he's got the shots. We're doing good. I mean, there's nothing really to complain about. And
keep living well, brother.
And the thing about it is, it's just, I've had people that passed away recently. I think, wow, if they had just gotten the shot like a month before, they'd still be here today. And this is what's so really upsetting about it. These are people that didn't have to pass away.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, we've got another caller on the line. We've got Jimmy from Jacksonville, and he's got a question about an easement on some property. Jimmy, you're on the Consumer Law Hour.
Hey, Jimmy.
Great. Good morning or afternoon, actually. My question is...
Man, I'm dealing with an easement right now. Tell me about it, because I'm dealing with an easement issue right now. I want to hear about it.
I bought a piece of property last year, and it's a piece of property that's located behind another property from the road, and along the edge of the property, running across the property in front of it, there's a 35-foot easement for an egress, whatever you call it, which has been used for a driveway. Now, the people who own the property that the easement goes across have come in and built a fence halfway across the 35-foot easement, which has severely limited the driveway and whatnot. And my question is, how much right do I have to that 35-foot easement which runs across their property to my property?
I think you're in pretty good shape. I kind of went through one of these. I'm not a real estate guy, but I've been dealing with a similar situation. Is the easement recorded with the deed?
It is.
Oh, then you're in good shape. Then they're encroaching on the easement.
It's recorded with the deed, and it's recorded. It shows on the deed, the book that it's recorded to, I don't know, clerk of the court's office and all that kind of stuff, and it's been in place for years.
Yeah, I've seen, and I've even seen cases where it's not recorded. But if that property, if that's your only way to get in and out, they can't stop you from getting in and out of there. So they have to remove. They should remove that fence. They're encroaching on the easement. So that fence should be removed.
But yeah, that's what I was wondering. Can I require them to move that fence so I can
Yes.
have better access to my property?
Yes, I think you got it. Based on what I've gone through, and again, I'm not a real estate guy, but I've gone through a similar situation, and we had to deal with it. And especially if it's recorded, it goes with the property. I mean, is it a perpetual easement, or is there a certain time limit on it?
No, it's a perpetual easement that goes with the property. And at the time I closed on the property, I make sure that the closing attorney, looked at that specifically and it's assured me that, yes, that's the way it's recorded and that's the way it is and that's the way it'll be. And the only way it would be changed if the property got what do they call it, descripted, where that you didn't need it anymore because there was access to the property from some other direction and you had it re-descripted, and I'm certainly not going to do that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you probably need to write them a letter, tell them they're violating your easement. It's a recorded easement, and they need to remove the fence. You could get a lawyer to do that. You could, get to a real estate lawyer. If you want to leave me your number, I can recommend you to somebody, or somebody.
Well, yeah, that would be great, and I could go, somebody I could talk to. I just want to make sure I'm on the straight, whatever it is, before I go raising too much of a ruckus. But by the same thing, right now they're telling me, you're trying to get too close to our whatever, and they use the first half of that easement as their driveway also, which I really don't care. It's just that I need the space to get to my property, and if it's a matter of me saying, wait a minute, that 35 feet belongs to me, so get off my property.
Yeah, I think you may really have to do something, because I don't know if there's anything in the law that if you don't object to it, then, again, you may lose the easement if you don't try to enforce your right to the easement. So you really want to put them on notice that you're not going to allow that to happen.
Yeah, do you have one of your folks or something that you could recommend, or whatnot that I can
we don't do that.
Get more detail?
Man, I would call the Jacksonville Bar Association. They have an attorney referral service, and for $50, you can talk to a real estate lawyer for $50, and he can ask and call them, and they'll set you up with an appointment. The number is 399-4486, and the Jack's Bar will connect you with an attorney that specializes in easements, and he'll tell you how to handle it. So it's probably less expensive to do it that way than go hire a guy who can charge you probably $1,000 to write that letter.
Right. No, I understand.
You see?
Okay. Yeah, I can certainly do that. That's great. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure before I caused any real ruckus that I was on the right path, and and at this point, I thought I was, but I didn't know.
I've dealt with these. I'm dealing with one right now, and you're in good shape. I'm not in the same situation as you, because you've got it recorded with the deed. You're okay.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, you're good shape.
Well, thank you.
Your
I
lawyer did a good job.
Time, and I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your shows, and I listen every week.
Anytime. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for
Have a good weekend and a good holiday.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I tell you, Scott, these easements, they're big deals. There are easements for everything. I know there's a friend of mine who purchased a piece of property on Blanding Boulevard, and he wanted to put a business there. But, you look at it, it's this big open piece of property. But if you look up, there's a power line that goes across the land, across the property. It's way up there. And lo and behold, he's thinking about buying the property, but there's an easement. There's a Clay County has an easement. Electrical line easement, which means because they want to be able to work on the electrical line. So he cannot build within like 100 or 200 feet of the electrical line of the line that goes across his property.
So basically, that big piece of property is going to be undeveloped.
It's undeveloped because of the easement. You can't, and if you want to put anything, you can't put anything in the easement without their permission, and they're probably not going to give it to you because they're saying they want to have access to the pole. So these easements are big deals, and people, telling you, buying property without an attorney, without a title policy, without a survey is bad. It's a big, big problem because you don't know. There could be liens against a property. There could be easements there you don't even see that are recorded with the deed that you're subject to. And, as people have learned, but Jimmy did it the right way. His lawyer made sure there was an easement allowing him to get in and out of his land. But I'll tell you, I've seen cases, even if there's no easement, I don't think you can landlock anybody. I think there's like an implied easement, it's called, that people have to have a way to get in and out of their land. And if your property is the only way for them to get out, they may have an implied easement that allows them to use it.
Well, I know they had an issue with a business over in Murray Hill that we talked about last year, where they were having an easement issue with access to, I guess, the trash disposal area and or a sewage issue, and it was affecting their ability to be able to keep the property sanitary. And whoever it was that held the easement on it was just trying to be obnoxious about the affair.
Well, I think they ended up working that out, though, didn't they?
Yeah. Fortunately, that one came together.
Yeah. It's good.
It's always nice when people can settle something up like that and work out an amicable agreement or resolve the easement so that it's no longer a conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And best way to do that, talk to your friendly neighborhood attorney.
Yep. Hopefully you can resolve it before a lawsuit, too. I mean, people do mediations now, so there's a lot of ways to get problems resolved. But we'll be back.
We got one more segment to go. 855-765-1045, the number to call. Lines are open. And the Consumer Law Hour will continue after these messages on 104.5 WOKV, Jacksonville's News and Talk.
Hey, it's Mark Hay from The Mark Hay Show. If you didn't hear the news, we've moved. Beep, beep, beep. Those are the trucks. Catch me now every weekday from noon until 3. That's right, 3 hours of The Mark Hay Show on WOKV. And if you can't listen live, make sure you're subscribed to The Mark Hay Show podcast, wherever podcasts are subscribed to.
If your future could talk, it would tell you that the moments that change fate are usually the moments you never saw coming. If your future could talk, it would ask you to do the right thing, even though it's not the easy thing, and to trust your gut. Your future would tell you to put people and relationships before material things. And your future would make sure you understood that the moments you share with the ones you love are the most precious that time has to give. If your future could, it would tell you that how you react to adversity will shape what comes next. And what comes next is never just about you. If your future could talk, it would tell you that truth is power unless you decide not to use it. If your life has been changed by an injury that wasn't your fault, your future would tell you it's time to fight. I'm Eddie Farah. Call 396-5555, Jacksonville.
What if I told you there was a way to step into another gear for your brain and be much sharper, more focused, and improve your memory to a level that you could only dream about and notice these results in 30 minutes? Hard to believe? Neuroscientists are calling this new brain discovery the biggest advancement in brain science to date. It's called Limitless, the brain pill of the future. Take it, and within 30 minutes, you'll transport your mind to a new level of focus and clarity you would have never thought possible.
I took Limitless, and it started working in minutes. All of a sudden, it felt like a dark cloud had been lifted up right before my eyes. I have a mental clarity I've never felt before.
Biz execs, athletes, teachers, and students are calling Limitless a secret weapon for the brain. You have nothing to lose, so call now and find out how to get a free bottle today.
To find out how to get a free bottle of Limitless, call 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936. Free bottles for a limited time. Call now, 800-605-7936, 800-605-7936.
Here in the Sunshine State, more than 3 million men are over age 45, and over half suffer from ED or PE. Here's a message from Prime Men's Medical Center.
I'm Dr. Brown. If you're having problems in the bedroom and pills like Viagra have let you down, you'll see results at Prime Men's Medical Center, guaranteed, or your exam is free. And it's affordable.
Call 904-664-8220. Guaranteed results on your first visit or your exam is free. Call 904-664-8220.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but nice on this Saturday with highs in the mid to upper 60s, which is a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. It stays clear and chilly again tonight. Overnight lows down around 40. Then we're sunny and mild on Easter Day with highs in the low to middle 70s. It stays in the 70s on Monday. Sunny and mild. Mostly sunny on Tuesday. We're up to 80 degrees, and then 83 Wednesday. Partly sunny and warm. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sima for 104.5 WOKV.
All information, no spam. Just the 3 big things you need to know. Get it on air, online, every weekday morning, delivered straight to your inbox. Sign up now on WOKV.com. Powered by Safe Touch Security.
Jacksonville, we're back on the Consumer Law Hour, 855-765-1045. If you've got questions, our legal expert, Eddie Ferris, standing by to take your call. Couple of minutes left before we wrap up the show. What kind of interesting casework do you see coming down the future as far as major legal decisions? Do you see anything significant shaking down?
Well, there was just a recent U.S. Supreme Court decision which deals with the ability to sue police officers for excessive force. Typically, in an excessive force situation, you've got to be, you're in custody. That's what you've typically seen. But the U.S. Supreme Court has now ruled that in this particular case, to file an excessive force claim, and this lady was shot. She wasn't arrested or anything. She was shot. And she came back and sued him for excessive force. And the court said, yeah, you could do that, which was kind of the court just recently ruled on that. So I don't know. That's going to expand the ability of people to sue law enforcement. And, they're saying it was a conservative court, but, some of the conservatives voted, for this liberal interpretation. So you never know what the Supreme Court's going to do, what the bottom line is. Presidents appoint them thinking they're leaning one way or the other, but these guys are in there for life. They're not accountable to they're going to do what they feel is right, regardless of who appointed them to be in that position. The other thing is, these incident reports that people will get hurt in stores and so forth. And we've kind of talked about this before, where you go in and you slip and fall, and the store prepares an incident report. And, then you want to file a claim because the incident report has valuable information in it. It's got how it happened. It's got witnesses. It may list witnesses. It may list, they may have described what happened. They may have described, who was involved in the slip and fall and so forth. And then people, go to a lawyer and they want to file a lawsuit, and they want the incident report. Now, the incident report they're not required. The store is not required to give you the incident report. Sometimes they'll give it to you if you ask them at the time, but by the time their lawyer gets involved, the lawyer's going to tell them, you don't have to give them the incident report. Don't give it to them. Some people are not aware of that. They don't have to give it to you. And sometimes they will, but they don't have to. So if you can get the incident report at the time that you fall, you need to get it, because
always better to look out for your best interests like that.
Yeah,
to get everything documented as soon as you can.
Yeah, because there's an incident report privilege in Florida. It's called, if something is prepared in the anticipation of litigation, there's a privilege, and they don't have to give it to you.
Well, we've got one more caller on the line. We've got we got Inyo from Southside, and he's got a question about disputing a charge with a Good Feet store. Inyo, you're on the Consumer Law Hour.
Good afternoon, Mr. Parra.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so I went into the Good Feet store here in Jacksonville. I was in severe pain. I'm still in pain. My feet are pretty bad. They took some measurements. The guy told me, yes, we can help you. We'll alleviate your pain. We'll sell you our system. Make a long story short, I ended up paying about $1,200 for some inserts that absolutely do not work. Not only that, but it made my feet pain worse, and now my knees and my hips are hurting as well. So what do I need to do to dispute this charge? Now, I already filed a dispute with my credit card company, but they're adamant that they're not going to refund, and they're going to keep on billing. So,
yeah. Is there a return policy, or were they custom made? Were they custom?
No, they were not custom made, sir.
Okay, they're off the shelf?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I don't know, what's the store's return policy? Did you look online to see what it was?
It says no refunds.
Once you purchased it, you purchased it? Well,
I'm sorry?
That could be difficult. I mean, if they've represented to you that all sales are final, and then unless they told you something different when you were in the store. I mean, if there was an oral representation that, hey, if it doesn't work, bring it back, we'll pay your money back, or we'll find you something that works, that's different. But if you're probably bound I mean, was that on the receipt that you purchased? Was there all sales final there, or was it somewhere
After
else?
I looked at it, yes. In the fine print, yes. It
How's
is
the
on the
sales
receipt.
receipt? Yeah. Very difficult. I don't know what you can do about that. You can maybe go back to them and say, hey, it's not working. Is there another product that you can exchange this for that will help me?
Okay. But there's a class action lawsuit going on against them for the exact same thing out in California. So.
Yeah, but that's California. The class action has to be filed in Florida.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you, why don't you leave your number with Scott? I know somebody who practices in that area, and maybe they can talk to you about it.
All right, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
thanks.
All right, stay on the line for me, bud, and I'll get your information in just a moment. Eddie, once again, it's been an adventure.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it, Scott.
Back at you, brother. I look forward to talking to you again next weekend. Have a great weekend.
Man. Thank you.
WOKV-FM Atlantic Beach, broadcasting from the Talon Wealth Management Studio. Listen everywhere in the WOKV app. 104.5 WOKV, a Cox Media Group station.
You'll never paint your house again. Call the Coating Man.
The only company with a true never paint your house again warranty, providing the most advanced protective paints and coatings on the market, guaranteed never to fade, chip, crack, or peel as long as you own your home. For a free estimate and to save up to 40% off, call 888-COAT-USA. That's 888-COAT-USA, or visit their showroom, 2000 Wells Road.
Call the Coating Man.
Crossings at our southern border are at a 15-year high. I'm Pam Puso, Fox News. As migrants keep coming, the White House keeps finding new places to put them.
More than 18,000 children are unaccompanied minors who have crossed the border. But now the White House is telling us that in 80% of those cases, the child has a family member that lives in the U.S. And in 40% of the cases, that relative is actually their parent or a guardian. And that's exactly what we saw with those two little girls in El Paso.
Fox's Alex Hogan. The girls were dropped 14 feet over a border wall. Fox News has learned the children's mother lives in New York. Another example of anti-Asian violence. Police in Charlotte, North Carolina say a man trashed a convenience store owned by Korean Americans this week. Surveillance video shows the man pulling a merchandise rack to the floor and breaking the glass of the refrigerator cases. The suspect, who faces a number of charges, including robbery with a dangerous weapon, apparently yelled racial slurs while wielding a metal post. The son of the shopkeeper says he hears insults every day, like, "Go back to your country." Two former presidents have two very different takes on Major League Baseball's decision to move its All-Star game out of Atlanta. While former President Trump is urging baseball fans to boycott the sport, former President Obama is applauding the action, tweeting in part, "There's no better way for America's pastime to honor the great Hank Aaron." Georgia's Republican governor says the knee-jerk reaction to the state's new voting laws will hurt Atlanta's economy.
Major League Baseball has folded up and caved to the cancel culture and a bunch of liberal lies.
Democrats say the new laws will adversely impact black voters. America's listening to Fox News.
We are Jacksonville's morning news. Live, local, in-depth. That's right, I said live. Weekday mornings from 5 till 9 a.m. Rich Jones and First Alert Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish with your 5-day forecast every 15 minutes, so you know what to expect on 104.5 FM, WOKV.com, or in the WOKV app. Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
A 9 on the WOKV weather meter. A sunny and cool day, but still nice, with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Clear and chilly tonight, low 41, still near record lows. But during the day, Easter Day, sunny and mild with highs in the low 70s. Sunny and mild Monday, high 77 degrees, and we're up to 80 on Tuesday. Mostly sunny and pleasant. Stays partly sunny Wednesday with highs in the low 80s. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sima for 104.5 WOKV.
The following hour was paid for by the host and does not reflect the opinion of 104.5 WOKV Cox Media Group.
Mike Lester is a registered representative of and offers securities through World Equity Group, Inc., member FINRA and SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors. Talon Wealth Management and Retirement Wealth Advisors are separate entities and are not owned or controlled by World Equity Group, Inc. Mike Lester is an investment advisor representative of Retirement Wealth Advisors Incorporated, an SEC registered investment advisor. Talon Wealth Management, Retirement Wealth Advisors, and this radio station are not affiliated. Exposure to ideas and financial vehicles discussed should not be considered investment advice or recommendation to buy or sell any financial vehicle. This information should not be considered tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with professionals specializing in the fields of tax, legal, accounting, or investments regarding the applicability of this information for their situation. Past performance is not a guarantee of future results. Investments will fluctuate, and when redeemed may be worth more or less than when originally invested. Any comments regarding safe and secure investments and guaranteed income streams refer to only fixed insurance products. They do not refer in any way to securities or investment advisory products. Fixed insurance and annuity product guarantees are subject to the claims paying ability of the issuing company and are not offered by Retirement Wealth Advisors. Florida license number D056341. California license number 0N00828.
Welcome to Guarding Your Nest Egg with Mike Lester.
Happy weekend. Thanks for joining us on the radio. Maybe you are getting some things done around the house, driving along in the car, running some errands. We appreciate you joining us. I'm Kristen Charles alongside Mike for 7 years or so on the radio, talking about things that affect your bottom line when you're near retirement or already there. For instance, today, Bitcoin, could it be a safe haven in a risky market? We'll get one market strategist take on that and Mike's take on that too. Plus, the father of the 401k explains how today's retirement plans are basically out of control. This is very interesting, and the real-life lessons that we're getting about inflation at the gas pump. That and more coming up. Any questions about anything Mike talks about today or something he doesn't get to, you can call, speak to a team member off the air. It's about a 3-minute conversation or so, figuring out how they can possibly help you in person, over the phone, or through a meeting online. 904-515-5000. 904-515-5000. Anytime at guardingyournestegg.com. If you listening are looking for a reason to get your vaccination, good news. And Mike, I know you're excited to hear this. Krispy Kreme is giving free donuts to anyone with proof of a vaccination all year long. And I say you're excited because you're finally scheduled.
I am scheduled. I am getting the vaccination, and I happen to love Krispy Kreme.
I mean, who doesn't? Come on.
Well, I don't know, but I do need to know the details on this.
I'm told it's one a day you could get.
Oh, my goodness.
That's not advised, but...
Yeah, that's a potential problem, but I can see myself, listen, on the way into work, grab myself a Krispy Kreme and a cup of coffee. Although summer's coming up, so
yeah,
it's not really a good bathing suit strategy. See what happens.
But willpower with Krispy Kremes, that does not exist, in my opinion.
No, my willpower in general with donuts does not exist, but that's why I don't keep them around.
And talk about some great marketing that these folks are doing. A free donut every day for the rest of the year if you get vaccinated. Basically, they're just wanting you to come in and buy something else with the donut. It's very smart. Go Krispy Kreme.
Exactly. They make money. I mean, what does a donut cost them? A nickel, maybe, to make?
Maybe.
Right. And then they're selling coffee all day long. So it's pretty awesome.
It is pretty awesome.
How do we turn that into free financial plans for people who have... Oh, wait, we already do that. We already do.
Yeah, you don't even have... It's not like that.
I don't have any... We've got no leverage, Kristen. How am I going to get people in the office because they had a... we'll see what happens.
Well, something else that's interesting during this time, I mean, the vaccinations, they're rolling out, and we'll talk about how that's affecting people in terms of travel and vacations. But for the first time since the pandemic began spreading, alcohol sales in retail, brick and mortar stores have fallen in the U.S. for the first time. So maybe we're coming out of this pandemic depression, but we're going to get really fat with the free donuts, though. That's my concern.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on ourselves.
Well, we've got more cash in our pocket. Well, some people do, because the IRS sent roughly 90 million stimulus checks to Americans in March. The Wall Street Journal's chief economics commentator, Greg Ip, explains the impact that those checks may or may not have on inflation.
First of all, not all of the checks are going to be spent. Some people who didn't lose their jobs and are doing pretty well will save the money instead, or they'll use the money to pay off their credit card bills or other debts. So if that money doesn't get spent, then it won't generate economic activity and therefore will not cause any inflation. However, some people will spend the checks, perhaps on new furniture or a car or on a trip, or they could use it to pay more for their rent or groceries. And remember, this isn't the only spending going on. There's also billions of dollars being sent out by the federal government as additional unemployment insurance. They're also sending out money for state and local governments. Money being sent out to help small businesses hold on to or hire workers.
Now, some of us are ready to go and spend as businesses get back to normal, which would likely increase employment overall, I would think. But, Mike, I guess the main question that me and a lot of folks listening are wondering is, are all of these things combined together going to overheat the economy? That's a big concern.
Well, I think right now it's a bit of a kind of a flash in the pan, immediate deal. I have a young family. I get out there, we do things, and I can tell you that people are cashing the checks and spending them. We were talking before the show. We went out to the lake last weekend, and this is not a lake that's, even 4th of July, it's not that crazy.
Yeah, it's more of a residential area.
More of a residential area. Everybody, they were putting fuel in the tanks of those boats and getting out there. So, and I think it was the cash from the stimulus checks. I mean, I couldn't find a specific reason why other than that. Or I went to the bank the other day, and again, this is just data if you're out there, but I went to the bank the other day, I wanted to cash a check. And the teller asked me, how did I want the money back? And I said, well, large bills, if I could get that. And she's like, well, because of the stimulus, we don't have, it was like, 5s and 10s and 20s, because people are, not everybody, like you said, but I do think we need to be aware that a lot of that money is getting spent, and it is going to make its way into the economy. And it's a bit of a, kind of a flash.
Yes. And
interesting.
I wanted to let you know a little feedback that I know as fact. My cousin back in South Carolina, he runs a food bank, and he is one of my favorite liberals. I will get ahead of that message right now. But he's retired, and this is what he does in retirement, which I think is really cool. But he has noticed in the last month or so that instead of helping 60 families a week with the food bank, it's down to 20. And so I don't know if it's the stimulus checks, maybe so. Either way,
well, the issue is the problem is it's temporary. When the check's gone, then what happens?
Exactly.
And I think that's where we get to this inflation question. And so it's pretty easy for the 24-hour news cycle to try to scare us into saying, oh my gosh, we're going to have inflation, and that's going to be a huge problem with markets, and you should go buy gold or something like that. It's not that couldn't happen, but for it to become a big issue, it can't be sort of a flash in the pan. It can't get burnt up real quick, and then we're back to people not getting back to work, not getting jobs. And so we have to take a couple steps back and say, well, how are things going 3 months from now, 6 months from now? Because there are some things on the front end that are a little bit concerning. Certainly fuel prices, we'll get into later in the show, are higher, but why are they higher? Home prices are higher. Why are they higher? Is inflation going to be an issue? And if inflation is an issue, what should I be doing about that in my portfolio? It's going to take a little bit of time to know, and we got to walk it through. But what I'd say is, the big thing with inflation is it affects your buying power moving forward. But the economy has to continue to do well for that to be an issue. It can't do well just over a short period of time. What would you want to do if we had big inflation issues? Well, you'd look at things like, potentially gold. I mean, we can see some 80s actor, trying to sell us gold on TV all day long. And
It always is some 80s.
It always is some 80s. Yeah, and it was fine, but you got to ask yourself, why is that 80s actor trying to sell me gold on TV? Well, there's a reason, we can get into it. But then also, how else could I do this without calling the 80s actor, and then where am I going to put that gold anyway if I get it? Well, there are ways to offset inflation. The worst thing you can do, though, is cash, right? So cash is not your friend in an inflationary environment. So when we're helping people with their investments and when we're helping people prepare for retirement, or again, maintaining their standard of living throughout retirement, adjusted for things like taxes and inflation, what we have to do is find great investments for individuals that would not be affected. And cash, by the way, is not king in that scenario. It becomes a big problem. So, we could look at even what are called TIPS, Treasury Inflation Protected Securities. Those are very specifically designed to help with things like inflation. And you can do quite well in a high inflationary environment. And so somebody asked me, Mike, what about gold? What about gold? I was like, well, listen, why are you buying the gold? Well, because things could just get really, really terrible and we could have all this inflation. And I heard gold was the way to go. I said, well, it would be a lot easier to just buy Treasury, inflation-protected securities, and you might even do better in that scenario. So I think information is the key, Kristen, and we can all get pretty concerned about everything that's going on. I think we're all hoping things are going to turn out well for all of us, but I think that's really where we provide value to our clients is they have a sounding board for questions and concerns. We have actively managed portfolios, and certainly things like inflation and spending and all this is on our radar, but we're taking care of that for our clients.
If you would like insight from Mike and the team about what is possible with inflation and where the economy is headed, with the new numbers that come out every single day, you can speak to a team member off the air and they can schedule a complete financial plan. It's a $1,500 value. We also call it a CFP. It involves Mike and the team looking at your risk versus reward, finding out if you're tax efficient now and moving forward. And yes, being prepared for inflation is a huge part of that. And make sure that whatever you're paying in fees is reasonable for what you're receiving. Speak to a team member off the air. Setting up that CFP takes about 3 minutes, and you can do that in person, over the phone, or through a virtual meeting. 904-515-5000. 904-515-5000. Link up anytime at guardingyournestegg.com. Watching our retirement accounts grow is obviously exciting when the market is doing well. But if it's a 401k or an individual retirement account holding pre-tax contributions, some people forget that the government owns a portion of that balance. A lot of us forget.
Yeah,
Mike,
it looks pretty great. You're still like, geez, I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, particularly with markets as high as they are now. Yeah.
But here's the thing. Can we get any of that back, or is it just part of Uncle Sam's, budget? He just takes it and we have no choice.
Well, I mean, let's break it down just a little bit. When they say, hey, Uncle Sam owns a percentage of your 401k or your IRA, we're talking about taxes that you haven't paid yet. And I mean, that potentially could be as high as about 40%. So if you had $1 million in your 401k and you're thinking that, hey, that money's mine, well, about 600 of it is yours, not necessarily the entire million. So we want to take a look at different ways to make sure that Uncle Sam doesn't get more than Uncle Sam's fair share. And certainly currently with potential changes in the tax laws and not knowing exactly what those are going to be, we're getting a lot of questions about how President Biden's new tax laws may affect people. And there's a few ways. I mean, but one thing that we could look at, and one of the main questions is, should I be making more contributions to a Roth 401k or a Roth IRA? Should I do a Roth conversion? People hear Roth quite a bit, but the mechanics of how Roths work aren't always as clear as they could be. So I'd say, well, number one, if you're considering making contributions to a Roth, the contributions are limited by how much income that you have. So, for example, and we're getting right up to the end of your ability to make contributions for 2020, but if you're single and you want to make a Roth contribution, as long as you didn't make over $139,000, you can do that. In 2021, it's going to be $140,000. But we also talk to a lot of individuals that are married. So if you're married filing jointly, that contribution limit, your modified adjusted gross income, that what they call MAGI, for 2020 can't be over $206,000, because if it is, you can't make that Roth contribution. So there's other ways, Kristen. If you can't make a Roth contribution, a lot of times you can do a conversion, convert IRA monies or 401k monies to a Roth. The benefit would be you wouldn't pay taxes on gains moving forward, but you have to pay tax to get in there. Or you could do what's called a backdoor Roth, which, again, there's even if you make too much money and you can't make a Roth contribution, I'm oversimplifying this, but you can make a contribution to an IRA and then just convert it to a Roth IRA later. All of these things are important, and it's important to your overall financial plan. But unless you've taken the time to actually map that out for yourself and actually understand how that benefits you moving forward, or whether it doesn't benefit you moving forward, it doesn't help very much. And so what we're doing is inviting individuals, if you have questions about these conversions, if you have questions about contributions, Roth, financial planning, give us a call. We'll do that for you complimentary.
904-515-5000. 904-515-5000. You can also go to guardingyournestegg.com to link up to Mike and the team and set up a time to do that complete financial plan. It's a $1,500 value. There's no charge because Mike and the team want to empower you with information. 904-515-5000. or go to guardingyournestegg.com. The father of the 401k explains how today's retirement plans are out of control. And we'll get some retirement lessons from Gronk. Even if you don't like football, we'll explain how the NFL star is approaching income and spending and what you may actually have in common with him. Next on Guarding Your Nest Egg.
If I could turn the page in time, then I'd rearrange just a day or two. Close my eyes.
Get news, weather, and traffic every 6 minutes in the morning on Jacksonville's Morning News with Rich Jones from 5 until 9 a.m. every weekday. Stream it live anytime, anywhere, on any device. Your PC, smart speaker, or your cell phone. Listen on radio.com or the free WOKV app.
Now, the WOKV First Alert Forecast.
Sunny and cool, but nice on this Saturday with highs in the mid to upper 60s, which is a 9 on the WOKV weather meter. It stays clear and chilly again tonight. Overnight lows down around 40. Then we're sunny and mild on Easter Day with highs in the low to middle 70s. It stays in the 70s on Monday. Sunny and mild. Mostly sunny on Tuesday. We're up to 80 degrees, and then 83 Wednesday. Partly sunny and warm. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sima for 104.5 WOKV.
If you remember when Saturday night was good,
Live from New York, it's Saturday night!
you're in good company. Back to Guarding Your Nest Egg with Mike Lester.
California dreaming on such a winter's day.
Well, Prince Harry is living the California dream, along with Meghan, of course. But the Duke of Sussex specifically landed a new job on the leadership team at the mental health and coaching firm called Better Up. Apparently, it's a startup. But he's the Chief Impact Officer. I have no idea what that means, but he got a job.
That's an interesting title. I'm with you. I haven't heard that. I don't know what that means either. That's interesting.
Did you watch the whole Meghan Prince Harry interview that Oprah did a while back?
I'll be honest, Kristen. I'm just not your
thing.
Not my thing. Yeah. I'll leave it at that. There you go.
Well, as a woman who enjoyed watching Diana and liked that Diana got out of there, I watched it. But I also think there is just so much overblown here. However, it's interesting to watch a royal family. Maybe that's a girl thing. I don't know.
Anytime you put that, if you're a prince, suddenly, somehow, yeah.
And the fact that an American woman became princess.
Thank you, Walt Disney, for putting that.
Yes, it's all his fault.
It's all his fault. all these young girls want to marry princes, and then they wind up on Oprah interviews.
So maybe Walt Disney is the father of the prince mindset.
Mm-hmm.
That seems likely. The so-called father of the 401k admits that today's retirement plans are much different than the one he helped create more than 40 years ago. Ted Benna tells Yahoo Finance.
These plans evolved from being very simple. The first plans, you only had two choices, and you decided in multiples of 25%. So it took less than a minute for me to explain investment options, to participants probably. They evolved over a period of time into something with many choices, making it extremely complex, for employees to make decisions. And, the cost of investing just got totally out of control.
In true dad fashion, if he's the father of 401k, I tuned out about half of what he said just then.
Okay.
But yeah. I did hear.
It got a little bit dry.
I mean, he's the creator of the 401k, and he thinks that the plans are complex. If that guy thinks it, I know that the listeners are with me on this, that it is confusing at times. So what kinds of 401k questions do you get the most often? Are they pretty common?
Well, they're very common. So most people who work for corporations have the ability to participate in the company 401k plan. And it's an interesting perspective because when you listen to the father of the 401k talk about it, he goes, hey, there were two choices. And that would make it very easy. You had, this choice or that choice, and you went in on a percentage basis. And I think you're right, Kristen, for most people out there who are, at the time they open the 401k, they're just, hey, okay, I'm not going to get a pension probably, so I'm going to make contributions over time. You're telling me I need to do this. It'll grow. Okay, fine. But they go on with their ordinary, day-to-day life. And, there's two choices. That was pretty simple. We, on the other hand, I look at it like because we manage money for a living, and we're always looking for as many options as possible because we want to be as efficient as we possibly can in management of portfolios. I look at 401ks and I go, gee whiz, if I only had 2 options, that's a struggle for us because we manage money for people. But these days, yeah, they're more complicated because there's sometimes 20, 30 options. But I look at it a little bit differently because I want more options than 20 or 30. Because most people with their 401k, yes, it's confusing, but they're also extremely limited in the amount of options that they have. They typically have to choose something like, well, here's a large cap stock fund, here's a mid cap stock fund, here's a small cap stock fund, here's a bond fund, here's a target date fund, here's your handful of things to choose from. And it's confusing. And like you said, as they've added more options,